Section 46, Part II, Chapter 5, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Soon he was seated as a stranger at his own table, eating from the same dishes that his family were accustomed to use, served by men with shaved heads, wearing coarse, striped aprons over their uniforms. That which he was eating was his, the wine was from his vaults, all that adorned the room he had bought. The trees whose boughs were waving outside the window also belonged to him. And yet he felt as though he were in this place for the first time, with all the discomfort and diffidence of a total stranger. He ate because he was hungry, but the food and wines seemed to have come from another planet. He continued looking with consternation at those occupying the places of his wife, children, and the Lacours. They were speaking in German among themselves, but those having a limited knowledge of French frequently availed themselves of that language in order that their guest might understand them. Those who could only mumble a few words repeated them to an accompaniment of amiable smiles. All were displaying an amicable desire to propitiate the owner of the castle. "You are going to lunch with the barbarians," said the Count, offering him a seat at his side. "Aren't you afraid that we may eat you alive?" The Germans burst into roars of laughter at the wit of His Excellency. They all took great pains to demonstrate by word and manner that barbarity was wrongly attributed to them by their enemies. Don Marcelo looked from one to another. The fatigues of war, especially the forced march of the last days, were very apparent in their persons. Some were tall and slender, with an angular slimness. Others were stocky and corpulent, with short neck and head sunk between the shoulders. These had lost much of their fat in a month's campaign, the wrinkled and flabby skin hanging in folds in various parts of their bodies. All had shaved heads, the same as the soldiers. Around the table shone 2 rows of cranial spheres, reddish or dark. Their ears stood out grotesquely, and their jaw bones were in strong relief owing to their thinness. Some had preserved the upright moustache in the style of the emperor. The most of them were shaved or had a stubby tuft like a brush. A golden bracelet glistened on the wrist of the Count, stretched on the table. He was the oldest of them all, and the only one that kept his hair of a frosty red, carefully combed and glistening with pomade. Although about 50 years old, he still maintained a youthful vigor cultivated by exercise. Wrinkled, bony, and strong, he tried to dissimulate his uncouthness as a man of battle under a suave and indolent laziness. The officers treated him with the greatest respect. Hartrott told his uncle that the Count was a great artist, musician, and poet. The Emperor was his friend. They had known each other from boyhood. Before the war, certain scandals concerning his private life had exiled him from court, mere lampoons of the socialists and scandal mongers. The Kaiser had always kept a secret affection for his former chum. Everybody remembered his dance, the Caprices of Scheherazade, represented with the greatest luxury in Berlin through the endorsement of his powerful friend William II. The Count had lived many years in the Orient. In fact, he was a great gentleman and an artist of exquisite sensibility as well as a soldier. Since Desnoyers was now his guest, the Count could not permit him to remain silent, so he made an opportunity of bringing him into the conversation. "Did you see any of the insurrections? Did the troops have to kill many people? How about the assassination of Poincaré?" He asked these questions in quick succession, and Don Marcelo, bewildered by their absurdity, did not know how to reply. He believed that he must have fallen in with a feast of fools. Then he suspected that they were making fun of him. Uprisings? Assassinations of the president? Some gazed at him with pity because of his ignorance, others with suspicion, believing that he was merely pretending not to know of these events which had happened so near him. His nephew insisted. "The daily papers in Germany have been full of accounts of these matters. 15 days ago, the people of Paris revolted against the government, bombarding the Palais de l'Elysee and assassinating the president. The army had to resort to the machine guns before order could be restored. Everybody knows that." But Desnoyers insisted that he did not know it, that nobody had seen such things. And as his words were received in an atmosphere of malicious doubt, he preferred to be silent. His Excellency, superior spirit, incapable of being associated with a popular credulity, here intervened to set matters straight. The report of the assassination was perhaps not certain. The German periodicals might have unconsciously exaggerated it. Just a few hours ago, the general of the staff had told him of the flight of the French government to Bordeaux, and the statement about the revolution in Paris and the firing of the French troops was indisputable. The gentleman has seen it all, without doubt, but does not wish to admit it. Desnoyers felt obliged to contradict this lordling, but his negative was not even listened to. Paris. This name made all eyes glisten and everybody talkative. As soon as possible they wished to reach the Eiffel Tower, to enter victorious into the city, to receive their recompense for the privations and fatigues of a month's campaign. They were devotees of military glory. They considered war necessary to existence, and yet they were bewailing the hardship that it was imposing upon them. The Count exhaled the plaint of the craftsmaster. "Oh, the havoc that this war has brought in my plans!" he sighed. "This winter they were going to bring out my dance in Paris." They all protested at his sadness. His work would surely be presented after the triumph, and the French would have to recognize it. "It will not be the same thing," complained the Count. "I confess that I adore Paris. What a pity that these people have never wished to be on familiar terms with us." And he relapsed into the silence of the unappreciated man. Desnoyers suddenly recognized in one of the officers, who was talking, with eyes bulging with covetousness of the riches of Paris, the chief thief with the band on his arm. He it was who so methodically had sacked the castle. As though divining the old Frenchman's thought, the commissary began excusing himself. "It is war, monsieur, the same as the others. War had to be paid with the treasures of the conquered." That was the new German system, the healthy return to the wars of ancient days, tributes imposed on the cities, and each house sacked separately. In this way the enemy's resistance would be more effectually overcome and the war soon brought to a close. He ought not to be downcast over the appropriations, for his furnishings and ornaments would all be sold in Germany. After the French defeat, he could place a remonstrance claim with his government, petitioning it to indemnify his loss. His relatives in Berlin would support his demand. Desnoyers listened in consternation to his counsels. What kind of mentality had these men anyway? Were they insane, or were they trying to have some fun at his expense? When the lunch was at last ended, the officers arose and adjusted their swords for service. Captain von Hartrott rose too. It was necessary for him to return to his general. He had already dedicated too much time to family expansion. His uncle accompanied him to the automobile, where Moltkecito once more justified the ruin and plunder of the castle. "It is war. We have to be very ruthless that it may not last long. True kindness consists in being cruel, because then the terror-stricken enemy gives in sooner, and so the world suffers less." Don Marcelo shrugged his shoulders before this sophistry. In the doorway the captain gave some orders to a soldier, who soon returned with a bit of chalk which had been used to number the lodging places. Von Hartrott wished to protect his uncle, and began tracing on the wall near the door: "Bitte nicht plundern. Es sind freundliche Leute." In response to the old man's repeated questions, he then translated the inscription. "It means, 'Please do not sack this house. Its occupants are kind people, friendly people.'" Ah, no! Desnoyers repelled this protection vehemently. He did not wish to be kind. He was silent because he could not be anything else. But a friend of the invaders of his country? No, no, no! His nephew rubbed out part of the lettering, leaving the first words, "Bitte nicht plundern." Then he repeated the scrawled request at the entrance of the park. He thought this notice advisable, because His Excellency might go away and other officials might be installed in the castle. Von Hartrott had seen much, and his smile seemed to imply that nothing could surprise him, no matter how outrageous it might be. But his relative continued, scorning his protection and laughing bitterly at the impromptu signboard. What more could they carry off? Had they not already stolen the best? "Goodbye, uncle. Soon we shall meet in Paris." And the captain climbed into his automobile, extending a soft, cold hand that seemed to repel the old man with its flabbiness. Upon returning to his castle, he saw a table and some chairs in the shadow of a group of trees. His Excellency was taking his coffee in the open air, and obliged him to take a seat beside him. Only 3 officers were keeping him company. There was here a grand consumption of liquors from his wine cellars. They were talking together in German, and for an hour Don Marcelo remained there, anxious to go but never finding the opportune moment to leave his seat and disappear. He employed his time in imagining the great stir among the troops hidden by the trees. Another division of the army was passing by with the incessant, deafening roar of the sea. An inexplicable phenomenon kept the luminous calm of the afternoon in a continuous state of vibration. A constant thundering sounded afar off, as though an invisible storm were always approaching from beyond the blue horizon line. The Count, noticing his evident interest in the noise, interrupted his German chat to explain. "It is the cannon. A battle is going on. Soon we shall join in the dance." The possibility of having to give up his quarters here, the most comfortable that he had found in all the campaign, put His Excellency in a bad humor. "War," he sighed, "a glorious life, but dirty and deadening. In an entire month, today is the first that I have lived as a gentleman." And as though attracted by the luxuries that he might shortly have to abandon, he rose and went toward the castle. 2 of the Germans betook themselves toward the village, and Desnoyers remained with the other officer, who was delightfully sampling his liquors. He was the chief of the battalion encamped in the village. "This is a sad war, monsieur," he said in French. Of all the inimical group, this man was the only one for whom Don Marcelo felt a vague attraction. Although a German, he appears a good sort, meditated the old man, eyeing him carefully. In times of peace he must have been stout, but now he showed the loose and flaccid exterior of one who has just lost much in weight. Desnoyers surmised that the man had formerly lived in tranquil and vulgar sensuousness, in a middle-class happiness suddenly cut short by war. "What a life, monsieur!" the officer rambled on. "May God punish well those who have provoked this catastrophe." End of section 46. Section 47, Part 2, Chapter 5, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Frenchman was almost affected. This man represented the Germany that he had many times imagined, a sweet and tranquil Germany composed of burghers, a little heavy and slow perhaps, but atoning for their natural uncouthness by an innocent and poetic sentimentalism. This Blumhardt, whom his companions called Bataillon Commandeur, was undoubtedly the good father of a large family. He fancied him walking with his wife and children under the lindens of a provincial square, all listening with religious unction to the melodies played by a military band. Then he saw him in the beer gardens with his friends, discussing metaphysical problems between business conversations. He was a man from old Germany, a character from a romance by Goethe. Perhaps the glory of the empire had modified his existence, and instead of going to the beer gardens, he was now accustomed to frequent the officers' casino, while his family maintained a separate existence, separated from the civilians by the superciliousness of military caste. But at heart he was always the good German, ready to weep copiously before an affecting family scene or a fragment of good music. Commandant Blumhardt, meanwhile, was thinking of his family living in Cassel. "There are 8 children, monsieur," he said, with a visible effort to control emotion. "The 2 eldest are preparing to become officers. The youngest is starting school this year. He is just so high." And with his right hand he measured off the child's diminutive stature. He trembled with laughter and grief at recalling the little chap. Then he broke forth into eulogies about his wife, excellent manager of the home, a mother who was always modestly sacrificing herself for her children and husband. Ay, the sweet Augusta! After 20 years of married life, he adored her as on the day he first saw her. In a pocket of his uniform, he was keeping all the letters that she had written him since the beginning of the campaign. "Look at her, monsieur. These are my children." From his breast pocket he had drawn forth a silver medallion adorned with the art of Munich, and touching a spring, he displayed the pictures of all the family. The Frau Kommandeur, of an austere and frigid beauty, imitating the air and coiffure of the Empress. The Fräulein Kommandeur, clad in white with uplifted eyes as though they were singing a musical romance. And at the end, the children in the uniforms of the army schools or private institutions. And to think that he might lose these beloved beings if a bit of iron should hit him! And he had to live far from them now that it was such fine weather for long walks in the country. "Sad war," he again said. "May God punish the English!" With a solicitude that Don Marcelo greatly appreciated, he in turn inquired about the Frenchman's family. He pitied him for having so few children, and smiled a little over the enthusiasm with which the old gentleman spoke of his daughter, saluting Fräulein Chichi as a witty sprite, and expressing great sympathy on learning that the only son was causing his parents great sorrow by his conduct. Tender-hearted Commandant! He was the first rational and human being that he had met in this hell of an invasion. There are good people everywhere, he told himself. He hoped that this new acquaintance would not be moved from the castle, for if the Germans had to stay there, it would better be this man than the others. An orderly came to summon Don Marcelo to the presence of His Excellency. After passing through the salons with closed eyes so as to avoid useless distress and wrath, he found the Count in his own bedroom. The doors had been forced open, the floors stripped of carpet, and the window frames of curtains. Only the pieces of furniture broken in the first moments now occupied their former places. The sleeping rooms had been stripped more methodically, everything having been taken that was not required for immediate use. Because the general with his suite had been lodging there the night before, this apartment had escaped the arbitrary destruction. The Count received him with the civility of a grandee who wishes to be attentive to his guests. He could not consent that Herr Desnoyers, a relative of a von Hartrott, whom he vaguely remembered having seen at court, should be staying in the keeper's lodge. He must return to his own rooms, occupying that bed, solemn as a catafalque, with columns and plumes, which had had the honor, a few hours before, of serving as the resting place of an illustrious general of the empire. "I myself prefer to sleep here," he added condescendingly. "This other habitation accords better with my tastes." While saying this, he was entering Dona Luisa's rooms, admiring its Louis XV furniture of genuine value, with its dull golds and tapestries mellowed by time. It was one of the most successful purchases that Don Marcelo had made. The Count smiled with an artist's scorn as he recalled the man who had superintended the official sacking. What an ass to think that he left this behind, supposing that it was old and ugly. Then he looked the owner of the castle squarely in the face. Monsieur Desnoyers, I do not believe that I am committing any indiscretion, and even imagine that I am interpreting your desires when I inform you that I intend taking this set of furniture with me. It will serve as a souvenir of our acquaintance, a testimony to the friendship springing up between us. If it remains here, it will run the risk of being destroyed. Warriors, of course, are not obliged to be artists. I will guard these excellent treasures in Germany, where you may see them whenever you wish. We are all going to be one nation, you know. My friend the Emperor is soon to be proclaimed sovereign of the French." Desnoyers remained silent. How could he reply to that look of cruel irony, to the grimace with which the noble lord was underscoring his words? "When the war is ended, I will send you a gift from Berlin," he added in a patronizing tone. The old collector could say nothing to that either. He was looking at the vacant spots which many small pictures had left on the walls, paintings by the famous masters of the 18th century. The bandit brigand must also have passed these by as too insignificant to carry off. But the smirk illuminating the Count's face revealed their ultimate destination. He had carefully scrutinized the entire apartment, the adjoining bedroom, Chichi's, the bathroom, even the feminine robe room of the family, which still contained some of the daughter's gowns. The warrior fondled with delight the fine silky folds of the materials, gloating over their cool softness. This contact made him think of Paris, of the fashions, of the establishments of the great modistes. The Rue de la Paix was the spot which he most admired in his visits to the enemy's city. Don Marcelo noticed the strong mixture of perfumes which came from his hair, his mustache, his entire body. Various little jars from the dressing table were on the mantel. "What a filthy thing war is!" exclaimed the German. "This morning I was at last able to take a bath after a week's abstinence. At noon I shall take another. By the way, my dear sir, these perfumes are good, but they are not elegant. When I have the pleasure of being presented to the ladies, I shall give them the addresses of my source of supply. I use in my home essences from Turkey. I have many friends there. At the close of the war, I will send a consignment to the family." While speaking, the Count's eyes had been fixed upon some photographs upon the table. Examining the portrait of Madame Desnoyers, he guessed that she must be Dona Luisa. He smiled before the bewitchingly mischievous face of Mademoiselle Chichi. Very enchanting. He specially admired her militant, boyish expression, but he scrutinized the photograph of Julio with special interest. "Splendid type of youth," he murmured. "An interesting head, and artistic, too. He would create a great sensation in a fancy dress ball. What a Persian prince he would make! A white aigrette on his head, fastened with a great jewel, the breast bared, a black tunic with golden birds." And he continued seeing in his mind's eye the heir of the Desnoyers arrayed in all the gorgeous raiment of an oriental monarch. The proud father, because of the interest which his son was inspiring, began to feel a glimmer of sympathy with the man. A pity that he should select so unerringly and appropriate the choicest things in the castle. Near the head of the bed, Don Marcelo saw lying upon a book of devotions forgotten by his wife, a medallion containing another photograph. It did not belong to his family, and the Count, following the direction of his eyes, wished to show it to him. The hands of this son of Mars trembled. His disdainful haughtiness had suddenly disappeared. An official of the hussars of death was smiling from the case. His sharp profile, with a beak curved like a bird of prey, was surmounted by a cap adorned with skull and crossbones. "My best friend," said the Count in tremulous tones, "the being that I love most in all the world. And to think that at this moment he may be fighting and they may kill him! To think that I, too, may die!" Desnoyers believed that he must be getting a glimpse into a romance of the nobleman's past. That hussar was undoubtedly his natural son. His simplicity of mind could not conceive of anything else. Only a father's tenderness could so express itself, and he was almost touched by this tenderness. Here the interview came to an end, the warrior turning his back as he left the room in order to hide his emotion. A few minutes after was heard on the floor below the sound of a grand piano, which the commissary had not been able to carry off, owing to the general's interposition. His voice was soon heard above the chords that he was playing. It was rather a lifeless baritone, but he managed to impart an impassioned tremolo to his romance. The listening old man was now really affected. He did not understand the words, but the tears came into his eyes. He thought of his family, of the sorrows and dangers about them, and of the difficulties surrounding his return to them. As though under the spell of the melody, little by little he descended the stairs. What an artist's soul that haughty scoffer had! At first sight, the Germans, with their rough exterior and their discipline which made them commit the greatest atrocities, gave one a wrong impression. One had to live intimately with them to appreciate their true worth. By the time the music had ceased, he had reached the castle bridge. A sub-officer was watching the graceful movements of the swans gliding double over the waters of the moat. He was a young doctor of laws who just now was serving as secretary to His Excellency, a university man mobilized by the war. On speaking with Don Marcelo, he immediately revealed his academic training. The order for departure had surprised the professor in a private institute. He was just about to be married, and all his plans had been upset. What a calamity, sir! What an overturning for the world! Yet many of us have foreseen that this catastrophe simply had to come. We have felt strongly that it might break out any day. Capital, accursed capital, is to blame. End of section 47. Section 48, Part II, Chapter 5, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The speaker was a socialist. He did not hesitate to admit his cooperation in certain acts of his party that had brought persecutions and setbacks to his career. But the social democracy was now being accepted by the emperor and flattered by the most reactionary Junkers. All were now one. The deputies of his party were forming in the Reichstag the group most obedient to the government. The only belief that it retained from its former creed was its anathematization of capital, responsible for the war. Desnoyers ventured to disagree with this enemy, who appeared of an amiable and tolerant character. Did he not think that the real responsibility rested with German militarism? Had it not sought and prepared this conflict by its arrogance, preventing any settlement? The socialist denied this roundly. His deputies were supporting the war, and therefore must have good reason. Everything that he said showed an absolute submission to discipline, the eternal German discipline, blind and obedient, which was dominating even the most advanced parties. In vain the Frenchman repeated arguments and facts which everybody had read from the beginning of the war. His words simply slid over the calloused brains of this revolutionist, accustomed to delegating all his his reasoning functions to others. "Who can tell?" he finally said. "Perhaps we have made a mistake. But just at this moment all is confused. The premises which would enable us to draw exact conclusions are lacking. When the conflict ends, we shall know the truly guilty parties, and if they are ours, we shall throw the responsibility upon them." Desnoyers could hardly keep from laughing at his simplicity. To wait till the end of the war to know who was to blame! And if the empire should come out conqueror, what responsibility could the Socialists exact in the full pride of victory, they who always confined themselves to electoral battles, without the slightest attempt at rebellion? "Whatever the cause may be," concluded the Socialist, "this war is very sad. How many dead! I was at Charleroi. One has to see modern warfare close by. We shall conquer. We are going to enter Paris, so they say, but many of our men must fall before obtaining the final victory." And as though wishing to put these visions of death out of his mind, he resumed his diversion of watching the swans, offering them bits of bread so as to make them swing around in their slow and majestic course. The keeper and his family were continually crossing and recrossing the bridge. Seeing their master on such friendly terms with the invaders, they had lost some of the fear which had kept them shut up in their cottage. To the woman it seemed but natural that Don Marcelo's authority should be recognized by these people. The master is always the master, and as though she had received a part of this authority, she was entering the castle fearlessly, followed by her daughter, in order to put in order her master's sleeping room. They had decided to pass the night in rooms near his, that he might not feel so lonely among the Germans. The two women were carrying bedding and mattresses from the lodge to the top floor. The keeper was occupied in heating a second bath for His Excellency, while his wife was bemoaning with gestures of despair the sacking of the castle. How many exquisite things had disappeared! Desirous of saving the remainder, she besought her master to make complaints, as though he could prevent the individual and stealthy robberies. The orderlies and followers of the Count were pocketing everything they could lay their hands on, saying smilingly that they were souvenirs. Later on, the woman approached Desnoyers with a mysterious air to impart a new revelation. She had seen a head officer force open the chiffoniers where her mistress was accustomed to keep her lingerie, and he was making up a package of the finest pieces, including a great quantity of blonde lace. "That's the one, master," she said soon after, pointing to a German who was writing in the garden, where an oblique ray of sunlight was filtering through the branches upon his table. Don Marcelo recognized him with surprise. Commandant Blumhardt, too! But immediately he excused the act. He supposed it was only natural that this official should want to take something away from the castle, since the Count had set the example. Besides, he took into account the quality of the objects which he was appropriating. They were not for himself, they were for the wife, for the daughters, a good father of his family. For more than an hour now he had been sitting before that table, writing incessantly, conversing pen in hand with his Augusta and all the family in Cassel. Better that this good man should carry off his stuff than those other domineering officers with cutting voices and insolent stiffness. Desnoyers noticed, too, that the writer raised his head every time that Georgette, the warden's daughter, passed by, following her with his eyes. The poor father! Undoubtedly he was comparing her with his two girls home in Germany, with all their thoughts on the war. He, too, was thinking of Chichi, fearing sometimes that he might never see her again. In one of her trips from the castle to her home, Blumhardt called the child to him. She stopped before the table, timid and shrinking as though she felt a presentiment of danger, but making an effort to smile. The Prussian father, meanwhile, chatted with her and patted her cheeks with his great paws, a sight which touched Desnoyers deeply. The memories of a pacific and virtuous life were rising above the horrors of war. Decidedly, this one enemy was a good man anyway. Because of his conclusion, the millionaire smiled indulgently when the Commandant, leaving the table, came toward him. After delivering his letter and a bulky package to a soldier to take to the battalion post office in the village. "It is for my family," he explained. "I do not let a day pass without sending them a letter. Theirs are so precious to me. I am also sending them a few remembrances." Desnoyers was on the point of protesting, but with a shrug of indifference he concluded to keep silence, as if he did not object. The Commandant continued talking of the sweet Augusta and their children, while the invisible tempest kept on thundering beyond the serene twilight horizon. Each time the cannonading was more intense. "The battle," continued Blumhardt, "always a battle. Surely it is the last, and we are going to win. Within the week we shall be entering Paris, but how many will never see it? So many dead. I understand that tomorrow we shall not be here. All the reserves are to combine with the attack, so as to overcome the last resistance. If only I do not fall!" Thoughts of the possibility of death the following day contracted his forehead in a scowl of hatred. A deep vertical line was parting his eyebrows. He frowned ferociously at Desnoyers, as though making him responsible for his death and the trouble of his family. For a few moments Don Marcelo could hardly recognize this man, transformed by warlike passions, as the sweet-natured and friendly Blumhardt of a little while before. The sun was beginning to set when a sub-officer, the one of the Social Democracy, came running in search of the Commandant. Desnoyers could not understand what was the matter because they were speaking in German, but following the direction of the messenger's continual pointing, he saw beyond the iron gates a group of country people and some soldiers with guns. Blumhardt, after a brief reflection, started toward the group, and Don Marcelo behind him. Soon he saw a village lad in charge of some Germans who were holding their bayonets to his breast. His face was colorless, with the whiteness of a wax candle. His shirt, blackened with soot, was so badly torn that it told of a hand-to-hand struggle. On one temple was a gash, bleeding badly. A short distance away was a woman with disheveled hair, holding a baby and surrounded by 4 children, all covered with black grime, as though coming from a coal mine. The woman was pleading desperately, raising her hands appealingly, her sobs interrupting her story, which she was uselessly trying to tell the soldiers, incapable of understanding her. The petty officer, convoying the band, spoke in German with the Commandant while the woman besought the intervention of Desnoyers. When she recognized the owner of the castle, she suddenly regained her serenity, believing that he could intercede for her. That husky young boy was her son. They had all been hiding since the day before in the cellar of their burned house. Hunger and the danger of death from asphyxiation had forced them finally to venture forth. As soon as the Germans had seen her son, they had beaten him and were going to shoot him, as they were shooting all the young men. They believed that the lad was 20 years old, the age of a soldier, and in order that he might not join the French army, they were going to kill him. "It's a lie!" shrieked the mother. "He's not more than 18, not 18, a little less. He's only 17. She turned to those who were following behind in order to implore their testimony. Sad women, equally dirty, their ragged garments smelling of fire, poverty and death. All assented, adding their outcries to those of the mother. Some even went so far as to say that the overgrown boy was only 16, 15. And to this feminine chorus was added the wailing of the little ones, looking at their brother with eyes distended with terror. The Commandant examined the prisoner while he listened to the official. An employee of the township had said carelessly that the child was about 20, never dreaming that with this inaccuracy he was causing his death. "It was a lie," repeated the mother, guessing instinctively what they were saying. "That man made a mistake. My boy is robust and therefore looks older than he is, but he is not 20. The gentleman from the castle who knows him can tell you so. Is it not so, Monsieur Desnoyers?" Since, in her maternal desperation, she had appealed to his protection, Don Marcelo believed that he ought to intervene, and so he spoke to the Commandant. He knew this youth very well (he did not ever remember having seen him before), and believed that he really was under 20. "And even if he were of age," he added, "is that a crime to shoot a man for?" Blumhardt did not reply. Since he had recovered his functions of command, he ignored absolutely Don Marcelo's existence. He was about to say something, to give an order, but hesitated. It might be better to consult His Excellency. And seeing that he was going toward the castle, Desnoyers marched at his side. "Commandant, this cannot be," he commenced saying. "This lacks common sense, to shoot a man on the suspicion that he may be 20 years old." But the Commandant remained silent and continued on his way. As they crossed the bridge, they heard the sound of the piano. A good omen, Desnoyers thought. The aesthete who had so touched him with his impassioned voice was going to say the saving word. On entering the salon, he did not at first recognize His Excellency. He saw a man sitting at the piano, wearing no clothing but a Japanese dressing gown, a woman's rose-colored kimono, embroidered with golden birds, belonging to Chichi. At any other time he would have burst into roars of laughter at beholding this scrawny, bony warrior with the cruel eyes, with his brawny braceleted arms appearing through the loose sleeves. After taking his bath, the Count had delayed putting on his uniform, luxuriating in the silky contact of the feminine tunic, so like his oriental garments in Berlin. Blumhardt did not betray the slightest astonishment at the aspect of his general. In the customary attitude of military erectness, he spoke in his own language, while the Count listened with a bored air, meanwhile passing his fingers idly over the keys. End of section 48. Section 49, Part 2, Chapter 5, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. A shaft of sunlight from a nearby window was enveloping the piano and musician in a halo of gold. Through the window, too, was wafting the poetry of the sunset, the rustling of the leaves, the hushed song of the birds, and the hum of the insects whose transparent wings were glowing like sparks in the last rays of the sun. The general, annoyed that his dreaming melancholy should be interrupted by this inopportune visit, cut short the Commandant's story with a gesture of command and a word. One word only. He said no more. He took 2 puffs from a Turkish cigarette that was slowly scorching the wood of the piano, and again ran his hands over the ivory keys, catching up the broken threads of the vague and tender improvisation inspired by the gloaming. "Thanks, Your Excellency," said the gratified Desnoyers, surmising his magnanimous response. The Commandant had disappeared, nor could the Frenchman find him outside the castle. A soldier was pacing up and down near the iron gates in order to transmit commands, and the guards were pushing back with blows from their guns a screaming group of women and tiny children. The entrance was entirely cleared. Undoubtedly the crowds were returning to the village after the general's pardon. Desnoyers was halfway down the avenue when he heard a howling sound composed of many voices, a hair-raising shriek such as only womanly desperation can send forth. At the same time, the air was vibrating with snaps, the loud cracking sound that he knew from the day before, shots. He imagined that on the other side of the iron railing there were some writhing bodies struggling to escape from powerful arms, and others fleeing with bounds of fear. He saw running toward him a horror-stricken, sobbing woman with her hands to her head. It was the wife of the keeper, who a little while before had joined the desperate group of women. "Oh, don't go on, master," she called, stopping his hurried step. "They have killed him. They have just shot him." Don Marcelo stood rooted to the ground. Shot! And after the general's pardon! Suddenly he ran back to the castle, hardly knowing what he was doing, and soon reached the salon. His Excellency was still at the piano, humming in low tones, his eyes moistened by the poesy of his dreams. But the breathless old gentleman did not stop to listen. "They have shot him, Your Excellency. They have just killed him in spite of your order." The smile which crossed the Count's face immediately informed him of his mistake. "That is war, my dear sir," said the player, pausing for a moment. "War with its cruel necessities. It is always expedient to destroy the enemy of tomorrow." And with a pedantic air, as though he were giving a lesson, he discoursed about the Orientals, great masters of the art of living. One of the personages most admired by him was a certain sultan of the Turkish conquest, who with his own hands had strangled the sons of the adversary. "Our foes do not come into the world on horseback and brandishing a lance," said that hero. "All are born as children, and it is advisable to wipe them from the face of the earth before they grow up." Desnoyers listened without taking it in. One thought only was occupying his mind. That man that he had supposed just, that sentimentalist so affected by his own singing, had between two arpeggios coldly given the order for death. The Count made a gesture of impatience. He might retire now, and he counseled him to be more discreet in the future, avoiding mixing himself up in the affairs of the service. Then he turned his back, running his hands over the piano and giving himself up to harmonious melancholy. For Don Marcelo there now began an absurd life of the most extraordinary events, an experience which was going to last 4 days. In his life history, this period represented a long parenthesis of stupefaction, slashed by the most horrible visions. Not wishing to meet these men again, he abandoned his own bedroom, taking refuge on the top floor of the servants' quarters, near the room selected by the warden and his family. In vain the good woman kept offering him things to eat as the night came on. He had no appetite. He lay stretched out on the bed, preferring to be alone with his thoughts in the dark. When would this martyrdom ever come to an end? There came into his mind the recollection of a trip which he had made to London some years ago. In his imagination he again saw the British Museum and certain Assyrian bas-reliefs, relics of bestial humanity, which had filled him with terror. The warriors were represented as burning the towns. The prisoners were beheaded in heaps. The pacific countrymen were marching in lines with chains on their necks, forming strings of slaves. Until that moment he had never realized the advance which civilization had made through the centuries. Wars were still breaking out now and then, but they had been regulated by the march of progress. The life of the prisoner was now held sacred. The captured towns must be respected. There existed a complete code of international law to regulate how men should be killed and nations should combat, causing the least possible harm. But now he had just seen the primitive realities of war, the same as that of thousands of years ago. The men with the helmets were proceeding in exactly the same way as those ferocious and perfumed satraps with blue mitre and curled beard. The adversary was shot, although not carrying arms. The prisoner died of shot or blow from the gun. The civilian captives were sent in crowds to Germany like those of other centuries. What avail was all our so-called progress? Where was our boasted civilization? He was awakened by the light of a candle in his eyes. The warden's wife had come up again to see if he needed anything. "Oh, what a night, master! Just hear them yelling and singing. The bottles that they have emptied, they are in the dining room. You better not see them. Now they are amusing themselves by breaking the furniture. Even the Count is drunk. Drunk, too, is that commandant that you were talking with, and all the rest. Some of them are dancing half naked." She evidently wished to keep quiet about certain details, but her love of talking got the better of her discretion. Some of the officers had dressed themselves up in the hats and gowns of her mistress, and were dancing and shouting, imitating feminine seductiveness and affectations. One of them had been greeted with roars of enthusiasm upon presenting himself with no other clothing than a combination of Mademoiselle Chichi's. Many were taking obscene delight in soiling the rugs and filling the sideboard drawers with indescribable filth, using the finest linens that they could lay their hands on. Her master silenced her peremptorily. Why tell him such vile, disgusting things? "And we are obliged to wait on them," wailed the woman. "They are beside themselves. They appear like different beings. The soldiers are saying that they are going to resume their march at daybreak. There is a great battle on, and they are going to win it, but it is necessary that every one of them should fight in it. My poor sick husband just can't stand it any longer. So many humiliations, and my little girl, my little girl!" The child was her greatest anxiety. She had her well hidden away, but she was watching uneasily the goings and comings of some of these men, maddened with alcohol. The most terrible of them all was that fat officer who had patted Georgette so paternally. Apprehension for her daughter's safety made her hurry restlessly away, saying over and over, "God has forgotten the world. Ay, what is ever going to become of us?" Don Marcelo was now tinglingly awake. Through the open window was blowing the clear night air. The cannonading was still going on, prolonging the conflict way into the night. Below the castle, the soldiers were intoning a slow and melodious chant that sounded like a psalm. From the interior of the edifice rose the whoopings of brutal laughter, the crash of breaking furniture, and the mad chase of dissolute pursuit. When would this diabolical orgy ever wear itself down? For a long time he was not at all sleepy, but was gradually losing consciousness of what was going on around him, when he was roused with a start. Near him, on the same floor, a door had fallen with a crash, unable to resist a succession of formidable batterings. This was followed immediately by the screams of a woman, weeping, desperate supplications, the noise of a struggle, reeling steps, and the thud of bodies against the wall. He had a presentiment that it was Georgette, shrieking and trying to defend herself. Before he could put his feet to the floor, he heard a man's voice, which he was sure was the keeper's. She was safe. "Ah, you villain!" Then the outbreak of a second struggle, a shot, silence. Rushing down the hallway that ended at the stairway, Desnoyers saw lights and many men who came trooping up the stairs, bounding over several steps at a time. He almost fell over a body from which escaped a groan of agony. At his feet lay the warden, his chest moving like a pair of bellows, his eyes glassy and unnaturally distended, his mouth covered with blood. Near him glistened a kitchen knife. Then he saw a man with a revolver in one hand and holding shut with the other a broken door that someone was trying to open from within. Don Marcelo recognized him in spite of his greenish pallor and wild look. It was Blumhardt, another Blumhardt, with a bestial expression of terrifying ferocity and lust. Don Marcelo could see clearly how it had all happened. The debauchee rushing through the castle in search of his prey, the anxious father in close pursuit, the cries of the girl, the unequal struggle between the consumptive with his emergency weapon and the warrior triumphant. The fury of his youth awoke in the old Frenchman, sweeping everything before it. What did it matter if he did die? "Ah, you villain!" he yelled, as the poor father had done, and with clenched fists he marched up to the German, who smiled coldly and held his revolver to his eyes. He was just going to shoot him, but at that instant Desnoyers fell to the floor, knocked down by those who were leaping up the stairs. He received many blows, the heavy boots of the invaders hammering him with their heels. He felt a hot stream pouring over his face. Blood. He did not know whether it was his own or that of the palpitating mortal slowly dying beside him. Then he found himself lifted from the floor by many hands which pushed him toward a man. It was His Excellency, with his uniform burst open and smelling of wine. Eyes and voice were both trembling. "My dear sir," he stuttered, trying to recover this suave irony, "I warned you not to interfere in our affairs, and you have not obeyed me. You may now take the consequences of your lack of discretion." He gave an order, and the old man felt himself pushed downstairs to the cellars underneath the castle. Those conducting him were soldiers under the command of a petty officer whom he recognized as the Socialist. This young professor was the only one sober, but he maintained himself erect and unapproachable with the ferocity of discipline. He put his prisoner into an arched vault without any breathing place except a tiny window on a level with the floor. Many broken bottles and chests with some straw were all that was in the cave. "You have insulted a head officer," said the officer roughly, "and they will probably shoot you tomorrow. Your only salvation lies in the continuance of the revels, in which case they may forget you." As the door of this sub-cellar was broken, like all the others in the building, a pile of boxes and furniture was heaped in the entrance way. End of section 49. Section 50, Part 2, Chapter 5, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Don Marcelo passed the rest of the night tormented with the cold, the only thing which worried him just then. He had abandoned all hope of life. Even the images of his family seemed blotted from his memory. He worked in the dark in order to make himself more comfortable on the chests, burrowing down into the straw for the sake of its heat. When the morning breeze began to sift in through the little window, he fell slowly into a heavy, overpowering sleep like that of criminals condemned to death or duelists before the fatal morning. He thought he heard shouts in German, the galloping of horses, a distant sound of tattoo and whistle, such as the battalions of the invaders made with their fifes and drums. Then he lost all consciousness of his surroundings. On opening his eyes again, a ray of sunlight slipping through the window was tracing a little golden square on the wall, giving a regal splendor to the hanging cobwebs. Someone was removing the barricade before the door. A woman's voice, timid and distressed, was calling repeatedly, "Master, are you here?" He sprang up quickly, wishing to aid the worker outside and pushing vigorously. He thought that the invaders must have left. In no other way could he imagine the warden's wife daring to try to get him out of his cell. "Yes, they have gone," she said. "Nobody is left in the castle." As soon as he was able to get out, Don Marcelo looked inquiringly at the woman with her bloodshot eyes, disheveled hair, and sorrow-drawn face. The night had weighed her down pitilessly with the pressure of many years. All the energy with which she had been working to free Desnoyers disappeared on seeing him again. "Oh, master, master!" she moaned convulsively, and she flung herself into his arms, bursting into tears. Don Marcelo did not need to ask anything further. He dreaded to know the truth. Nevertheless, he asked after her husband. Now that he was awake and free, he cherished the fleeting hope that what he had gone through the night before was but another of his nightmares. Perhaps the poor man was still living. "They killed him, monsieur. That man who seemed so good murdered him, and I don't know where his body is. Nobody will tell me." She had a suspicion that the corpse was in the fosse. The green and tranquil waters had closed mysteriously over this victim of the night. Desnoyers suspected that another sorrow was troubling the mother still more, but he kept modestly silent. It was she who finally spoke between outbursts of grief. Georgette was now in the lodge, horror-stricken and shuddering. She had fled there when the invaders had left the castle. They had kept her in their power until the last minute. "Oh, master, don't look at her. She is trembling and sobbing at the thought that you may speak with her about what she has gone through. She is almost out of her mind. She longs to die. My little girl. And is there no one who will punish these monsters?" They had come up from the cellars and crossed the bridge, the woman looking fixedly into the silent waters. The dead body of a swan was floating upon them. Before their departure, while their horses were being saddled, two officers had amused themselves by chasing with revolver shots the birds swimming in the moat. The aquatic plants were spotted with blood. Among the leaves were floating some tufts of limp white plumage, like a bit of washing escaped from the hands of a laundress. Don Marcelo and the woman exchanged a compassionate glance, and then looked pityingly at each other as the sunlight brought out more strongly their aging, wan appearance. The passing of these people had destroyed everything. There was no food left in the castle except some crusts of dry bread forgotten in the kitchen. "And we have to live, monsieur," exclaimed the woman with reviving energy as she thought of her daughter's need. "We have to live, if only to see how God punishes them." The old man shrugged his shoulders in despair. God? But the woman was right. They had to live. With the famished audacity of his early youth, when he was traveling over boundless tracts of land, driving his herds of cattle, he now rushed outside the park, hunting for some form of sustenance. He saw the valley, fair and green, basking in the sun, the groups of trees, the plots of yellowish soil with the hard spikes of stubble, the hedges in which the birds were singing, all the summer splendor of a countryside developed and cultivated during 15 centuries by dozens and dozens of generations. And yet here he was alone at the mercy of chance, likely to perish with hunger, more alone than when he was crossing the towering heights of the Andes. Those irregular slopes of rocks and snow, wrapped in endless silence, only broken from time to time by the flapping of the condor's wings. Nobody. His gaze could not distinguish a single movable point. Everything fixed, motionless, crystallized, as though contracted with fear before the peals of thunder which were still rumbling around the horizon. He went on toward the village, a mass of black walls with a few houses still intact, and a roofless bell tower with its cross twisted by fire. Nobody in the streets, sown with bottles, charred chunks of wood, and soot-covered rubbish. The dead bodies had disappeared, but a nauseating smell of decomposing and burned flesh assailed his nostrils. He saw a mound of earth where the shooting had taken place, and from it were protruding 2 feet and a hand. At his approach, several black forms flew up into the air from a trench so shallow that the bodies within were exposed to view. A whirring of stiff wings beat the air above him, flying off with the croakings of wrath. He explored every nook and corner, even approaching the place where the troopers had erected their barricade. The carts were still by the roadside. He then retraced his steps, calling out before the least injured houses, and putting his head through the doors and windows that were unobstructed or but half consumed. Was nobody left in Villeblanche? He descried among the ruins something advancing on all fours, a species of reptile that stopped its crawling with movements of hesitation and fear, ready to retreat or slip into its hole under the ruins. Suddenly the creature stopped and stood up. It was a man, an old man. Other human larvae were coming forth, conjured by his shouts. Poor beings who hours ago had given up the standing position which would have attracted the bullets of the enemy, and had been enviously imitating the lower organisms, squirming through the dirt as fast as they could scurry into the bosom of the earth. They were mostly women and children, all filthy and black with snarled hair, the fierceness of animal appetite in their eyes, the faintness of the weak animal in their hanging jaws. They were all living hidden in the ruins of their homes. Fear had made them temporarily forget their hunger, but finding that the enemy had gone, they were suddenly assailed by all necessitous demands intensified by hours of anguish. Desnoyers felt as though he were surrounded by a tribe of brutalized and famished Indians like those he had often seen in his adventurous voyages. He had brought with him from Paris a quantity of gold pieces, and he pulled out a coin which glittered in the sun. Bread was needed, everything eatable was needed. He would pay without haggling. The flash of gold aroused looks of enthusiasm and greediness, but this impression was short-lived, all eyes contemplating the yellow discs with indifference. Don Marcelo was himself convinced that the miraculous charm had lost its power. They all chanted a chorus of sorrow and horrors with slow and plaintive voice, as though they stood weeping before a bier. "Monsieur, they have killed my husband. Monsieur, my sons, 2 of them are missing. Monsieur, they have taken all the men prisoners. They say it is to work the land in Germany. Monsieur, bread! My little ones are dying of hunger." One woman was lamenting something worse than death. "My girl, my poor girl!" Her look of hatred and wild desperation revealed the secret tragedy. Her outcries and tears recalled that other mother who was sobbing in the same way up at the castle. In the depths of some cave was lying the victim, half dead with fatigue, shaken with a wild delirium, in which she still saw the succession of brutal faces inflamed with simian passion. The miserable group, forming themselves into a circle around him, stretched out their hands beseechingly toward the man whom they knew to be so very rich. The women showed him the death pallor on the faces of their scarcely breathing babies, their eyes glazed with starvation. "Bread! Bread!" they implored, as though he could work a miracle. He gave to one mother the gold piece that he had in his hand, and distributed more to the others. They took them without looking at them, and continued their lament, "Bread! Bread!" And he had gone to the village to make the same supplication. He fled, recognizing the uselessness of his efforts. End of section 50. Section 51, Part II, Chapter 6 of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Banner of the Red Cross. Returning in desperation to his estate, Don Marcelo Desnoyers saw huge automobiles and men on horseback forming a very long convoy and completely filling the road. They were all going in his direction. At the entrance to the park, a band of Germans was putting up the wires for a telephone line. They had just been reconnoitering the rooms befouled with the night's saturnalia, and were ha-haing boisterously over Captain von Hartrott's inscription, "Bitte nicht plündern." To them it seemed the acme of wit, truly Teutonic. The convoy now invaded the park with its automobiles and trucks bearing a red cross. A war hospital was going to be established in the castle. The doctors were dressed in grayish green and armed the same as the officers. They also imitated their freezing hauteur and repellent unapproachableness. There came out of the drays hundreds of folding cots, which were placed in rows in the different rooms. The furniture that still remained was thrown out in a heap under the trees. Squads of soldiers were obeying with mechanical promptitude the brief and imperious orders. An odor of an apothecary's shop of concentrated drugs now pervaded the quarters, mixed with the strong smell of the antiseptics with which they were sprinkling the walls in order to disinfect the filthy remains of the nocturnal orgy. Then he saw women clad in white, buxom girls with blue eyes and flaxen hair. They were grave, bland, austere, and implacable in appearance. Several times they pushed Desnoyers out of their way, as if they did not see him. They looked like nuns, but with revolvers under their habits. At midday, other automobiles began to arrive, attracted by the enormous white flag with the red cross, which was now waving from the castle tower. They came from the division battling beyond the Marne. Their metal fittings were dented by projectiles, their windshields broken by star-shaped holes. From their interiors appeared men and more men, some on foot, others on canvas stretchers, faces pale and rubicund, profiles aquiline and snubby, red heads and skulls wrapped in white turbans stiff with blood, mouths that laughed with bravado and mouths that groaned with bluish lips, jaws supported with mummy-like bandages, giants in agony whose wounds were not apparent, shapeless forms ending in a head that talked and smoked, legs with hanging flesh that was dyeing the first aid wrappings with their red moisture, arms that hung as inert as dead boughs, torn uniforms in which were conspicuous the tragic vacancies of absent members. This avalanche of suffering was quickly distributed throughout the castle. In a few hours it was so completely filled that there was not a vacant bed, the last arrivals being laid in the shadow of the trees. The telephones were ringing incessantly. The surgeons in coarse aprons were going from one side to the other, working rapidly. Human life was submitted to savage proceedings with roughness and celerity. Those who died under it simply left one more cot free for the others that kept on coming. Desnoyers saw bloody baskets filled with shapeless masses of flesh, strips of skin, broken bones, entire limbs. The orderlies were carrying these terrible remnants to the foot of the park in order to bury them in a little plot which had been Chichi's favorite reading nook. Pairs of soldiers were carrying out objects wrapped in sheets which the owner recognized as his. These were the dead, and the park was soon converted into a cemetery. No longer was the little retreat large enough to hold the corpses and the severed remains from the operations. New grave trenches were being opened nearby. The Germans, armed with shovels, were pressing into service a dozen of the farmer prisoners to aid in unloading the dead. Now they were bringing them down by the cartload, dumping them in like the rubbish from some demolished building. Don Marcelo felt an abnormal delight in contemplating this increasing number of vanquished enemies, yet he grieved at the same time that this precipitation of intruders should be deposited forever on his property. At nightfall, overwhelmed by so many emotions, he again suffered the torments of hunger. All day long he had eaten nothing but the crust of bread found in the kitchen by the warden's wife. The rest he had left for her and her daughter. A distress as harrowing to him as his hunger was the sight of poor Georgette's shocked despondency. She was always trying to escape from his presence in an agony of shame. "Don't let the master see me," she would cry, hiding her face, since his presence seemed to recall more vividly the memory of her assaults. Desnoyers tried, while in the lodge, to avoid going near her. Desperate with the gnawings of his empty stomach, he accosted several doctors who were speaking French, but all in vain. They would not listen to him, and when he repeated his petitions, they pushed him roughly out of their way. He was not going to perish with hunger in the midst of his riches. Those people were eating. The indifferent nurses had established themselves in his kitchen. But the time passed on without encountering anybody who would take pity on this old man, dragging himself weakly from one place to another in the misery of an old age intensified by despair and suffering in every part of the body, the results of the blows of the night before. He now knew the gnawings of a hunger far worse than that which he had suffered when journeying over the desert plains. A hunger among men in a civilized country, wearing a belt filled with gold, surrounded with towers and castle halls which were his, but in the control of others who would not condescend to listen to him. And for this piteous ending of his life, he had amassed millions and returned to Europe. Ah, the irony of fate! He saw a doctor's assistant leaning up against a tree, about to devour a slab of bread and sausage. His envious eyes scrutinized this fellow, tall, thick-set, his jaws bristling with a great red beard. The trembling old man staggered up to him, begging for the food by signs and holding out a piece of money. The German's eyes glistened at the sight of the gold, and a beatific smile stretched his mouth from ear to ear. "Ja," he responded, and grabbing the money, he handed over the food. Don Marcelo commenced to swallow it with avidity. Never had he so appreciated the sheer ecstasy of eating as at that instant. In the midst of his gardens converted into a cemetery, before his despoiled castle where hundreds of human beings were groaning in agony, a grayish arm passed before his eyes. It belonged to the German, who had returned with 2 slices of bread and a bit of meat snatched from the kitchen. He repeated his smirking "Ja," and after his victim had secured it by means of another gold coin, he was able to take it to the 2 women hidden in the cottage. During the night, a night of painful watching, cut with visions of horror, it seemed to him that the roar of the artillery was coming nearer. It was a scarcely perceptible difference, perhaps the effect of the silence of the night, which always intensifies sound. The ambulances continued coming from the front, discharging their cargoes of riddled humanity and going back for more. Desnoyers surmised that his castle was but one of the many hospitals established in a line of more than 80 miles, and that on the other side, behind the French, were many similar ones in which the same activity was going on, the consignments of dying men succeeding each other with terrifying frequency. Many of the combatants were not even having the satisfaction of being taken from the battlefield, but were lying groaning on the ground, burying their bleeding members in the dust or mud, and weltering in the ooze from their wounds. And Don Marcelo, who a few hours before had been considering himself the unhappiest of mortals, now experienced a cruel joy in reflecting that so many thousands of vigorous men at the point of death could well envy him for his hale old age and for the tranquility with which he was reposing on that humble bed. The next morning the orderly was waiting for him in the same place, holding out a napkin filled with eatables. Good, red-bearded man, helpful and kind, and he offered him the piece of gold. "9," replied the fellow, with a broad, malicious grin. Two gleaming gold pieces appeared between Don Marcelo's fingers, another leering "9," and a shake of the head. Ah, the robber! How he was taking advantage of his necessity! And not until he had produced 5 gold coins was he able to secure the package. He soon began to notice all around him a silent and sly conspiracy to get possession of his money. A giant in a sergeant's uniform put a shovel in his hand, pushing him roughly forward. He soon found himself in a corner of the park that had been transformed into a graveyard, near the cart of cadavers. There he had to shovel dirt on his own ground in company with the indignant prisoners. He averted his eyes so as not to look at the rigid and grotesque bodies piled above him at the edge of the pit, ready to be tumbled in. The ground was sending forth an insufferable odor, for decomposition had already set in the nearby trenches. The persistence with which his overseers accosted him and the crafty smile of the sergeant made him see through the deep-laid scheme. The Redbeard must be at the bottom of all this. Putting his hand in his pocket, he dropped the shovel with a look of interrogation. "Ja," replied the sergeant. After handing over the required sum, the tormented old man was permitted to stop grave digging and wander around at his pleasure. He knew, however, what was probably in store for him. Those men were going to submit him to a merciless exploitation. Another day passed by, like its predecessor. In the morning of the following day, his perceptions, sharpened by apprehension, made him conjecture that something extraordinary had occurred. The automobiles were arriving and departing with greater rapidity, and there was greater disorder and confusion among the executive force. The telephone was ringing with mad precipitation, and the wounded arrivals seemed more depressed. The day before, they had been singing when taken from the vehicles, hiding their woe with laughter and bravado, all talking of the near victory and regretting that they would not be able to witness the triumphal entry into Paris. Now they were all very silent, with furrowed brows, thinking no longer about what was going on behind them, wondering only about their own fate. Outside the park was the buzz of the approaching throng which was blackening the roads. The invasion was beginning again, but with a refluent movement. For hours at a time, great strings of gray trucks went puffing by. Then regiments of infantry, squadrons, rolling stock. They were marching very slowly with a deliberation that puzzled Desnoyers, who could not make out whether this recessional meant flight or change of position. The only thing that gave him any satisfaction was the stupefied and downcast appearance of the soldiers, the gloomy sulks of the officers. Nobody was shouting. They all appeared to have forgotten their "Nach Paris." The greenish-gray monster still had its armed head stretched across the other side of the Marne, but its tail was beginning to uncoil with uneasy wrigglings. After night had settled down, the troops were still continuing to fall back. The cannonading was certainly coming nearer. Some of the thunderous claps sounded so close that they made the glass tremble in the windows. A fugitive farmer, trying to find refuge in the park, gave Don Marcelo some news. The Germans were in full retreat. They had installed some of their batteries on the banks of the Marne in order to attempt a new resistance, and the new arrival remained without attracting the attention of the invaders, who, a few days before, would have shot him on the slightest suspicion. The mechanical workings of discipline were evidently out of gear. Doctors and nurses were running from place to place, shouting orders and breaking out into a volley of curses every time a fresh ambulance load arrived. The drivers were commanded to take their patients on ahead to another hospital near the rear guard. Orders had been received to evacuate the castle that very night. In spite of this prohibition, one of the ambulances unloaded its relay of wounded men. So deplorable was their state that the doctors accepted them, judging it useless for them to continue their journey. They remained in the garden, lying on the same stretchers that they had occupied within the vehicle. By the light of the lanterns, Desnoyers recognized one of the dying. It was the secretary to His Excellency, the socialist professor who had shut him in the cellar vaults. At the sight of the owner of the castle, he smiled as though he had met a comrade. His was the only familiar face among all those people who were speaking his language. He was ghastly in hue, with sunken features and an impalpable gaze spreading over his eyes. He had no visible wounds, but from under the cloak spread over his abdomen, his torn intestines exhaled a fatal warning. The presence of Don Marcelo made him guess where they had brought him, and little by little he coordinated his recollections. As though the old gentleman might be interested in the whereabouts of his comrades, he told him all he knew in a weak and strained voice. Bad luck for their brigade. They had reached the front at a critical moment for the reserve troops. Commandant Blumhardt had died at the very first, a shell of 75 taking off his head. Dead, too, were all the officers who had lodged in the castle. His Excellency had had his jawbone torn off by a fragment of shell. He had seen him on the ground, howling with pain, drawing a portrait from his breast and trying to kiss it with his broken mouth. He had himself been hit in the stomach by the same shell. He had lain 42 hours on the field before he was picked up by the ambulance corps. And with the mania of the university man whose hobby is to see everything reasoned out and logically explained, he added in that supreme moment, with the tenacity of those who die, talking, "Sad war, sir. Many premises are lacking in order to decide who is the culpable party. When the war is ended, they will have to. And he closed his eyes, overcome by the effort. Desnoyers left the dead man thinking to himself, "Poor fellow." He was placing the hour of justice at the termination of the war, and meanwhile hundreds like him were dying, disappearing with all their scruples of ponderous and disciplined reasoning. End of section 51. Section 52, Part 2, Chapter 6, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. That night there was no sleep on the place. The walls of the lodge were creaking, the glass crashing and breaking, the two women in the adjoining room crying out nervously. The noise of the German fire was beginning to mingle with that of other explosives close at hand. He surmised that this was the smashing of the French projectiles which were coming in search of the enemy's artillery above the Marne. For a few minutes his hopes revived as the possibility of victory flashed into his mind, but he was so depressed by his forlorn situation that such a hope evaporated as quickly as it had come. His own troops were advancing, but this advance did not, perhaps, represent more than a local gain. The line of battle was so extensive. It was going to be as in 1870. The French would achieve partial victories, modified at the last moment by the strategy of the enemies, until they were turned into complete defeat. After midnight, the cannonading ceased. But silence was by no means re-established. Automobiles were rolling around the lodge midst hoarse shouts of command. It must be the hospital convoy that was evacuating the castle. Then, near daybreak, the thudding of horses' hoofs and the wheels of chugging machines thundered through the gates, making the ground tremble. Half an hour afterwards sounded the tramp of multitudes moving at a quick pace, dying away in the depths of the park. At dawn, the old gentleman leaped from his bed, and the first thing he spied from the cottage window was the flag of the Red Cross still floating from the top of the castle. There were no more cots under the trees. On the bridge he met one of the doctors and several assistants. The hospital force had gone with all its transportable patients. There only remained in the castle, under the care of a company, those most gravely wounded. The Valkyries of the health department had also disappeared. The red-bearded Shylock was among those left behind, and on seeing Don Marcelo afar off, he smiled and immediately vanished. A few minutes after, he returned with full hands. Never before had he been so generous. Foreseeing pressing necessity, the hungry man put his hands in his pockets as usual, but was astonished to learn from the orderly's emphatic gestures that he did not wish any money. Nein, nein! What generosity was this? The German persisted in his negatives. His enormous mouth expanded in an ingratiating grin as he laid his heavy paws on Marcelo's shoulders. He appeared like a good dog, a meek dog, fawning and licking the hands of the passer-by, coaxing to be taken along with him. Franzosen! Franzosen! He did not know how to say any more, but the Frenchman read in his words the desire to make him understand that he had always been in great sympathy with the French. Something very important was evidently transpiring. The ill-humored air of those left behind in the castle and the sudden servility of this plowman in uniform made it very apparent. Some distance beyond the castle he saw soldiers, many soldiers. A battalion of infantry had spread itself along the walls with trucks, draft horses, and swift mounts. With their pikes, the soldiers were making small openings in the mud walls, shaping them into a border of little pinnacles. Others were kneeling or sitting near the apertures, taking off their knapsacks in order that they might be less hampered. Afar off, the cannon were booming, and in the intervals between their detonations could be heard the bursting of shrapnel, the bubbling of frying oil, the grinding of a coffee mill, and the incessant crackling of rifle fire. Fleecy clouds were floating over the fields, giving to near objects the indefinite lines of unreality. The sun was a faint spot seen between curtains of mist. The trees were weeping fog moisture from all the cracks in their bark. A thunderclap rent the air so forcibly that it seemed very near the castle. Desnoyers trembled, believing that he had received a blow in the chest. The other men remained impassive with their customary indifference. A cannon had just been discharged but a few feet away from him, and not till then did he realize that 2 batteries had been installed in the park. The pieces of artillery were hidden under mounds of branches, the gunners having felled trees in order to mask their monsters more perfectly. He saw them arranging the last. With shovels, they were forming a border of earth a foot in width around each piece. This border guarded the feet of the operators, whose bodies were protected by steel shields on both sides of them. Then they raised a breastwork of trunks and boughs, leaving only the mouth of the cylindrical mortar visible. By degrees, Don Marcelo became accustomed to the firing, which seemed to be creating a vacuum within his cranium. He ground his teeth and clenched his fist at every detonation, but stood stock still with no desire to leave, dominated by the violence of the explosions, admiring the serenity of these men who were giving orders, erect and coolly, or moving like humble menials around their roaring metal beasts. All his ideas seemed to have been snatched away by that first discharge of cannon. His brain was living in the present moment only. He turned his eyes insistently toward the white and red banner which was waving from the mansion. "That is treachery," he thought, "a breach of faith." Far away on the other side of the Marne, the French artillery were belching forth their deadly fire. He could imagine their handiwork from the little yellowish clouds that were floating in the air, and the columns of smoke which were spouting forth at various points of the landscape where the German troops were hidden, forming a line which appeared to lose itself in infinity. An atmosphere of protection and respect seemed to be enveloping the castle. The morning mists had dissolved. The sun was finally showing its bright and limpid light, lengthening the shadows of men and trees to fantastic dimensions. Hills and woods came forth from the haze, fresh and dripping after their morning bath. The entire valley was now completely exposed, and Desnoyers was surprised to see the river from the spot to which he had been rooted, the cannon having opened great windows in the woods that had hid it from view. What most astonished him in looking over this landscape, smiling and lovely in the morning light, was that nobody was to be seen, absolutely nobody. Mountain tops and forests were bellowing without anyone's being in evidence. There must be more than 100,000 men in the space swept by his piercing gaze, and yet not a human being was visible. The deadly boom of arms was causing the air to vibrate without leaving any optical trace. There was no other smoke but that of the explosions, the black spirals that were flinging their great shells to burst on the ground. These were rising on all sides, encircling the castle like a ring of giant tops, but not one of that orderly circle ventured to touch the edifice. Don Marcelo again stared at the Red Cross flag. "It is treachery," he kept repeating. Yet at the same time he was selfishly rejoicing in the base expedient, since it served to defend his property. The battalion was at last completely installed in the entire length of the wall opposite the river. The soldiers, kneeling, were supporting their guns on the newly made turrets and grooves, and seemed satisfied with this rest after a night of battling retreat. They all appeared sleeping with their eyes open. Little by little they were letting themselves drop back on their heels or seeking the support of their knapsacks. Snores were heard in the brief spaces between the artillery fire. The officials standing behind them were examining the country with their field glasses, or talking in knots. Some appeared disheartened, others furious at the backward flight that had been going on since the day before. The majority appeared calm with the passivity of obedience. The battle front was immense. Who could foresee the outcome? There they were in full retreat, but in other places, perhaps, their comrades might be advancing with decided gains. Until the very last moment, no soldier knows certainly the fate of the struggle. What was most grieving this detachment was the fact that it was all the time getting further away from Paris. Don Marcelo's eye was caught by a sparkling circle of glass, a monocle fixed upon him with aggressive insistence. A lank lieutenant with the corseted waist of the officers that he had seen in Berlin, a genuine Junker, was a few feet away, sword in hand behind his men, like a wrathful and glowering shepherd. "What are you doing here?" he said gruffly. Desnoyers explained that he was the owner of the castle. "French?" continued the lieutenant. "Yes, French." The official scowled in hostile meditation, feeling the necessity of saying something against the enemy. The shouts and antics of his companions at arms put a summary end to his reflections. They were all staring upward, and the old man followed their gaze. For an hour past there had been streaking through the air frightful roarings enveloped in yellowish vapors, strips of cloud which seemed to contain wheels revolving with frenzied rotation. They were the projectiles of the heavy German artillery which fired from various distances, threw their great shells over the castle. Certainly that could not be what was interesting the officials. He half shut his eyes in order to see better, and finally, near the edge of a cloud, he distinguished a species of mosquito flashing in the sunlight. Between brief intervals of silence could be heard the distant, faint buzz announcing its presence. The officers nodded their heads. Franzosen! Desnoyers thought so too. He could not believe that the enemy's two black crosses were between those wings. Instead, he saw with his mind's eye two tricolored rings, like the circular spots which color the fluttering wings of butterflies. This explained the agitation of the Germans. The French air bird remained motionless for a few seconds over the castle, regardless of the white bubbles exploding underneath and around it. In vain the cannon nearest hurled their deadly fire. It wheeled rapidly and returned to the place from which it came. "It must have taken in the whole situation," thought the old Frenchman. "It has found them out. It knows what is going on here." He guessed rightly that this information would swiftly change the course of events. Everything which had been happening in the early morning hours was going to sink into insignificance compared with what was coming now. He shuddered with fear, the irresistible fear of the unknown, and yet at the same time he was filled with curiosity, impatience and nervous dread before a danger that threatened and would not stay its relentless course. Outside the park, but a short distance from the mud wall, sounded a strident explosion like a stupendous blow from a gigantic axe, an axe as big as his castle. There began flying through the air entire tree tops, trunks split in two, great chunks of earth with the vegetation still clinging, a rain of dirt that obscured the heavens. Some stones fell down from the wall. The Germans crouched, but with no visible emotion. They knew what it meant. They had been expecting it as something inevitable after seeing the French aeroplane. The Red Cross flag could no longer deceive the enemy's artillery. Don Marcelo had not time to recover from his surprise before there came a second explosion nearer the mud wall, a third inside the park. It seemed to him that he had been suddenly flung into another world from which he was seeing men and things across a fantastic atmosphere which roared and rocked and destroyed with the violence of its reverberations. He was stunned at the awfulness of it all, and yet he was not afraid. Until then, he had imagined fear in a very different form. He felt an agonizing vacuum in his stomach. He staggered violently all the time, as though some force were pushing him about, giving him first a blow on the chest and then another on the back to straighten him up. A strong smell of acids penetrated the atmosphere, making respiration very difficult and filling his eyes with smarting tears. On the other hand, the uproar no longer disturbed him. It did not exist for him. He supposed it was still going on from the trembling air, the shaking of things around him, in the whirlwind which was bending men double, but was not reacting within his body. He had lost the faculty of hearing. All the strength of his senses had concentrated themselves in looking. His eyes appeared to have acquired multiple facets like those of certain insects. He saw what was happening before, beside, behind him, simultaneously, witnessing extraordinary things as though all the laws of life had been capriciously overthrown. An official a few feet away suddenly took an inexplicable flight. He began to rise without losing his military rigidity, still helmeted, with furrowed brow, mustache blonde and short, mustard-colored chest, and gloved hands still holding field glasses and map. But there his individuality stopped. The lower extremities, in their grayish leggings, remained on the ground, inanimate as reddening, empty molds. The trunk, in its violent ascent, spread its contents abroad like a bursting rocket. Further on, some gunners, standing upright, were suddenly stretched full length, converted into a motionless row, bathed in blood. End of section 52. Section 53, Part II, Chapter 6, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The line of infantry was lying close to the ground. The men had huddled themselves together near the loopholes through which they aimed their guns, trying to make themselves less visible. Many had placed their knapsacks over their heads or at their backs to defend themselves from the flying bits of shell. If they moved at all, it was only to worm their way further into the earth, trying to hollow it out with their stomachs. Many of them had changed position with mysterious rapidity, now lying stretched on their backs as though asleep. One had his uniform torn open across the abdomen, showing between the rents of the cloth slabs of flesh, blue and red, that protruded and swelled up with a bubbling expansion. Another had his legs shot away and was looking around with surprised eyes and a black mouth rounded into an effort to howl, but from which no sound ever came. Desnoyers had lost all notion of time. He could not tell whether he had been rooted to that spot for many hours or for a single moment. The only thing that caused him anxiety was the persistent trembling of his legs, which were refusing to sustain him. Something fell behind him. It was raining ruin. Turning his head, he saw his castle completely transformed. Half of the tower had just been carried off. The pieces of slate were scattered everywhere in tiny chips. The walls were crumbling. Loose window frames were balancing on edge like fragments of stage scenery, and the old wood of the tower hood was beginning to burn like a torch. The spectacle of this instantaneous change in his property impressed him more than the ravages of death, making him realize the cyclopean power of the blind, avenging forces raging around him. The vital force that had been concentrated in his eyes now spread to his feet, and he started to run, without knowing whither, feeling the same necessity to hide himself as had those men enchained by discipline who were trying to flatten themselves into the earth in imitation of the reptiles' pliant invisibility. His instinct was pushing him toward the lodge, but halfway up the avenue he was stopped by another lot of astounding transformations. An unseen hand had just snatched away half of the cottage roof. The entire side wall doubled over, forming a cascade of bricks and dust. The interior rooms were now exposed to view like a theatrical setting. The kitchen where he had eaten, the upper floor with the room in which he descried his still unmade bed. The poor women! He turned around, running now toward the castle, trying to make the sub-cellar in which he had been fastened for the night. And when he finally found himself under those dusty cobwebs, he felt as though he were in the most luxurious salon, and he devoutly blessed the good workmanship of the castle builders. The subterranean silence began gradually to bring back his sense of hearing. The cannonading of the Germans and the bursting of the French shells sounded from his retreat like a distant tempest. There came into his mind the eulogies which he had been accustomed to lavish upon the cannon of '75, without knowing anything about it except by hearsay. Now he had witnessed its effects. "It shoots too well," he muttered. In a short time it would finish destroying his castle. He was finding such perfection excessive. But he soon repented of these selfish lamentations. An idea, tenacious as remorse, had fastened itself in his brain. It now seemed to him that all he was passing through was an expiation for the great mistake of his youth. He had evaded the service of his country, and now he was enveloped in all the horrors of war with the humiliation of a passive and defenseless being, without any of the soldier's satisfaction of being able to return the blows. He was going to die, he was sure of that, but a shameful death, unknown and inglorious. The ruins of his mansion were going to become his sepulchre, and the certainty of dying there in the darkness, like a rat that sees the openings of his hole being closed up, made this refuge intolerable. Above him the tornado was still raging. A peal like thunder boomed above his head, and then came the crash of a landslide. Another projectile must have fallen upon the building. He heard shrieks of agony, yells and precipitous steps on the floor above him. Perhaps the shell in its blind fury had blown to pieces many of the dying in the salons. Fearing to remain buried in his retreat, he bounded up the cellar stairs 2 steps at a time. As he scudded across the first floor, he saw the sky through the shattered roofs. Along the edges were hanging sections of wood, fragments of swinging tile, and furniture stopped halfway in its flight. Across the hall he had to clamber over much rubbish. He stumbled over broken and twisted iron. Parts of beds rained from the upper rooms into the mountain of debris in which he saw convulsed limbs and heard anguished voices that he could not understand. He leaped as he ran, feeling the same longing for light and free air as those who rush from the hold to the deck of a shipwreck. While sheltered in the darkness, more time had elapsed than he had supposed. The sun was now very high. He saw in the garden more corpses in tragic and grotesque postures. The wounded were doubled over with pain, or lying on the ground, or propping themselves against the trees in painful silence. Some had opened their knapsacks and drawn out their sanitary kits and were trying to care for their cuts. The infantry was now firing incessantly. The number of riflemen had increased. New bands of soldiers were entering the park, some with a sergeant at their head, others followed by an officer carrying a revolver at his breast as though guiding his men with it. This must be the infantry expelled from their position near the river, which had come to reinforce the second line of defense. The mitrailleuses were adding their tac-tac to the cracks of the fusiliers. The hum of the invisible swarms was buzzing incessantly. Thousands of sticky horseflies were droning around Desnoyers without his even seeing them. The bark of the trees was being stripped by unseen hands. The leaves were falling in torrents. The boughs were shaken by opposing forces. The stones on the ground were being crushed by a mysterious foot. All inanimate objects seemed to have acquired a fantastic life. The zinc spoons of the soldiers, the metallic parts of their outfit, the pails of the artillery were all clanking as though in an imperceptible hailstorm. He saw a cannon lying on its side with the wheels broken and turned over among many men who appeared asleep. He saw soldiers who stretched themselves out without a contraction, without a sound, as though overcome by sudden drowsiness. Others were howling and dragging themselves forward in a sitting position. The old man felt an extreme sensation of heat. The pungent perfume of explosive drugs brought the tears to his eyes and clawed at his throat. At the same time he was chilly and felt his forehead freezing in a glacial sweat. He had to leave the bridge. Several soldiers were passing bearing the wounded to the edifice in spite of the fact that it was falling in ruins. Suddenly he was sprinkled from head to foot as if the earth had opened to make way for a water spout. A shell had fallen into the moat, throwing up an enormous column of water, making the carp sleeping in the mud fly into fragments, breaking a part of the edges and grinding to powder the white balustrades with their great urns of flowers. He started to run on with his blindness of terror when he suddenly saw before him the same little round crystal, examining him coolly. It was the Junker. the officer of the monocle. With the end of his revolver the German pointed to two pails a short distance away, ordering Desnoyers to fill them from the lagoon and give the water to the men overcome by the sun. Although the imperious tone admitted of no reply, Don Marcelo tried nevertheless to resist. He received a blow from the revolver on his chest at the same time that the lieutenant slapped him in the face. The old man doubled over, longing to weep, longing to perish. But no tears came, nor did life escape from his body under this affront, as he wished. With the two buckets in his hands, he found himself dipping up water from the canal, carrying it the length of the file, giving it to men who each in his turn dropped his gun to gulp the liquid with the avidity of panting beasts. He was no longer afraid of the shrill shrieks of invisible bodies. His one great longing was to die. He was strongly convinced that he was going to die. His sufferings were too great. There was no longer any place in the world for him. He had to pass by breaches opened in the wall by the bursting shells. There was no natural object to arrest the eye looking through these gaps. Hedges and groves had been swept away or blotted out by the fire of the artillery. He descried at the foot of the highway near his castle several of the attacking columns which had crossed the Marne. The advancing forces were coming doggedly on, apparently, unmoved by the steady, deadly fire of the Germans. Soon they were rushing forward with leaps and bounds by companies, shielding themselves behind bits of upland in bends of the road, in order to send forth their blasts of death. The old man was now fired with a desperate resolution. Since he had to die, let a French ball kill him. And he advanced very erect with his two pails among those men shooting, lying down. Then, with a sudden fear, he stood still, hanging his head. A second thought had told him that the bullet which he might receive would be one danger less for the enemy. It would be better for them to kill the Germans. And he began to cherish the hope that he might get possession of some weapon from those dying around him and fall upon that Junker who had struck him. He was filling his pails for the third time and murderously contemplating the lieutenant's back, when something occurred so absurd and unnatural that it reminded him of the fantastic flash of the cinematograph. The officer's head suddenly disappeared. Two jets of blood spurted from his severed neck, and his body collapsed like an empty sack. At the same time, a cyclone was sweeping the length of the wall, tearing up groves, overturning cannon, and carrying away people in a whirlwind as though they were dry leaves. He inferred that death was now blowing from another direction. Until then, it had come from the front of the riverside, battling with the enemy's line ensconced behind the walls. Now, with the swiftness of an atmospheric change, it was blustering from the depths of the park. A skillful maneuver of the aggressors, the use of a distant road, a chance bend in the German line, had enabled the French to collect their cannon in a new position, attacking the occupants of the castle with a flank movement. It was a lucky thing for Don Marcelo that he had lingered a few moments on the bank of the fosse, sheltered by the bulk of the edifice. The fire of the hidden battery passed the length of the avenue, carrying off the living, destroying for a second time the dead, killing horses, breaking the wheels of vehicles, and making the gun carriages fly through the air with the flames of a volcano in whose red and bluish depths black bodies were leaping. He saw hundreds of fallen men. He saw disemboweled horses trampling on their entrails. The death harvest was not being reaped in sheaves. The entire field was being mowed down with a single flash of the sickle. And as though the batteries opposite divined the catastrophe, they redoubled their fire, sending down a torrent of shells. They fell on all sides. Beyond the castle, at the end of the park, craters were opening in the woods, vomiting forth the entire trunks of trees. The projectiles were hurling from their pits the bodies interred the night before. Those still alive were firing through the gaps in the walls. Then they sprang up with the greatest haste. Some grasped their bayonets, pale with clamped lips and a mad glare in their eyes. Others turned their backs, running toward the exit from the park, regardless of the shouts of their officers and the revolver shots sent after the fugitives. All this occurred with dizzying rapidity, like a nightmare. On the other side of the wall came a murmur swelling in volume like that of the sea. Desnoyers heard shouts, and it seemed to him that some hoarse, discordant voices were singing the Marseillaise. The machine guns were working with the swift steadiness of sewing machines. The attack was going to be opposed with furious resistance. The Germans, crazed with fury, shot and shot. In one of the breaches appeared a red kepis, followed by legs of the same color trying to clamber over the ruins. But this vision was instantly blotted out by the sprinkling from the machine guns, making the invaders fall in great heaps on the other side of the wall. Don Marcelo never knew exactly how the change took place. Suddenly he saw the red trousers within the park. With irresistible bounds they were springing over the wall, slipping through the yawning gaps, and darting out from the depths of the woods by invisible paths. They were little soldiers, husky, panting, perspiring, with torn cloaks, and mingled with them in the disorder of the charge, African marksmen with devilish eyes and foaming mouths, Zouaves in wide breeches and chasseurs in blue uniforms. End of section 53. Section 54, Part 2, Chapter 6, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The German officers wanted to die. With upraised swords, after having exhausted the shots in their revolvers, they advanced upon their assailants, followed by the soldiers who still obeyed them. There was a scuffle, a wild melee. To the trembling spectator it seemed as though the world had fallen into profound silence. The yells of the combatants, the thud of colliding bodies, the clang of arms seemed as nothing after the cannon had quieted down. He saw men pierced through the middle by gun points whose reddened ends came out through their kidneys, muskets raining hammer-like blows, adversaries that grappled in hand-to-hand tussles, rolling over and over on the ground, trying to gain the advantage by kicks and bites. The mustard-colored fronts had entirely disappeared, and he now saw only backs of that color fleeing toward the exit, filtering among the trees, falling midway in their flight when hit by the pursuing balls. Many of the invaders were unable to chase the fugitives because they were occupied in repelling with rude thrusts of their bayonets the bodies falling upon them in agonizing convulsions. Don Marcelo suddenly found himself in the very thick of these mortal combats, jumping up and down like a child, waving his hands and shouting with all his might. When he came to himself again, he was hugging the grimy head of a young French officer who was looking at him in astonishment. He probably thought him crazy on receiving his kisses, on hearing his incoherent torrent of words. Emotionally exhausted, the worn old man continued to weep after the officer had freed himself with a jerk. He needed to give vent to his feelings after so many days of anguished self-control. Vive la France! His beloved French were already within the park gates. They were running, bayonets in hand, in pursuit of the last remnants of the German battalion trying to escape toward the village. A group of horsemen passed along the road. They were dragoons coming to complete the rout. But their horses were fagged out. Nothing but the fever of victory transmitted from man to beast had sustained their painful pace. One of the equestrians came to a stop near the entrance of the park, the famished horse eagerly devouring the herbage, while his rider settled down in the saddle as though asleep. Desnoyers touched him on the hip in order to awaken him, but he immediately rolled off on the opposite side. He was dead, with his entrails protruding from his body. But swept on with the others, he had been brought thus far on his steady steed. Enormous tops of iron and smoke now began falling in the neighborhood. The German artillery was opening a retaliatory fire against its lost positions. The advance continued. There passed toward the north battalions, squadrons, and batteries, worn, weary, and grimy, covered with dust and mud, but kindled with an ardor that galvanized their flagging energy. The French cannon began thundering on the village side. Bands of soldiers were exploring the castle and the nearest woods. From the ruined rooms, from the depths of the cellars, from the clumps of shrubbery in the park, from the stables and burned garage, came surging forth men dressed in greenish gray and pointed helmets. They all threw up their arms, extending their open hands. Camarades, camarades, non caput. With the restlessness of remorse, they were in dread of immediate execution. They had suddenly lost all their haughtiness on finding that they no longer had any official powers and were free from discipline. Some of those who knew a little French spoke of their wives and children in order to soften the enemies that were threatening them with their bayonets. A brawny Teuton came up to Desnoyers and clapped him on the back. It was Redbeard. He pressed his heart and then pointed to the owner of the castle. Franzosen, great friend of the Franzosen, and he grinned ingratiatingly at his protector. Don Marcelo remained at the castle until the following morning, and was astounded to see Georgette and her mother emerge unexpectedly from the depths of the ruined lodge. They were weeping at the sight of the French uniforms. "It could not go on," sobbed the widow. "God does not die." After a bad night among the ruins, the owner decided to leave Villeblanche. What was there for him to do now in the destroyed castle? The presence of so many dead was racking his nerves. There were hundreds, there were thousands. The soldiers and the farmers were interring great heaps of them wherever he went, digging burial trenches close to the castle. In all the avenues of the park, in the garden paths around the outbuildings, even the depths of the circular lagoon were filled with corpses. How could he ever live again in that tragic community composed mostly of his enemies? Farewell forever, Castle of Villeblanche. He turned his steps toward Paris, planning to get there the best way he could. He came upon corpses everywhere, but they were not all the gray-green uniform. Many of his countrymen had fallen in the gallant offensive. Many would still fall in the last throes of the battle that was going on behind them, agitating the horizon with its incessant uproar. Everywhere red pantaloons were sticking up out of the stubble, hobnailed boots glistening in upright position near the roadside, livid heads, amputated bodies, stray limbs, and scattered through this funereal medley, red kepis and oriental caps, helmets with tufts of horsehair, twisted swords, broken bayonets, guns and great mounds of cannon cartridges. Dead horses were strewing the plain with their swollen carcasses. Artillery wagons with their charred wood and bent iron frames revealed the tragic moment of the explosion. Rectangles of overturned earth marked the situation of the enemy's batteries before their retreat. Amidst the broken cannons and trucks were cones of carbonized material, the remains of men and horses burned by the Germans on the night before their withdrawal. In spite of these barbarian holocausts, corpses were everywhere in infinite numbers. There seemed to be no end to their number. It seemed as though the earth had expelled all the bodies that it had received since the beginning of the world. The sun was impassively flooding the fields of death with its waves of light. In its yellowish glow, the pieces of the bayonets, The metal plates, the fittings of the guns were sparkling like bits of crystal. The damp night, the rain, the rust of time had not yet modified with their corrosive action these relics of combat. But decomposition had begun to set in. Graveyard odors were all along the road, increasing in intensity as Desnoyers plodded on toward Paris. Every half hour, the evidence of corruption became more pronounced. Many of the dead on this side of the river having lain there for 3 or 4 days. Bands of crows, at the sound of his footsteps, rose up, lazily flapping their wings, but returning soon to blacken the earth, surfeited but not satisfied, having lost all fear of mankind. From time to time the sad pedestrian met living bands of men, platoons of cavalry, gendarmes, zouaves, and chasseurs encamped around the ruined farmsteads, exploring the country in pursuit of German fugitives. Don Marcelo had to explain his business there, showing the passport that Lacour had given him in order to make his trip on the military train. Only in this way could he continue his journey. These soldiers, many of them slightly wounded, were still stimulated by victory. They were laughing, telling stories, and narrating the great dangers which they had escaped a few days before, always ending with, "We are going to kick them across the frontier." Their indignation broke forth afresh as they looked around at the blasted towns, farms and single houses all burned like skeletons of prehistoric beasts. Many steel frames twisted by the flames were scattered over the plains. The brick chimneys of the factories were either leveled to the ground or, pierced with the round holes made by shells, were standing up like giant pastoral flutes forced into the earth. Near the ruined villages, the women were removing the earth and trying to dig burial trenches, but their labor was almost useless, because it required an immense force to inter so many dead. "We are all going to die after gaining the victory," mused the old man. "The plague is going to break out among us. The water of the river must also be contaminated by this contagion." So when his thirst became intolerable, he drank in preference from a nearby pond. But alas, on raising his head, he saw some greenish legs on the surface of the shallow water. The boots sunk in the muddy banks. The head of the German was in the depths of the pool. He had been trudging on for several hours when he stopped before a ruined house which he believed that he recognized. Yes, it was the tavern where he had lunched a few days ago on his way to the castle. He forced his way in among the blackened walls, where a persistent swarm of flies came buzzing around him. The smell of decomposing flesh attracted his attention. A leg which looked like a piece of charred cardboard was wedged in the ruins. Looking at it bitterly, he seemed to hear again the old woman with her grandchildren clinging to her skirts. "Monsieur, why are the people fleeing? War only concerns the soldiers. We country folk have done no wrong to anybody, and we ought not to be afraid." Half an hour later, on descending a hilly path, the traveler had the most unexpected of encounters. He saw there a taxicab, an automobile from Paris. The chauffeur was walking tranquilly around the vehicle as if it were at the cab stand, and he promptly entered into conversation with this gentleman, who appeared to him as downcast and dirty as a tramp, with half his livid face discolored from a blow. He had brought out here in his machine some Parisians who had wanted to see the battlefield. They were reporters, and he was waiting there to take them back at nightfall. Don Marcelo buried his right hand in his pocket. 200 francs if the man would drive him to Paris. The chauffeur declined with the gravity of a man faithful to his obligations. 500? And he showed his fist bulging with gold coins. The man's only response was a twirl of the handle which started the machine to snorting and away they sped. There was not a battle in the neighborhood of Paris every day in the year. His other clients could just wait. And settling back into the motor car, Desnoyers saw the horrors of the battlefield flying past at a dizzying speed and disappearing behind him. He was rolling toward human life. He was returning to civilization. As they came into Paris, the nearby empty streets seemed to him to be crowded with people. Never had he seen the city so beautiful. He whirled through the Avenue de l'Opéra, whizzed past the Place de la Concorde, and thought he must be dreaming as he realized the gigantic leap that he had taken within the hour. He compared all that was now around him with the sights on that plain of death, but a few miles away. No, no, it was not possible. One of the extremes from this contrast must certainly be false. The automobile was beginning to slow down. He must be now in the Avenue Victor Hugo. He couldn't wake up. Was that really his home? The majestic concierge, unable to understand his forlorn appearance, greeted him with amazed consternation. "Ah, monsieur, where has monsieur been?" "In hell," muttered Don Marcelo. His wonderment continued when he found himself actually in his own apartment, going through its various rooms. He was somebody once more. The sight of the fruits of his riches and the enjoyment of home comforts restored his self-respect, at the same time that the contrast recalled to his mind the recollection of all the humiliations and outrages that he had suffered. Ah, the scoundrels! 2 mornings later, the doorbell rang. A visitor. There came toward him a soldier, a little soldier of the infantry, timid, with his kepis in his hand, stuttering excuses in Spanish. "I knew that you were here. I come to—" That voice, dragging him from the dark hallway, Don Marcelo conducted him to the balcony. How handsome he looked! The kepis was red, but darkened with wear. The cloak, too, large, was torn and darned. The great shoes had a strong smell of leather. Yet never had his son appeared to him so elegant, so distinguished looking as now, fitted out in these rough, ready-made clothes. You! The father embraced him convulsively, crying like a child, and trembling so that he could no longer stand. He had always hoped that they would finally understand each other. His blood was coursing through the boy's veins. He was good, with no other defect than a certain obstinacy. He was excusing him now for all the past, blaming himself for a great part of it. He had been too hard. "You, a soldier!" he kept exclaiming over and over. "You defending my country when it is not yours!" And he kissed him again, receding a few steps so as to get a better look at him. Decidedly, he was more fascinating now in his grotesque uniform than when he was so celebrated for his skill as a dancer and idolized by the women. When the delighted father was finally able to control his emotion, his eyes, still filled with tears, glowed with a malignant light. A spasm of hatred furrowed his face. "Go," he said simply. "You do not know what war is. I have just come from it. I have seen it close by. This is not a war like other wars with rational enemies. It is a hunt of wild beasts. Shoot without a scruple against them all. Every one that you overcome rids humanity of a dangerous menace." He hesitated a few seconds, then added with tragic calm, "Perhaps you may encounter familiar faces. Family ties are not always formed to our tastes. Men of your blood are on the other side. If you see any one of them, do not hesitate. Shoot. He is your enemy. Kill him. Kill him." End of section 54. Section 55, Part III, Chapter 1 of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part III, Chapter I, After the Marne. At the end of October, the Desnoyers family returned to Paris. Dona Luisa could no longer live in Biarritz, so far from her husband. In vain La Romantica discoursed on the dangers of a return. The government was still in Bordeaux, the president of the republic and the ministry making only the most hurried apparitions in the capital. The course of the war might change at a minute. That little affair of the Marne was but a momentary relief. But the good senora, after having read Don Marcelo's letters, opposed an adamantine will to all contrary suggestions. Besides, she was thinking of her son, her Julio, now a soldier. She believed that by returning to Paris, she might in some ways be more in touch with him than at this seaside resort near the Spanish frontier. Chichi also wished to return because Rene was now filling the greater part of her thoughts. Absence had shown her that she was really in love with him. Such a long time without seeing her little sugar soldier. So the family abandoned their hotel life and returned to the avenue Victor Hugo. Since the shock of the first September days, Paris had been gradually changing its aspect. The nearly 2,000,000 inhabitants who had been living quietly in their homes without letting themselves be drawn into the panic had accepted the victory with grave serenity. None of them could explain the exact course of the battle. They would learn all about it when it was entirely finished. One September Sunday, at the hour when the Parisians are accustomed to take advantage of the lovely twilight, they had learned from the newspapers of the great triumph of the Allies and of the great danger which they had so narrowly escaped. The people were delighted, but did not, however, abandon their calm demeanor. 6 weeks of war had radically changed the temperament of turbulent and impressionable Paris. The victory was slowly restoring the capital to its former aspect. A street that was practically deserted a few weeks before was now filled with transients. The shops were reopening. The neighbors, accustomed to the conventional silence of their deserted apartment houses, again heard sounds of returning life in the homes above and below them. Don Marcelo's satisfaction in welcoming his family home was considerably clouded by the presence of Dona Elena. She was Germany returning to the encounter, the enemy again established within his tents. Would he never be able to free himself from this bondage? She was silent in her brother-in-law's presence because recent events had rather bewildered her. Her countenance was stamped with a wondering expression, as though she were gazing at the upsetting of the most elemental physical laws. In reflective silence she was puzzling over the Marne enigma, unable to understand how it was that the Germans had not conquered the ground on which she was treading. And in order to explain this failure, she resorted to the most absurd suppositions. One especially engrossing matter was increasing her sadness. Her sons. What would become of her sons? Don Marcelo had never told her of his meeting with Captain von Hartrott. He was maintaining absolute silence about his sojourn in Villeblanche. He had no desire to recount his adventures at the Battle of the Marne. What was the use of saddening his loved ones with such miseries? He simply told Dona Luisa, who was alarmed about the possible fate of the castle, that they would not be able to go there for many years to come, because the hostilities had rendered it uninhabitable. A covering of zinc sheeting had been substituted for the ancient roof in order to prevent further injury from wind and rain to the wrecked interior. Later on, after peace had been declared, they would think about its renovation. Just now, it had too many inhabitants, and all the ladies, including Dona Elena, shuddered in imagining the thousands of buried bodies forming their ghastly circle around the building. This vision made Frau von Hartrott again groan. "Ay, my sons!" Finally, for humanity's sake, her brother-in-law set her mind at rest regarding the fate of one of them, the Captain von Hartrott. He was in perfect health at the beginning of the battle. He knew that this was so from a friend who had conversed with him, and he did not wish to talk further about him. Dona Luisa was spending part of each day in the churches, trying to quiet her uneasiness with prayer. These petitions were no longer vague and generous for the fate of millions of unknown men, for the victory of an entire people. With maternal self-centeredness, they were focused on one single person, her son, who was a soldier like the others, and perhaps at this very moment was exposed to the greatest danger. The tears that he had cost her. She had implored that he and his father might come to understand each other, and finally, just as God was miraculously granting her supplication, Julio had taken himself off to the field of death. Her entreaties never went alone to the throne of grace. Someone was praying near her, formulating identical requests. The tearful eyes of her sister were raised at the same time as hers to the figure of the crucified Savior. "Lord, save my son!" When uttering these words, Dona Luisa always saw Julio as he looked in a pale photograph which he had sent his father from the trenches, with kepis and military cloak, a gun in his right hand, and his face shadowed by a growing beard. "Oh, Lord, have mercy upon us!" And Dona Elena was at the same time contemplating a group of officers with helmets and reseda uniforms reinforced with leather pouches for the revolver, field glasses and maps with sword belt of the same material. Oftentimes, when Don Marcelo saw them setting forth together towards Saint Honore d'Eylau, he would wax very indignant. "They are juggling with God. This is most unreasonable. How could he grant such contrary petitions? Ah, these women!" And then, with that superstition which danger awakens, he began to fear that his sister-in-law might cause some grave disaster to his son. Divinity, fatigued with so many contradictory prayers, was going to turn his back and not listen to any of them. Why did not this fatal woman take herself off? He felt as exasperated at her presence in his home as he had at the beginning of hostilities. Dona Luisa was still innocently repeating her sister's statements, submitting them to the superior criticism of her husband. In this way, Don Marcelo had learned that the victory of the Marne had never really happened. It was an invention of the Allies. The German generals had deemed it prudent to retire through profound strategic foresight, deferring till a little later the conquest of Paris, and the French had done nothing but follow them over the ground which they had left free. That was all. She knew the opinions of military men of neutral countries. She had been talking in Biarritz with some people of unusual intelligence. She knew what the German papers were saying about it. Nobody over there believed that yarn about the Marne. The people did not even know that there had been such a battle. "Your sister said that?" interrupted Desnoyers, pale with wrath and amazement. But he could do nothing but keep on longing for the bodily transformation of this enemy planted under his roof. Ay, if she could only be changed into a man! If only the evil genius of her husband could but take her place for a brief half hour. "But the war still goes on," said Dona Luisa in artless perplexity. "The enemy is still in France. What good did the Battle of the Marne do?" She accepted his explanations with intelligent noddings of the head, seeming to take them all in, and an hour afterwards would be repeating the same doubts. She nevertheless began to evince a mute hostility toward her sister. Until now she had been tolerating her enthusiasms in favor of her husband's country because she always considered family ties of more importance than the rivalries of nations. Just because Desnoyers happened to be a Frenchman and Karl a German, she was not going to quarrel with Elena. But suddenly this forbearance had vanished. Her son was now in danger. Better that all the von Hartrotts should die than that Julio should receive the most insignificant wound. She began to share the bellicose sentiments of her daughter, recognizing in her an exceptional talent for appraising events, and now desiring all of Chichi's dagger thrusts to be converted into reality. End of section 55. Section 56, Part III, Chapter 1, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Fortunately, La Romantica took herself off before this antipathy crystallized. She was accustomed to pass the afternoon somewhere outside, and on her return would repeat the news gleaned from friends unknown to the rest of the family. This made Don Marcelo wax very indignant because of the spies still hidden in Paris. What mysterious world was his sister-in-law frequenting? Suddenly she announced that she was leaving the following morning. She had obtained a passport to Switzerland, and from there she would go to Germany. It was high time for her to be returning to her own. She was most appreciative of the hospitality shown her by the family, and Desnoyers bade her goodbye with aggressive irony. His regards to von Hartrott. He was hoping to pay him a visit in Berlin as soon as possible. One morning, Dona Luisa, instead of entering the neighboring church as usual, continued on to the Rue de la Pompe, pleased at the thought of seeing the studio once more. It seemed to her that in this way she might put herself more closely in touch with her son. This would be a new pleasure, even greater than poring over his photograph or re-reading his last letter. She was hoping to meet Argensola, the friend of good counsels, for she knew that he was still living in the studio. Twice he had come to see her by the service stairway, as in the old days, but she had been out. As she went up in the elevator, her heart was palpitating with pleasure and distress. It occurred to the good lady that the foolish virgins must have had feelings like this when for the first time they fell from the heights of virtue. The tears came to her eyes when she beheld the room whose furnishings and pictures so vividly recalled the absent. Argensola hastened from the door at the end of the room, agitated, confused, and greeting her with expressions of welcome at the same time that he was putting sundry objects out of sight. A woman's sweater lying on the divan, he covered with a piece of oriental drapery, a hat trimmed with flowers, he sent flying into a faraway corner. Dona Luisa fancied that she saw a bit of gauzy feminine negligee embroidered in pink flitting past the window frame. Upon the divan were two big coffee cups and bits of toast, evidently left from a double breakfast. These artists, the same as her son, and she was moved to compassion over the bad life of Julio's counselor. "My honored Dona Luisa, my dear Madame Desnoyers." He was speaking in French, and at the top of his voice, looking frantically at the door through which the white and rosy garments had flitted. He was trembling at the thought that his hidden companion, not understanding the situation, might in a jealous fit compromise him by a sudden apparition. Then he spoke to his unexpected guest about the soldier, exchanging news with her. Dona Luisa repeated almost word for word the paragraphs of his letters so frequently read. Argensola modestly refrained from displaying his. The two friends were accustomed to an epistolary style which would have made the good lady blush. "A valiant man," affirmed the Spaniard proudly, looking upon the deeds of his comrade as though they were his own. "A true hero. And I, Madame Desnoyers, know something about what that means. His chiefs know how to appreciate him." Julio was a sergeant after having been only 2 months in the campaign. The captain of his company and the other officers of the regiment belonged to the fencing club in which he had had so many triumphs. "What a career!" he enthused. "He is one of those who in youth reach the highest ranks, like the generals of the Revolution. And what wonders he has accomplished!" The budding officer had merely referred in the most casual way to some of the exploits, with the indifference of one accustomed to danger and expecting the same attitude from his comrades. But his chum exaggerated them, enlarging upon them as though they were the culminating events of the war. He had carried an order across an infernal fire, after 3 messengers, trying to accomplish the same feat, had fallen dead. He had been the first to attack many trenches and had saved many of his comrades by means of the blows from his bayonet and hand-to-hand encounters. Whenever his superior officers needed a reliable man, they invariably said, "Let Sergeant Desnoyers be called." He rattled off all this as though he had witnessed it, as if he had just come from the seat of war, making Dona Luisa tremble and pour forth tears of joy mingled with fear over the glories and dangers of her son. That Argensola certainly possessed the gift of affecting his hearers by the realism with which he told his stories. In gratitude for these eulogies, she felt that she ought to show some interest in his affairs. What had he been doing of late? "I, madame, have been where I ought to be. I have not budged from this spot. I have witnessed the siege of Paris." In vain his reason protested against the inexactitude of that word, siege. Under the influence of his readings about the War of 1870, he had classed as a siege all those events which had developed near Paris during the course of the Battle of the Marne. He pointed modestly to a diploma in a gold frame hanging above the piano against a tricolored flag. It was one of the papers sold in the streets, a certificate of residence in the capital during the week of danger. He had filled in the blanks with his name and description of his person, and at the foot were very conspicuous the signatures of 2 residents of the Rue de la Pompe, a tavern keeper and a friend of the concierge. The district commissary of police, with stamp and seal, had guaranteed the respectability of these honorable witnesses. Nobody could remain in doubt after such precautions as to whether he had or had not witnessed the siege of Paris. He had such incredulous friends. In order to bring the scene more dramatically before his amiable listener, he recalled the most striking of his impressions for her special benefit. Once, in broad daylight, he had seen a flock of sheep in the boulevard near the Madeleine. Their tread had resounded through the deserted streets like echoes from the city of the dead. He was the only pedestrian on the sidewalks thronged with cats and dogs. His military recollections excited him like tales of glory. "I have seen the march of the soldiers from Morocco. I have seen the Zouaves in automobiles." End of section 56. Section 57, Part III, Chapter 1 continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The very night that Julio had gone to Bordeaux, he had wandered around till sunrise, traversing half of Paris from the Lion of Belfort to the Gare de l'Est. 20,000 men with all their campaign outfit coming from Morocco had disembarked at Marseilles and arrived at the capital, making part of the trip by rail and the rest afoot. They had come to take part in the great battle then beginning. They were troops composed of Europeans and Africans. The vanguard, on entering through the Orleans gate, had swung into rhythmic place, thus crossing half Paris toward the Gare de l'Est, where the trains were waiting for them. The people of Paris had seen squadrons from Tunis with theatrical uniforms, mounted on horses, nervous and fleet, Moors with yellow turbans, Senegalese with black faces and scarlet caps, colonial artillerymen, and light infantry from Africa. These were professional warriors, soldiers who in times of peace led a life of continual fighting in the colonies, men with energetic profiles, bronzed faces, and the eyes of beasts of prey. They had remained motionless in the streets for hours at a time until room could be found for them in the military trains. And Argensola had followed this armed, impassive mass of humanity from the boulevards, talking with the officials and listening to the primitive cries of the African warriors who had never seen Paris and who had passed through it without curiosity, asking where the enemy was. They had arrived in time to attack von Kluck on the banks of the Ourcq, obliging him to fall back or be completely overwhelmed. A fact which Argensola did not relate to his sympathetic guest was that his nocturnal excursion, the entire length of this division of the army, had been accompanied by the amiable damsel within and two other friends, an enthusiastic and generous coterie distributing flowers and kisses to the swarthy soldiers and laughing at their consternation and gleaming white teeth. Another day, he had seen the most extraordinary of all the spectacles of the war. All the taxicabs, some 2,000 vehicles, conveying battalions of Zouaves, 8 men to a motor car, had gone rolling past him at full speed, bristling with guns and red caps. They had presented a most picturesque train in the boulevards, like a kind of interminable wedding procession. And these soldiers got out of the automobiles on the very edge of the battlefield, opening fire the instant that they leaped from the steps. Gallieni had launched all the men who knew how to handle a gun against the extreme right of the adversary at the supreme moment when the most insignificant weight might tip the scales in favor of the victory which was hanging in the balance. The clerks and secretaries of the military offices, the orderlies of the government, and the civil police, all had marched to give that final push, forming a mass of heterogeneous colors. And one Sunday afternoon, when with his 3 companions of the siege, he was strolling with thousands of other Parisians through the Bois de Boulogne, he had learned from the extras that the combat which had developed so near to the city was turning into a great battle, a victory. I have seen much, Madame Desnoyers. I can relate great events. And she agreed with him. Of course, Argensola had seen much. And on taking her departure, she offered him all the assistance in her power. He was the friend of her son, and she was used to his petitions. Times had changed. Don Marcelo's generosity now knew no bounds. But the Bohemian interrupted her with a lordly gesture. He was living in luxury. Julio had made him his trustee. The draft from America had been honored by the bank as a deposit, and he had the use of the interest in accordance with the regulations of the moratorium. His friend was sending him regularly whatever money was needed for household expenses. Never had he been in such prosperous condition. War had its good side too, but not wishing to break away from old customs, he announced that once more he would mount the service stairs in order to bear away a basket of bottles. After her sister's departure, Dona Luisa went alone to the churches until Chichi, in an outburst of devotional ardor, suddenly surprised her with the announcement, "Mama, I am going with you." The new devotee was no longer agitating the household by her rollicking boyish joy. She was no longer threatening the enemy with imaginary dagger thrusts. She was pale and with dark circles under her eyes. Her head was drooping, as though weighed down with a set of serious, entirely new thoughts on the other side of her forehead. Dona Luisa observed her in the church with an almost indignant jealousy. Her headstrong child's eyes were moist, and she was praying as fervently as the mother. But it was surely not for her brother. Julio had passed to second place in her remembrance. Another man was now completely filling her thoughts. The last of the Lacours was no longer a simple soldier, nor was he now in Paris. Upon her return from Biarritz, Chichi had listened anxiously to the reports from her little sugar soldier. Throbbing with eagerness, she had wanted to know all about the dangers which he had been experiencing, and the young warrior in the auxiliary service told her of his restlessness in the office during the interminable days in which the troops were battling around Paris, hearing afar off the boom of the artillery. His father had wished to take him with him to Bordeaux, but the administrative confusion of the last hour had kept him in the capital. He had done something more. On the day of the great crisis, when the acting governor had sent out all the available men in automobiles, he had, unasked, seized a gun and occupied a motor with others from his office. He had not seen anything more than smoke, burning houses, and wounded men. Not a single German had passed before his eyes, excepting a band of Uhlan prisoners, but for some hours he had been shooting on the edge of the road, and nothing more. For a while that was enough for Chichi. She felt very proud to be the betrothed of a hero of the Marne, even though his intervention had lasted but a few hours. In a few days, however, her enthusiasm became rather clouded. It was becoming annoying to stroll through the streets with Rene, a simple soldier and in the auxiliary services. Besides, the women of the town, excited by the recollection of their men fighting at the front or clad in mourning because of the death of some loved one, would look at them with aggressive insolence. The refinement and elegance of the Republican prince seemed to irritate them. Several times she overheard uncomplimentary words hurled against the embusqués. The fact that her brother, who was not French, was in the thick of the fighting, made the Lacour situation still more intolerable. She had an embusqué for a lover. How her friends would laugh at her! The senator's son soon read her thoughts and began to lose some of his smiling serenity. For 3 days he did not present himself at the Desnoyers home, and they all supposed that he was detained by work at the office. One morning, as Chichi was going toward the Bois de Boulogne, escorted by one of the nut-brown maids, she noticed a soldier coming toward her. He was wearing a bright uniform of the new gray-blue, the horizon blue, just adopted by the French army. The chin strap of his kepi was gilt, and on his sleeve there was a little strip of gold. His smile, his outstretched hands, the confidence with which he advanced toward her, made her recognize him. Rene, an officer; her betrothed, a sub-lieutenant. Yes, of course, I could do nothing else. I had heard enough. Without his father's knowledge, and assisted by his friends, he had in a few days wrought this wonderful transformation. As a graduate of the École Centrale, he held the rank of a sub-lieutenant of the reserve artillery, and he had requested to be sent to the front. Goodbye to the auxiliary service. Within 2 days he was going to start for the war. "You have done this!" exclaimed Chichi. "You have done this!" Although very pale, she gazed fondly at him with her great eyes, eyes that seemed to devour him with admiration. "Come here, my poor boy. Come here, my sweet little soldier. I owe you something." And turning her back on the maid, she asked him to come with her around the corner. It was just the same there. The cross street was just as thronged as the avenue. But what did she care for the stare of the curious? Rapturously she flung her arms around his neck, blind and insensible to everything and everybody but him. "There! There!" And she planted on his face 2 vehement, sonorous, aggressive kisses. Then, trembling and shuddering, she suddenly weakened and, fumbling for her handkerchief, broke down in desperate weeping. End of section 57. Section 58, Part III, Chapter 2 of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, by Vicente Blasco Ibanez. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, in the Studio. Upon opening the studio door one afternoon, Argensola stood motionless with surprise, as though rooted to the ground. An old gentleman was greeting him with an amiable smile. "I am the father of Julio," and he walked into the apartment with the confidence of a man entirely familiar with his surroundings. By good luck, the artist was alone and was not obliged to tear frantically from one end of the room to the other, hiding the traces of convivial company. But he was a little slow in regaining his self-control. He had heard so much about Don Marcelo and his bad temper that he was very uncomfortable at this unexpected appearance in the studio. What could the fearful man want? His tranquility was restored after a furtive, appraising glance. His friend's father had aged greatly since the beginning of the war. He no longer had that air of tenacity and ill humor that had made him unapproachable. His eyes were sparkling with childish glee, his hands were trembling slightly, and his back was bent. Argensola, who had always dodged him in the street and had thrilled with fear when sneaking up the stairway in the avenue home, now felt a sudden confidence. The transformed old man was beaming on him like a comrade and making excuses to justify his visit. He had wished to see his son's home. Poor old man, he was drawn thither by the same attraction which leads the lover to lessen his solitude by haunting the places that his beloved has frequented. The letters from Julio were not enough. He needed to see his old abode, to be on familiar terms with the objects which had surrounded him, to breathe the same air, to chat with the young man who was his boon companion. His fatherly glance now included Argensola. A very interesting fellow, that Argensola, and as he thought this, he forgot completely that without knowing him, he had been accustomed to refer to him as shameless, just because he was sharing his son's prodigal life. Desnoyers' glance roamed delightedly around the studio. He knew well these tapestries and furnishings, all the decorations of the former owner. He easily remembered everything that he had ever bought, in spite of the fact that they were so many. His eyes then sought the personal effects, everything that would call the absent occupant to mind, and he pored over the miserably executed paintings, the unfinished dabs which filled all the corners. Were they all Julio's? Many of the canvases belonged to Argensola, but affected by the old man's emotion, the artist displayed a marvelous generosity. Yes, everything was Julio's handiwork, and the father went from canvas to canvas, halting admiringly before the vaguest daubs, as though he could almost detect signs of genius in their nebulous confusion. "You think he has talent, really?" he asked in a tone that implored a favorable reply. "I always thought him very intelligent, a little of the diable, perhaps, but a character changes with years. Now he is an altogether different man." And he almost wept at hearing the Spaniard, with his ready, enthusiastic speech, lauding the departed diable, graphically setting forth the way in which his great genius was going to take the world when his turn should come. The painter of souls finally worked himself up into feeling as much affected as the father, and began to admire this old Frenchman with a certain remorse, not wishing to remember how he had ranted against him not so very long ago. What injustice! Don Marcelo clasped his hand like an old comrade. All of his son's friends were his friends. He knew the life that young men lived. If at any time he should be in any difficulties, if he needed an allowance so as to keep on with his painting, there he was, anxious to help him. He then and there invited him to dine at his home that very night, and if he would care to come every evening, so much the better. He would eat a family dinner, entirely informal. War had brought about a great many changes, but he would always be as welcome to the intimacy of the hearth as though he were in his father's home. Then he spoke of Spain, in order to place himself on a more congenial footing with the artist. He had never been there but once, and then only for a short time, but after the war he was going to know it better. His father-in-law was a Spaniard, his wife had Spanish blood, and in his home the language of the family was always Castilian. Ah, Spain, the country with a noble past and illustrious men! Argensola had a strong suspicion that if he had been a native of any other land, the old gentleman would have praised it in the same way. All this affection was but a reflex of his love for his absent son, but it so pleased the impressionable fellow that he almost embraced Don Marcelo when he took his departure. After that, his visits to the studio were very frequent. The artist was obliged to recommend his friends to take a good long walk after lunch, abstaining from reappearing in the rue de la Pompe until nightfall. Sometimes, however, Don Marcelo would unexpectedly present himself in the morning, and then the soulful impressionist would have to scurry from place to place, hiding here, concealing there, in order that his workroom should preserve its appearance of virtuous labor. "Youth, youth," the visitor would murmur with a smile of tolerance, and he actually had to make an effort to recall the dignity of his years in order not to ask Argensola to present him to the fair fugitives whose presence he suspected in the interior rooms. Perhaps they had been his boy's friends, too. They represented a part of his past anyway, and that was enough to make him presume that they had great charms which made them interesting. These surprises, with their upsetting consequences, finally made the painter rather regret his new friendship, and the invitations to dinner which he was constantly receiving bored him, too. He found the Desnoyers table most excellent, but too tedious, for the father and mother could talk of nothing but their absent son. Chichi scarcely looked at her brother's friend. Her attention was entirely concentrated on the war. The irregularity in the mails was exasperating her, so that she began composing protests to the government whenever a few days passed by without bringing any letter from Sub Lieutenant Lacour. Argensola excused himself on various pretexts from continuing to dine in the avenue Victor Hugo. It pleased him far more to haunt the cheap restaurants with his female flock. His host accepted his negatives with good-natured resignation. Not today either? And in order to compensate for his guest's non-appearance, he would present himself at the studio earlier than ever on the day following. It was an exquisite pleasure for the doting father to let the time slip by seated on the divan which still seemed to guard the very hollow made by Julio's body, gazing at the canvases covered with color by his brush, toasting his toes by the beat of a stove which roared so cozily in the profound conventual silence. It certainly was an agreeable refuge, full of memories in the midst of monotonous Paris, so saddened by the war that he could not meet a friend who was not preoccupied with his own troubles. His former purchasing dissipations had now lost all charm for him. The Hotel Drouot no longer tempted him. At that time, the goods of German residents, seized by the government, were being auctioned off, a felicitous retaliation for the enforced journey which the fittings of the castle of Villeblanche had taken on the road to Berlin. But the agents told him in vain of the few competitors which he would now meet. He no longer felt attracted by these extraordinary bargains. Why buy anything more? Of what use was such useless stuff? Whenever he thought of the hard life of millions of men in the open field, he felt a longing to lead an ascetic life. He was beginning to hate the ostentatious splendors of his home on the avenue Victor Hugo. He now recalled without a regretful pang the destruction of the castle. No, he was far better off there, and there was always the studio of Julio. Argensola began to form the habit of working in the presence of Don Marcelo. He knew that the resolute soul abominated inactive people, so under the contagious influence of dominant will power, he began several new pieces. Desnoyers would follow with interest the motions of his brush and accept all the explanations of the soulful delineator. For himself, he always preferred the old masters, and in his bargains had acquired the work of many a dead artist. But the fact that Julio had thought as his partner did was now enough for the devotee of the antique, and made him admit humbly all the Spaniard's superior theories. The artist's laborious zeal was always of short duration. After a few moments, he always found that he preferred to rest on the divan and converse with his guest. The first subject, of course, was the absentee. They would repeat fragments of the letters they had received, and would speak of the past with the most discreet allusions. The painter described Julio's life before the war as an existence dedicated completely to art. The father ignored the inexactitude of such words and gratefully accepted the lie as a proof of friendship. Argensola was a clever comrade, never in his loftiest verbal flights making the slightest reference to Madame Laurier. The old gentleman was often thinking about her nowadays, for he had seen her in the street giving her arm to her husband, now recovered from his wounds. The illustrious Lacour had informed him with great satisfaction of their reconciliation. The engineer had lost but one eye. Now he was again at the head of his factory, requisitioned by the government for the manufacture of shells. He was a captain, and was wearing 2 decorations of honor. The senator did not know exactly how this unexpected agreement had come about. He had one day seen them coming home together, looking affectionately at each other, in complete oblivion of the past. "Who remembers things that happened before the war?" said the politic sage. "They and their friends have completely forgotten all about their divorce. Nowadays we are all living a new existence. I believe that the two are happier than ever before." Desnoyers had had a presentiment of this happiness when he saw them together, and the man of inflexible morality, who was the year before anathematizing his son's behavior toward Laurier, considering it the most unpardonable of his adventures, now felt a certain indignation in seeing Marguerite devoted to her husband and talking to him with such affectionate interest. This matrimonial felicity seemed to him like the basest ingratitude. A woman who had had such an influence over the life of Julio, could she thus easily forget her love? The two had passed on as though they did not recognize him. Perhaps Captain Laurier did not see him very clearly, but she had looked at him frankly and then hastily averted her eyes so as to evade his greeting. The old man felt sad over such indifference, not on his own account, but on his son's. Poor Julio! The unbending parent, in complete mental immorality, found himself lamenting this indifference as something monstrous. End of section 58. Section 59, Part III, Chapter 2, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The war was the other topic of conversation during the afternoons passed in the studio. Argensola was not now stuffing his pockets with printed sheets as at the beginning of hostilities. A serene and resigned calm had succeeded the excitement of those first moments when the people were daily looking for miraculous interventions. All the periodicals were saying about the same thing. He was content with the official report, and he had learned to wait for that document without impatience, foreseeing that, with but few exceptions, it would say the same thing as the day before. The fever of the first months, with its illusions and optimisms, now appeared to Argensola somewhat chimerical. Those not actually engaged in the war were returning gradually to their habitual occupations. Life had recovered its regular rhythm. One must live, said the people, and the struggle for existence filled their thoughts with its immediate urgency. Those whose relatives were in the army were still thinking of them, but their occupations were so blunting the edge of memory that they were becoming accustomed to their absence, regarding the unusual as the normal condition. At first the war made sleep out of the question, food impossible to swallow, and embittered every pleasure with its funereal pall. Now the shops were slowly opening, money was in circulation, and people were able to laugh. They talked of the great calamity, but only at certain hours, as something that was going to be long, very long, and would exact great resignation to its inevitable fatalism. Humanity accustoms itself easily to trouble, said Argensola, provided that the trouble lasts long enough. In this lies our strength. Don Marcelo was not in sympathy with the general resignation. The war was going to be much shorter than they were all imagining. His enthusiasm had settled on a speedy termination within the next 3 months. The next spring, probably. If peace were not declared in the spring, it surely would be in the summer. A new talker took part in these conversations. Desnoyers had become acquainted with the Russian neighbor of whom Argensola had so frequently spoken. Since this odd personage had also known his son, that was enough to make Tchernoff arouse his interest. In normal times he would have kept him at a distance. The millionaire was a great believer in law and order. He abominated revolutionists with the instinctive fear of all the rich who have built up a fortune and remember their humble beginnings. Tchernoff's socialism and nationality brought vividly to his mind a series of feverish images: bombs, daggers, stabbings, deserved expiations on the gallows, and exile to Siberia. No, he was not desirable as a friend. But now Don Marcelo was experiencing an abrupt reversal of his convictions regarding alien ideas. He had seen so much. The revolting proceedings of the invasion, the unscrupulous methods of the German chiefs, the tranquility with which their submarines were sinking boats filled with defenseless passengers, the deeds of the aviators who were hurling bombs upon unguarded cities, destroying women and children, all this was causing the events of revolutionary terrorism which years ago used to arouse his wrath to sink into relative unimportance. "And to think," he said, "that we used to be as infuriated as though the world were coming to an end just because someone threw a bomb at a grandee." Those titled victims had had certain reprehensible qualities which had justified their execution. They had died in consequence of acts which they undertook, knowing well what the punishment would be. They had brought retribution on themselves without trying to evade it, rarely taking any precautions, while the terrorists of this war, with the violence of his imperious character, the old conservative now swung to the opposite extreme. "The true anarchists are yet on top," he said with an ironical laugh. "Those who terrified us formerly, all put together, were but a few miserable creatures. In a few seconds, these of our day kill more innocent people than those others did in 30 years. The gentleness of Tchernoff, his original ideas, his incoherencies of thought, bounding from reflection to word without any preparation, finally won Don Marcelo so completely over that he formed the habit of consulting him about all his doubts. His admiration made him too, overlook the source of certain bottles with which Argensola sometimes treated his neighbor. He was delighted to have Tchernoff consume these souvenirs of the time when he was living at sword's point with his son. After sampling the wine from the Avenue Victor Hugo, the Russian would indulge in a visionary loquacity similar to that of the night when he evoked the fantastic cavalcade of the four horsemen of the Apocalypse. What his new convert most admired was his facility for making things clear and fixing them in the imagination. The Battle of the Marne, with its subsequent combats, and the course of both armies were events easily explained. If the French only had not been so fatigued after their triumph of the Marne. "But human powers," continued Tchernoff, "have their limits, and the French soldier, with all his enthusiasm, is a man like the rest. In the first place, the most rapid of marches from the east to the north in order to resist the invasion of Belgium, then the combats, then the swift retreat that they might not be surrounded. Finally, a 7 days' battle, and all this in a period of 3 weeks, no more. In their moment of triumph, the victors lacked the legs to follow up their advantage, and they lacked the cavalry to pursue the fugitives. Their beasts were even more exhausted than the men. When those who were retreating found that they were being spurred on with lessening tenacity, they had stretched themselves half dead with fatigue on the field, excavating the ground and forming a refuge for themselves. The French also flung themselves down, scraping the soil together so as not to lose what they had gained. And in this way began the war of the trenches. Then each line, with the intention of wrapping itself around that of the enemy, had gone on prolonging itself toward the northeast. And from these successive stretchings had resulted the double course toward the sea, forming the greatest battle front ever known to history. When Don Marcelo, with optimistic enthusiasm, announced the end of the war in the following spring or summer, in 4 months at the outside, the Russian shook his head. "It will be long, very long. It is a new war, the genuine modern warfare." The Germans began hostilities in the old way, as though they had observed nothing since 1870. A war of involved movements, of battles in the open field, the same as Moltke might have planned, imitating Napoleon. They were desirous of bringing it to a speedy conclusion, and were sure of triumph. Why employ new methods? But the encounter of the Marne twisted their plans, making them shift from the aggressive to the defensive. They then brought into service all that the war staff had learned in the campaigns of the Japanese and Russians, beginning the war of the trenches, the subterranean struggle which is the logical outcome of the reach and number of shots of the modern armament. The conquest of half a mile of territory today stands for more than did the assault of a stone fortress a century ago. Neither side is going to make any headway for a long time. Perhaps they may never make a definite advance. The war is bound to be long and tedious, like the athletic conquests between opponents who are equally matched. "But it will have to come to an end sometime," interpolated Desnoyers. "Undoubtedly, but who knows when? And in what condition will they both be when it is all over?" End of section 59. Section 60, Part 3, Chapter 2, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. He was counting upon a rapid finale when it was least expected, through the exhaustion of one of the contestants, carefully dissimulated until the last moment. Germany will be vanquished," he added with firm conviction. "I do not know when nor how, but she will fall logically. She failed in her master stroke in not entering Paris and overcoming its opposition. All the trumps in her pack of cards were then played. She did not win, but continues playing the game because she holds many cards, and she will prolong it for a long time to come. But what she could not do at first, she will never be able to do." For Tchernoff, the final defeat did not mean the destruction of Germany, nor the annihilation of the German people. "Excessive patriotism irritates me," he pursued. "Hearing people form plans for the definite extinction of Germany seems to me like listening to the pan-Germanists of Berlin when they talk of dividing up the continents." Then he summed up his opinion. "Imperialism will have to be crushed for the sake of the tranquility of the world. The great war machine which menaces the peace of nations will have to be suppressed. Since 1870 we have all been living in dread of it. For 40 years the war has been averted, but in all that time, what apprehension! What was most irritating Tchernoff was the moral lesson born of this situation which had ended by overwhelming the world. The glorification of power, the sanctification of success, the triumph of materialism, the respect for the accomplished fact, the mockery of the noblest sentiments as though they were merely sonorous and absurd phrases, the reversal of moral values, a philosophy of bandits which pretended to be the last word of progress and was no more than a return to despotism, violence, and the barbarity of the most primitive epochs of history. While he was longing for the suppression of the representatives of this tendency, he would not therefore demand the extermination of the German people. This nation has great merits, jumbled with bad conditions inherited from a not far distant barbarous past. It possesses the genius of organization and work, and is able to lend great service to humanity. But first it is necessary to give it a douche, the douche of downfall. The Germans are mad with pride, and their madness threatens the security of the world. When those who have poisoned them with the illusion of universal hegemony have disappeared, when misfortune has freshened their imaginations and transformed them into a community of humans, neither superior nor inferior to the rest of mankind, they will become a tolerant people, useful, and who knows but they may even prove sympathetic. According to Tchernoff, there was not in existence today a more dangerous nation. Its political organization was converting it into a warrior horde, educated by kicks and submitted to continual humiliations in order that the willpower, which always resists discipline, might be completely nullified. It is a nation where all receive blows and desire to give them to those lower down. The kick that the Kaiser gives is transmitted from back to back down to the lowest rung in the social ladder. The blows began in the school and are continued in the barracks, forming part of the education. The apprenticeship of the Prussian crown princes has always consisted in receiving fisticuffs and cowhidings from their progenitor, the king. The Kaiser beats his children, the officer his soldiers, the father his wife and children, the schoolmaster his pupils, and when the superior is not able to give blows, he subjects those under him to the torment of moral insult. On this account, when they abandoned their ordinary avocations, taking up arms in order to fall upon another human group, they did so with implacable ferocity. Each one of them, continued the Russian, carries on his back the marks of kicks, and when his turn comes, he seeks consolation in passing them on to the unhappy creatures whom war puts into his power. This nation of warlords, as they love to call themselves, aspires to lordship, but outside of the country. Within it are the ones who least appreciate human dignity and therefore long vehemently to spread their dominant will over the face of the earth, passing from lackeys to lords. Suddenly, Don Marcelo stopped going with such frequency to the studio. He was now haunting the home and office of the senator because this friend had upset his tranquility. Lacour had been much depressed since the heir of the family glory had broken through the protecting paternal net in order to go to war. One night, while dining with the Desnoyers family, an idea popped into his head which filled him with delight. "Would you like to see your son?" He needed to see Rene, and had been negotiating for a permit from headquarters which would allow him to visit the front. His son belonged to the same army division as Julio. Perhaps their camps were rather far apart, but an automobile makes many revolutions before it reaches the end of its journey. It was not necessary to say more. Desnoyers instantly felt the most overmastering desire to see his boy, since for so many months he had had to content himself with reading his letters and studying the snapshot which one of his comrades had made of his soldier son. From that time on, he besieged the senator as though he were a political supporter desiring an office. He visited him in the mornings in his home, invited him to dinner every evening, and hunted him down in the salons of the Luxembourg. Before the first word of greeting could be exchanged, his eyes were formulating the same interrogation: "When will you get that permit?" The great man could only reply by lamenting the indifference of the military department toward the civilian element. It always had been inimical toward parliamentarism. Besides, Joffre is showing himself most unapproachable. He does not encourage the curious. Tomorrow I will see the president. A few days later he arrived at the house of the avenue Victor Hugo with an expression of radiant satisfaction that filled Don Marcelo with joy. "It has come? It has come. We start the day after tomorrow." Desnoyers went the following afternoon to the studio in the rue de la Pompe. "I am going tomorrow." The artist was very eager to accompany him. Would it not be possible for him to go too, as secretary to the senator? Don Marcelo smiled benevolently. The authorization was only for Lacour and one companion. He was the one who was going to pose as secretary, valet or utility man to his future relative-in-law. At the end of the afternoon he left the studio, accompanied to the elevator by the lamentations of Argensola. To think that he could not join that expedition! He believed that he had lost the opportunity to paint his masterpiece. Just outside of his home he met Tchernoff. Don Marcelo was in high good humor. The certainty that he was going to see his son filled him with boyish good spirits. He almost embraced the Russian in spite of his slovenly aspect, his tragic beard and his enormous hat, which made everyone turn to look after him. At the end of the avenue, the Arc de Triomphe stood forth against a sky crimsoned by the sunset. A red cloud was floating around the monument, reflected on its whiteness with purpling palpitations. Desnoyers recalled the four horsemen and all that Argensola had told him before presenting him to the Russian. "Blood!" he shouted jubilantly. "All the sky seems to be blood red. It is the apocalyptic beast who has received his death wound. Soon we shall see him die." Tchernoff smiled too, but his was a melancholy smile. "No, the beast does not die. It is the eternal companion of man. It hides spouting blood 40, 60, 100 years, but eventually it reappears. All that we can hope is that its wound may be long and deep, that it may remain hidden so long that the generation that now remembers it may never see it again." End of section 60. Section 61, Part 3, Chapter 3 of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. War. Don Marcelo was climbing up a mountain covered with woods. The forest presented a tragic desolation. A silent tempest had installed itself therein, placing everything in violent, unnatural positions. Not a single tree still preserved its upright form and abundant foliage as in the days of peace. The groups of pines recalled the columns of ruined temples. Some were still standing erect, but without their crowns, like shafts that might have lost their capitals. Others were pierced like the mouthpiece of a flute, or like pillars struck by a thunderbolt. Some had splintery threads hanging around their cuts like used toothpicks. A sinister force of destruction had been raging among these beeches, spruce and oaks. Great tangles of their cut boughs were cluttering the ground, as though a band of gigantic woodcutters had just passed by. The trunks had been severed a little distance from the ground with a clean and glistening stroke, as though with a single blow of the axe. Around the disinterred roots were quantities of stones mixed with sod, stones that had been sleeping in the recesses of the earth and had been brought to the surface by explosions. At intervals, gleaming among the trees or blocking the roadway with an importunity which required some zigzagging, was a series of pools all alike of regular geometrical circles. To Desnoyers they seemed like sunken basins for the use of invisible titans who had been hewing the forest. Their great depth extended to their very edges. A swimmer might dive into these lagoons without ever touching bottom. Their water was greenish, still water, rainwater with a scum of vegetation perforated by the respiratory bubbles of the little organisms coming to life in its vitals. Bordering the hilly pathway through the pines were many mounds with crosses of wood, tombs of French soldiers topped with little tricolored flags. Upon these moss-covered graves were the old kepis of the gunners. The ferocious wood chopper, in destroying this woods, had also blindly demolished many of the ants swarming around the trunks. Don Marcelo was wearing leggings, a broad hat, and on his shoulders a fine poncho arranged like a shawl, garments which recalled his far distant life on the ranch. Behind him came Lacour, trying to preserve his senatorial dignity in spite of his gasps and puffs of fatigue. He also was wearing high boots and a soft hat, but he had kept to his solemn frock coat in order not to abandon entirely his parliamentary uniform. Before them marched two captains as guides. They were on a mountain occupied by the French artillery and were climbing to the top where were hidden cannons and cannons forming a line some miles in length. The German artillery had caused the woodland ruin around the visitors in their return of the French fire. The circular pools were the hollows dug by the German shells in the limy, non-porous soil which preserved all the runnels of rain. The visiting party had left their automobile at the foot of the mountain. One of the officers, a former artilleryman, explained this precaution to them. It was necessary to climb this roadway very cautiously. They were within reach of the enemy, and an automobile might attract the attention of their gunners. "A little fatiguing this climb," he continued. "Courage, Senator Lacour, we are almost there." They began to meet artillerymen. Many of them were not in uniform, but wearing the military kepis. They looked like workmen from a metal factory, foundrymen with jackets and pantaloons of corduroy. Their arms were bare, and some had put on wooden shoes in order to get over the mud with greater security. They were former iron laborers mobilized into the artillery reserves. Their sergeants had been factory overseers, and many of them officials, engineers, and proprietors of big workshops. Suddenly the excursionists stumbled upon the iron inmates of the woods. When these spoke, the earth trembled, the air shuddered, and the native inhabitants of the forest, the crows, rabbits, butterflies, and ants, fled in terrified flight. trying to hide themselves from the fearful convulsion which seemed to be bringing the world to an end. Just at present, the bellowing monsters were silent, so that they came upon them unexpectedly. Something was sticking up out of the greenery like a gray beam. At other times, this apparition would emerge from a conglomeration of dry trunks. Around this obstacle was cleared ground occupied by men who lived, slept and worked about this huge manufactory on wheels. The senator, who had written verse in his youth and composed oratorical poetry when dedicating various monuments in his district, saw in these solitary men on the mountainside, blackened by the sun and smoke, with naked breasts and bare arms, a species of priests dedicated to the service of a fatal divinity that was receiving from their hands offerings of enormous explosive capsules, hurling them forth in thunderclaps. Hidden under the branches, in order to escape the observation of the enemy's birdmen, the French cannon were scattered among the hills and hollows of the highland range. In this herd of steel there were enormous pieces with wheels reinforced by metal plates, somewhat like the farming engines which Desnoyers had used on his ranch for plowing. Like smaller beasts, more agile and playful in their incessant yelping, the groups of 75 were mingled with the terrific monsters. The two captains had received from the general of their division orders to show Senator Lacour minutely the workings of the artillery, and Lacour was accepting their observations with corresponding gravity, while his eyes roved from side to side in the hope of recognizing his son. The interesting thing for him was to see Rene, but recollecting the official pretext of his journey, he followed submissively from cannon to cannon, listening patiently to all explanations. The operators next showed him the servants of these pieces, great oval cylinders extracted from subterranean storehouses called shelters. These storage places were deep burrows, oblique wells reinforced with sacks of stone and wood. They served as a refuge to those off duty and kept the munitions away from the enemy's shell. An artilleryman exhibited 2 pouches of white cloth, joined together and very full. They looked like a double sausage and were the charge for one of the large cannons. The open packet showed some rose-colored leaves, and the senator greatly admired this dainty paste, which looked like an article for the dressing table instead of one of the most terrible explosives of modern warfare. "I am sure," said Lacour, "that if I found one of these delicate packets on the street, I should have thought that it had been dropped from some lady's vanity bag, or by some careless clerk from a perfumery shop. Anything but an explosive. And with this trifle that looks as if it were made for the lips, it is possible to blow up an edifice." End of section 61. Section 62, Part III, Chapter 3 continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. As they continued their visit of investigation, they came upon a partially destroyed round tower in the highest part of the mountain. This was the most dangerous post. From it an officer was examining the enemy's line in order to gauge the correctness of the aim of the gunners. While his comrades were under the ground or hidden by the branches, he was fulfilling his mission from this visible point. A short distance from the tower, a subterranean passageway opened before their eyes. They descended through its murky recesses until they found the various rooms excavated in the ground. One side of the mountain, cut in points, formed its exterior facade. Narrow little windows cut in the stone gave light and air to these quarters. An old commandant in charge of the section came out to meet them. Desnoyers thought that he must be the floor walker of some big department store in Paris. His manners were so exquisite and his voice so suave that he seemed to be imploring pardon at every word, or addressing a group of ladies, offering them goods of the latest novelty. But this impression only lasted a moment. This soldier with gray hair and near sighted glasses, who in the midst of war was retaining his customary manner of a building director receiving his clients, showed on moving his arms some bandages and surgical dressings within his sleeves. He was wounded in both wrists by the explosion of a shell, but he was nevertheless sticking to his post. "A devil of a honey-tongued, syrupy gentleman," mused Don Marcelo, "yet he is undoubtedly an exceptional person." By this time they had entered into the main office, a vast room which received its light through a horizontal window about 10 feet wide and only a palm and a half high, reminding one of the open space between the slats of a Venetian blind. Below it was a pine table, filled with papers and surrounded by stools. When occupying one of these seats, one's eyes could sweep the entire plain. On the walls were electric apparatus, acoustic tubes and telephones, many telephones. The Commandant sorted and piled up the papers, offering the stools with drawing room punctilio. "Here, Senator Lacour." Desnoyers, humble attendant, took a seat at his side. The Commandant now appeared to be the manager of a theater preparing to exhibit an extraordinary show. He spread upon the table an enormous paper which reproduced all the features of the plain extended before them: roads, towns, fields, heights and valleys. Upon this map was a triangular group of red lines in the form of an open fan. The vertex represented the place where they were, and the broad part of the triangle was the limit of the horizon which they were sweeping with their eyes. "We are going to fire at that grove," said the artilleryman, pointing to one end of the map. "There it is," he continued, designating a little dark line. "Take your glasses." But before they could adjust the binoculars, the Commandant placed a new paper on top of the map. It was an enormous and somewhat hazy photograph upon whose plan appeared a fan of red lines like the other one. "Our aviators," explained the gunner courteously, "have taken this morning some views of the enemy's positions. This is an enlargement from our photographic laboratory. According to this information, there are 2 German regiments encamped in that wood." Don Marcelo saw on the print the spot of woods, and within it white lines which represented roads, and groups of little squares which were blocks of houses in a village. He believed that he must be in an aeroplane contemplating the earth from a height of 3,000 feet. Then he raised the glasses to his eyes, following the direction of one of the red lines, and saw enlarged in the circle of the glass a black bar, somewhat like a heavy line of ink. The grove, the refuge of the foe. "Whenever you say, Senator Lacour, we will begin," said the Commandant, reaching the topmost notch of his courtesy. "Are you ready?" Desnoyers smiled slightly. For what was his illustrious friend to make himself ready? What difference could it possibly make to a mere spectator, much interested in the novelty of the show? There sounded behind them numberless bells, gongs that called and gongs that answered. The acoustic tubes seemed to swell out with the gallop of words. The electric wire filled the silence of the room with the palpitations of its mysterious life. The bland chief was no longer occupied with his guests. They conjectured that he was behind them, his mouth at the telephone, conversing with various officials some distance off. Yet the urbane and well-spoken hero was not abandoning for one moment his candid courtesy. "Will you be kind enough to tell me when you are ready to begin?" they heard him saying to a distant officer. "I shall be much pleased to transmit the order." Don Marcelo felt a slight nervous tremor near one of his legs. It was Lacour on the qui vive over the approaching novelty. They were going to begin firing. Something was going to happen that he had never seen before. The cannons were above their heads. The roughly vaulted roof was going to tremble like the deck of a ship when they shot over it. The room, with its acoustic tubes and its vibrations from the telephones, was like the bridge of a vessel at the moment of clearing for action. The noise that it was going to make! A few seconds flitted by that to them seemed unusually long, and then suddenly a sound like a distant peal of thunder which appeared to come from the clouds. Desnoyers no longer felt the nervous twitter against his knee. The senator seemed surprised. His expression seemed to say, "And is that all?" The heaps of earth above them had deadened the report, so that the discharge of the great machine seemed no more than the blow of a club upon a mattress. Far more impressive was the scream of the projectile, sounding at a great height, but displacing the air with such violence that its waves reached even to the window. It went flying, flying, its roar lessening. Some time passed before they noticed its effects, and the two friends began to believe that it must have been lost in space. "It will not strike, it will not strike," they were thinking. Suddenly there surged up on the horizon, exactly in the spot indicated over the blur of the woods, a tremendous column of smoke, a whirling tower of black vapor, followed by a volcanic explosion. "How dreadful it must be to be there," said the senator. He and Desnoyers were experiencing a sensation of animal joy, a selfish hilarity in seeing themselves in such a safe place several yards underground. End of section 62. Section 63, Part III, Chapter 3, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. "The Germans are going to reply at any moment," said Don Marcelo to his friend. The senator was of the same opinion. Undoubtedly they would retaliate, carrying on an artillery duel. All of the French batteries had opened fire. The mountain was thundering. The shell whining, the horizon still tranquil, was bristling with black spiral columns. The two realized more and more how snug they were in this retreat, like a box at the theater. Someone touched Lacour on the shoulder. It was one of the captains who was conducting them through the front. "We are going above," he said simply. "You must see close by how our cannons are working. The sight will be well worth the trouble." Above? The illustrious man was as perplexed as astonished as though he had suggested an interplanetary trip. Above, when the enemy was going to reply from one minute to another? The captain explained that Sub-Lieutenant Lacour was perhaps awaiting his father. By telephone they had advised his battery, stationed a little further on. It would be necessary to go now in order to see him. So they again climbed up to the light through the mouth of the tunnel. The senator then drew himself up majestically erect. "They are going to fire at us," said a voice in his interior. "The foe is going to reply." But he adjusted his coat like a tragic mantle and advanced at a circumspect and solemn pace. If those military men, adversaries of parliamentarism, fancied that they were going to laugh up their sleeve at the timidity of a civilian, he would show them their mistake. Desnoyers could not but admire the resolution with which the great man made his exit from the shelter, exactly as if he were going to march against the foe. At a little distance, the atmosphere was rent into tumultuous waves, making their legs tremble, their ears hum, and their necks feel as though they had just been struck. They both thought that the Germans had begun to return the fire, but it was the French who were shooting. A feathery stream of vapor came up out of the woods a dozen yards away, dissolving instantly. One of the largest pieces, hidden in a nearby thicket, had just been discharged. The captains continued their explanations without stopping their journey. It was necessary to pass directly in front of the spitting monster, in spite of the violence of its reports, so as not to venture out into the open woods near the watchtower. They were expecting from one second to another now the response from their neighbors across the way. The guide accompanying Don Marcelo congratulated him on the fearlessness with which he was enduring the cannonading. "My friend is well acquainted with it," remarked the senator proudly. "He was in the Battle of the Marne." The two soldiers evidently thought this very strange, considering Desnoyers' advanced age. To what section had he belonged? In what capacity had he served? "Merely as a victim," was the modest reply. An officer came running toward them from the tower side, across the cleared space. He waved his kepi several times that they might see him better. Lacour trembled for him. The enemy might descry him. He was simply making a target of himself by cutting across that open space in order to reach them the sooner, and he trembled still more as he came nearer. It was Rene. His hands returned with some astonishment the strong muscular grasp. He noticed that the outlines of his son's face were more pronounced and darkened with the tan of camp life. An air of resolution, of confidence in his own powers, appeared to emanate from his person. 6 months of intense life had transformed him. He was the same, but broader chested and more stalwart. The gentle and sweet features of his mother were lost under the virile mask. Lacour recognized with pride that he now resembled himself. After greetings had been exchanged, Rene paid more attention to Don Marcelo than to his father, because he reminded him of Chichi. He inquired after her, wishing to know all the details of her life, in spite of their ardent and constant correspondence. The senator, meanwhile, still under the influence of his recent emotion, had adopted a somewhat oratorical air toward his son. He forthwith improvised a fragment of discourse in honor of that soldier of the Republic, bearing the glorious name of Lacour, deeming this an opportune time to make known to these professional soldiers the lofty lineage of his family. "Do your duty, my son. The Lacours inherit warrior traditions. Remember our ancestor, the deputy of the Convention, who covered himself with glory in the defense of Mayence." While he was discoursing, they had started forward, doubling a point of the greenwood in order to get behind the cannons. Here the racket was less violent. The great engines, after each discharge, were letting escape through the rear chambers little clouds of smoke like those from a pipe. The sergeants were dictating numbers, communicated in a low voice by another gunner who had a telephone receiver at his ear. The workmen around the cannon were obeying silently. They would touch a little wheel and the monster would raise its gray snout, moving it from side to side with the intelligent expression and agility of an elephant's trunk. At the foot of the nearest piece stood the operator, rod in hand and with impassive face. He must be deaf, yet his facial inertia was stamped with a certain authority. For him, life was no more than a series of shots and detonations. He knew his importance. He was the servant of the tempest, the guardian of the thunderbolt. "Fire!" shouted the sergeant, and the thunder broke forth in fury. Everything appeared to be trembling, but the two visitors were by this time so accustomed to the din that the present uproar seemed but a secondary affair. Lacour was about to take up the thread of his discourse about his glorious forefather in the Convention when something interfered. "They are firing," said the man at the telephone simply. The two officers repeated to the senator this news from the watchtower. Had he not said that the enemy was going to fire? Obeying a sane instinct of preservation, and pushed at the same time by his son, he found himself in the refuge of the battery. He certainly did not wish to hide himself in this cave, so he remained near the entrance, with a curiosity which got the best of his disquietude. He felt the approach of the invisible projectile, in spite of the roar of the neighboring cannon. He perceived with rare sensibility its passage through the air, above the other closer and more powerful sounds. It was a squealing howl that was swelling in intensity, that was opening out as it advanced, filling all space. Soon it ceased to be a shriek, became a rude roar formed by diverse collisions and frictions, like the descent of an electric tram through a hillside road, or the course of a train which passes through a station without stopping. End of section 63. Section 64, Part III, Chapter 3 continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. He saw it approach in the form of a cloud, bulging as though it were going to explode over the battery. Without knowing just how it happened, the senator suddenly found himself in the bottom of the shelter, his hands in cold contact with a heap of steel cylinders lined up like bottles. They were projectiles. If a German shell, he thought, should explode above this burrow, what a frightful blowing up! But he calmed himself by reflecting on the solidity of the arched vault, with its beams and sacks of earth several yards thick. Suddenly he was in absolute darkness. Another had sought refuge in the shelter, obstructing the light with his body. Perhaps his friend Desnoyers. A year passed by while his watch was registering a single second, then a century at the same rate. And finally, the awaited thunder burst forth, making the refuge vibrate, but with a kind of dull elasticity, as though it were made of rubber. In spite of its thud, the explosion wrought horrible damage. Other minor explosions, playful and whistling, followed behind the first. In his imagination, Lacour saw a cataclysm, a writhing serpent vomiting sparks and smoke, a species of Wagnerian monster that upon striking the ground was disgorging thousands of fiery little snakes that were covering the earth with their deadly contortions. The shell must have burst nearby, perhaps in the very square occupied by this battery. He came out of the shelter expecting to encounter a sickening display of dismembered bodies, and he saw his son smiling, smoking a cigar, and talking with Desnoyers. That was a mere nothing. The gunners were tranquilly finishing the charging of a huge piece. They had raised their eyes for a moment as the enemy's shell went screaming by, and then had continued their work. "It must have fallen about 300 yards away," said Rene cheerfully. The senator, impressionable soul, felt suddenly filled with heroic confidence. It was not worth while to bother about his personal safety when other men, just like him, only differently dressed, were not paying the slightest attention to the danger. And as the other projectiles soared over his head to lose themselves in the woods with the explosions of a volcano, he remained by his son's side with no other sign of tension than a slight trembling of the knees. It seemed to him now that it was only the French missiles, because they were on his side, that were hitting the bull's eye. The others must be going up in the air and losing themselves in useless noise. Of just such illusions is valor often compounded. "And is that all?" his eyes seemed to be asking. He now recalled rather shamefacedly his retreat to the shelter. He was beginning to feel that he could live in the open, the same as Rene. The German missiles were getting considerably more frequent. They were no longer lost in the wood, and their detonations were sounding nearer and nearer. The two officials exchanged glances. They were responsible for the safety of their distinguished charge. "Now they are warming up," said one of them. Rene, as though reading their thoughts, prepared to go. "Goodbye, father." They were needing him in his battery. The senator tried to resist. He wished to prolong the interview, but found that he was hitting against something hard and inflexible that repelled all his influence. A senator amounted to very little with people accustomed to discipline. "Farewell, my boy. All success to you. Remember who you are." The father wept as he embraced his son, lamenting the brevity of the interview, and thinking of the dangers awaiting him. When Rene had disappeared, the captains again recommended their departure. It was getting late; they ought to reach a certain cantonment before nightfall. So they went down the hill in the shelter of a cut in the mountains, seeing the enemy's shells flying high above them. In a hollow they came upon several groups of the famed 75's, spread out through the woods, hidden by piles of underbrush, like snapping dogs, howling and sticking up their gray muzzles. The great cannon were roaring only at intervals, while the steel pack of hounds were yelping incessantly without the slightest break in their noisy wrath, like the endless tearing of a piece of cloth. The pieces were many, the volleys dizzying, and the shots uniting in one prolonged shriek, as a series of dots unite to form a single line. The chiefs, stimulated by the din, were giving their orders in yells and waving their arms from behind the pieces. The cannons were sliding over the motionless gun carriages, advancing and receding like automatic pistols. Each charge dropped an empty shell and introduced a fresh one into the smoking chamber. Behind the battery, the air was racking in furious waves. With every shot, Lacour and his companion received a blow on the breast, the violent contact with an invisible hand pushing them backward and forward. They had to adjust their breathing to the rhythm of the concussions. During the 100th part of a second, between the passing of one aerial wave and the advance of the next, their chests felt the agony of vacuum. Desnoyers admired the baying of those gray dogs. He knew well their bite, extending across many kilometers. Now they were fresh and at home in their own kennels. To Lacour it seemed as though the rows of cannon were chanting a measure, monotonous and fiercely impassioned, that must be the martial hymn of the humanity of prehistoric times. This music of dry, deafening, delirious notes was awakening in the two what is sleeping in the depths of every soul, the savagery of a remote ancestry. The air was hot with acrid odors, pungent and brutishly intoxicating. The perfumes from the explosions were penetrating to the brain through the mouth, the eyes and the ears. They began to be infected with the same ardor as the directors, shouting and swinging their arms in the midst of the thundering. The empty capsules were mounting up in thick layers behind the cannon. Fire! Always fire! "We must sprinkle them well," yelled the chiefs. "We must give a good soaking to the groves where the Boches are hidden." So the mouths of 75 rained without interruption, inundating the remote thickets with their shells. Inflamed by this deadly activity, frenzied by the destructive celerity, dominated by the dizzying sway of the ruby leaves, Lacour and Desnoyers found themselves waving their hats, leaping from one side to another as though they were dancing the sacred dance of death, and shouting with mouths dry from the acrid vapor of the powder, "Hurrah! Hurrah!" End of section 64. Section 65, Part III, Chapter 3, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The automobile rode all the afternoon long, stopping only when it met long files of convoys. It traversed uncultivated fields with skeletons of dwellings, and ran through burned towns which were no more than a succession of blackened facades. "Now it is your turn," said the senator to Desnoyers. "We are going to see your son." At nightfall they ran across groups of infantry, soldiers with long beards and blue uniforms discolored by the inclemency of the weather. They were returning from the entrenchments, carrying over the hump of their knapsacks spades, picks and other implements for removing the ground that had acquired the importance of arms of combat. They were covered with mud from head to foot. All looked old in full youth. Their joy at returning to the cantonment after a week in the trenches made them fill the silence of the plain with songs in time to the tramp of their nailed boots. Through the violet twilight drifted the winged strophes of the Marseillaise or the heroic affirmations of the Chant du Départ. "They are the soldiers of the Revolution!" exclaimed Lacour with enthusiasm. "France has returned to 1792." The two captains established their charges for the night in a half ruined town where one of their divisions had its headquarters, and then took their leave. Others would act as their escort the following morning. The two friends were lodging in the Hotel de la Siran, an old inn with its front gnawed by shell fire. The proprietor showed them with pride a window broken in the form of a crater. This window had made the old tavern sign, a woman of iron with the tail of a fish, sink into insignificance. As Desnoyers was occupying the room next to the one that had received the mark of the shell, the innkeeper was anxious to point it out to them before they went to bed. Everything was broken: walls, floor, roof, the furniture, a pile of splinters in the corner, the flowered wallpaper, a fringe of tatters hanging from the walls. Through an enormous hole they could see the stars and feel the chill of the night. The owner stated that this destruction was not the work of the Germans, but was caused by a projectile from one of the 75's when repelling the invaders from the village, and he beamed on the ruin with patriotic pride, repeating, "There's a sample of French marksmanship for you. How do you like the workings of the 75's? What do you think of that now?" In spite of the fatigue of the journey, Don Marcelo slept badly, excited by the thought that his son was not far away. An hour before daybreak, they left the village in an automobile guided by another official. On both sides of the road they saw camps and camps. They left behind the parks of munitions, passed the third line of troops, and then the second. Thousands and thousands of men were bivouacking there in the open, improvising as best they could their habitations. These human anthills seemed vaguely to recall, with the variety of uniforms and races, some of the mighty invasions of history. But it was not a nation en marche. The exodus of people takes with it the women and children. Here there were nothing but men, men everywhere. All kinds of housing ever used by humanity were here utilized. These military assemblages, beginning with the cave, caverns and quarries, were serving as barracks. Some low huts recalled the American ranch. Others, high and conical, were facsimiles of the gourbi of Africa. Many of the soldiers had come from the colonies. Some had been living as businessmen in the New World, and upon having to provide a house more stable than the canvas tent, had recalled the architecture of the tribes with which they had had dealings. In this conglomerate of combatants there were also Moors, blacks and Asiatics, who were accustomed to living outside the cities and had acquired in the open a physical superiority which made them more masterful than the civilized peoples. Near the river beds was flapping white clothing hung out to dry. Rows of men with bared breasts were out in the morning freshness, leaning over the streams, washing themselves with noisy ablutions, followed by vigorous rubbings. On a bridge was a soldier writing, utilizing a parapet as a table. The cooks were moving around their savory kettles, and a warm exhalation of morning soup was mixed with the resinous perfume of the trees and the smell of the damp earth. Long, low barracks of wood and zinc served the cavalry and artillery for their animals and stores. In the open air, the soldiers were currying and shoeing the glossy, plump horses which the trench war was maintaining in placid obesity. "If they had only been like that at the Battle of the Marne," sighed Desnoyers to his friend. Now the cavalry was leading an existence of interminable rest. The troopers were fighting on foot, and finding it necessary to exercise their steeds to keep them from getting sick with their full mangers. There were spread over the fields several aeroplanes, like great gray dragonflies, poised for the flight. Many of the men were grouped around them. The farmers, transformed into soldiers, were watching with great admiration their comrade charged with the management of these machines. They looked upon him as one of the wizards so venerated and feared in all the countryside. Don Marcelo was struck by the general transformation in the French uniforms. All were now clad in gray blue from head to foot, the trousers of bright scarlet cloth, the red kepis which he had hailed with such joy in the expedition of the Marne, no longer existed. All the men passing along the roads were soldiers. All the vehicles, even the ox carts, were guided by military men. Suddenly the automobile stopped before some ruined houses blackened by fire. "Here we are," announced the official. "Now we shall have to walk a little." The senator and his friends started along the highway. "Not that way, no," the guide turned to say grimly. "That road is bad for the health. We must keep out of the currents of air." He further explained that the Germans had their cannon and entrenchments at the end of this high road, which sloped suddenly and again appeared as a white ribbon on the horizon line between two rows of trees and burned houses. The pale morning light with its hazy mist was sheltering them from the enemy's fire. On a sunny day, the arrival of their automobile would have been saluted with a shell. "That is war," he concluded. "One is always near to death without seeing it." The two recalled the warning of the general with whom they had dined the day before. "Be very careful. The war of the trenches is treacherous." End of section 65. Section 66, Part 3, Chapter 3, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. In the sweep of plains unrolled before them, not a man was visible. It seemed like a country Sunday, when the farmers are in their homes and the land scene lying in silent meditation. Some shapeless objects could be seen in the fields, like agricultural implements deserted for a day of rest. Perhaps they were broken automobiles or artillery carriages destroyed by the force of their volleys. "This way," said the officer, who had added 4 soldiers to the party to carry the various bags and packages which Desnoyers had brought out on the roof of the automobile. They proceeded in a single file the length of a wall of blackened bricks, down a steep hill. After a few steps, the surface of the ground was about to their knees, further on up to their waists, and thus they disappeared within the earth, seeing above their heads only a narrow strip of sky. They were now under the open field, having left behind them the mass of ruins that hid the entrance of the road. They were advancing in an absurd way, as though they scorned direct lines, in zigzags, in curves, in angles. Other pathways, no less complicated, branched off from this ditch, which was the central avenue of an immense subterranean cavity. They walked and walked and walked. A quarter of an hour went by, a half an entire hour. Lacour and his friend thought longingly of the roadways flanked with trees, of their tramp in the open air where they could see the sky and meadows. They were not going 20 steps in the same direction. The official marching ahead was every moment vanishing around a new bend. Those who were coming behind were panting and talking unseen, having to quicken their steps in order not to lose sight of the party. Every now and then they had to halt in order to unite and count the little band, to make sure that no one had been lost in a transverse gallery. The ground was exceedingly slippery, in some places almost liquid mud, white and caustic like the drip from the scaffolding of a house in the course of construction. The thump of their footsteps and the friction of their shoulders brought down chunks of earth and smooth stones from the sides. Little by little they climbed through the main artery of this underground body and the veins connected with it. Again they were near the surface, where it required but little effort to see the blue above the earthworks. But here the fields were uncultivated, surrounded with wire fences, yet with the same appearance of Sabbath calm. Knowing by sad experience what curiosity oftentimes cost, the official would not permit them to linger here. "Keep right ahead. Forward march!" For an hour and a half the party kept doggedly on, until the senior members became greatly bewildered and fatigued by their serpentine meanderings. They could no longer tell whether they were advancing or receding, the sudden steeps and the continual turning bringing on an attack of vertigo. "Have we much further to go?" asked the senator. "There," responded the guide, pointing to some heaps of earth above them. There was a bell tower, surrounded by a few charred houses that could be seen a long ways off, the remains of a hamlet which had been taken and retaken by both sides. By going in a direct line on the surface, they would have compassed this distance in half an hour. To the angles of the underground road, arranged to impede the advance of an enemy, there had been added the obstacles of campaign fortification, tunnels cut with wire lattice work, large hanging cages of wire which, on falling, could block the passage and enable the defenders to open fire across their gratings. They began to meet soldiers with packs and pails of water, who were soon lost in the tortuous crossroads. Some, seated on piles of wood, were smiling as they read a little periodical published in the trenches. The soldiers stepped aside to make way for the visiting procession, bearded and curious faces peeping out of the alleyways. Afar off sounded a crackling of short snaps, as though at the end of the winding lanes were a shooting lodge where a group of sportsmen were killing pigeons. The morning was still cloudy and cold. In spite of the humid atmosphere, a buzzing like that of a horsefly hummed several times above the two visitors. "Bullets," said their conductor laconically. Desnoyers meanwhile had lowered his head a little. He knew perfectly well that insectivorous sound. The senator walked on more briskly, temporarily forgetting his weariness. They came to a halt before a lieutenant colonel, who received them like an engineer exhibiting his workshops, like a naval officer showing off the batteries and turrets of his battleships. He was the chief of the battalion occupying this section of the trenches. Don Marcelo studied him with special interest, knowing that his son was under his orders. To the two friends, these subterranean fortifications bore a certain resemblance to the lower parts of a vessel. They passed from trench to trench of the last line, the oldest, dark galleries into which penetrated streaks of light across the loopholes and broad, low windows of the mitrailleuse. The long line of defense formed a tunnel cut by short, open spaces. They had to go stumbling from light to darkness and from darkness to light, with a visual suddenness very fatiguing to the eyes. The ground was higher in the open spaces. There were wooden benches placed against the sides so that the observers could put out the head or examine the landscape by means of the periscope. The enclosed space answered both for batteries and sleeping quarters. As the enemy had been repelled and more ground had been gained, the combatants who had been living all winter in these first quarters had tried to make themselves more comfortable. Over the trenches in the open air, they had laid beams from the ruined houses. Over the beams, planks, doors, and windows, and on top of the wood, layers of sacks of earth. These sacks were covered by a top of fertile soil from which sprouted grass and herbs, giving the roofs of the trenches an appearance of pastoral placidity. The temporary arches could thus resist the shock of the abuses which went plowing into the earth without causing any special damage. When an explosive was pounding too noisily and weakening the structure, the troglodytes would swarm out in the night like watchful ants and skillfully readjust the roof of their primitive dwellings. Everything appeared clean, with that simple and rather clumsy cleanliness exercised by men living far from women and thrown upon their own resources. The galleries were something like the cloisters of a monastery, the corridors of a prison, and the middle sections of a ship. Their floors were a half-yard lower than that of the open spaces which joined the trenches together. In order that the officers might avoid so many ups and downs, some planks had been laid, forming a sort of scaffolding from doorway to doorway. End of section 66. Section 67, Part 3, Chapter 3 continued of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Upon the approach of their chief, the soldiers formed themselves in line, their heads being on a level with the waist of those passing over the planks. Desnoyers ran his eye hungrily over the file of men. Where could Julio be? He noticed the individual contour of the different redoubts. They all seemed to have been constructed in about the same way, but their occupants had modified them with their special personal decorations. The exteriors were always cut with loopholes in which there were guns pointed toward the enemy and windows for the mitrailleuse. The watchers near these openings were looking over the lonely landscape like quartermasters surveying the sea from the bridge. Within were the armories and the sleeping rooms, 3 rows of berths made with planks like the beds of seamen. The desire for artistic ornamentation, which even the simplest souls always feel, had led to the embellishment of the underground dwellings. Each soldier had a private museum made with prints from the papers and colored postcards. Photographs of soubrettes and dancers with their painted mouths smiled from the shiny cardboard, enlivening the chaste aspect of the redoubt. Don Marcelo was growing more and more impatient at seeing so many hundreds of men, but no Julio. The senator, complying with his imploring glance, spoke a few words to the chief, preceding him with an aspect of great deference. The official had at first to think very hard to recall Julio to mind, but he soon remembered the exploits of Sergeant Desnoyers. "An excellent soldier," he said. "He will be sent for immediately, Senator Lacour. He is on duty now with his section in the first line trenches." The father, in his anxiety to see him, proposed that they betake themselves to that advanced site, but his petition made the chief and the others smile. Those open trenches, within 100 or 50 yards from the enemy, with no other defense but barbed wire and sacks of earth, were not for the visits of civilians. They were always filled with mud. The visitors would have to crawl around, exposed to bullets, and under the dropping chunks of earth loosened by the shells. None but the combatants could get around in these outposts. "It is always dangerous there," said the chief. "There is always random shooting. Just listen to the firing." Desnoyers indeed perceived a distant crackling that he had not noted before, and he felt an added anguish at the thought that his son must be in the thick of it. Realization of the dangers to which he must be daily exposed now stood forth in high relief. What if he should die in the intervening moments before he could see him? Time dragged by with desperate sluggishness for Don Marcelo. It seemed to him that the messenger who had been dispatched for him would never arrive. He paid scarcely any attention to the affairs which the chief was so courteously showing them. The caverns which served the soldiers as toilet rooms and bathrooms of most primitive arrangement. The cave with the sign Café de la Victoire. Another, in fanciful lettering, Theater. Lacour was taking a lively interest in all this, lauding the French gaiety which laughs and sings in the presence of danger, while his friend continued brooding about Julio. When would he ever see him? They stopped near one of the embrasures of a machine gun position, stationing themselves at the recommendations of the soldiers on both sides of the horizontal opening, keeping their bodies well back, but putting their heads far enough forward to look out with one eye. They saw a very deep excavation and the opposite edge of ground. A short distance away were several rows of X's of wood, united by barbed wire, forming a compact fence. About 300 feet further on was a second wire fence. There reigned a profound silence here, a silence of absolute loneliness, as though the world was asleep. "There are the trenches of the Boches," said the Commandant in a low tone. "Where?" asked the senator, making an effort to see. The chief pointed to the second wire fence, which Lacour and his friend had supposed belonged to the French. It was the German entrenchment line. "We are only 100 yards away from them," he continued, "but for some time they have not been attacking from this side." The visitors were greatly moved at learning that the foe was such a short distance off, hidden in the ground in a mysterious invisibility which made it all the more terrible. What if they should pop out now with their saw-edged bayonets, fire-breathing liquids and asphyxiating bombs to assault this stronghold? From this window they could observe more clearly the intensity of the firing on the outer line. The shots appeared to be coming nearer. The Commandant brusquely ordered them to leave their observatory, fearing that the fire might become general. The soldiers, with their customary promptitude, without receiving any orders, approached their guns, which were in horizontal position, pointing through the loopholes. Again the visitors walked in single file, going down into cavernous spaces which had been the old wine cellars of former houses. The officers had taken up their abode in these dens, utilizing all the residue of the ruins. A street door on 2 wooden horses served as a table. The ceilings and walls were covered with crotons from the Paris warehouses. Photographs of women and children adorned the side wall, between the nickel glitter of telegraphic and telephonic instruments. Desnoyers saw above one door an ivory crucifix yellowed with years, probably with centuries, transmitted from generation to generation, that must have witnessed many agonies of soul. In another den he noticed in a conspicuous place a horseshoe with 7 holes. Religious creeds were spreading their wings very widely in this atmosphere of danger and death, and yet at the same time the most grotesque superstitions were acquiring new values without anyone laughing at them. End of section 67. Section 68, Part III, Chapter 3 continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Upon leaving one of the cells, in the middle of an open space, the yearning father met his son. He knew that it must be Julio by the chief's gesture and because the smiling soldier was coming toward him, holding out his hands. But this time his paternal instinct, which he had heretofore considered an infallible thing, had given him no warning. How could he recognize Julio in that sergeant whose feet were 2 cakes of moist earth, whose faded cloak was a mass of tatters covered with mud, even up to the shoulders, smelling of damp wool and leather? After the first embrace, he drew back his head in order to get a good look at him without letting go of him. His olive pallor had turned to a bronze tone. He was growing a beard black and curly, which reminded Don Marcelo of his father-in-law. The centaur Madariaga had certainly come to life in this warrior, hardened by camping in the open air. At first the father grieved over his dirty and tired aspect, but a second glance made him sure that he was now far more handsome and interesting than in his days of society glory. "What do you need? What do you want?" His voice was trembling with tenderness. He was speaking to the tanned and robust combatant in the same tone that he was wont to use 20 years ago, when, holding the child by the hand, he had halted before the preserve cupboards of Buenos Aires. "Would you like money?" He had brought a large sum with him to give to his son, but the soldier gave a shrug of indifference, as though he had offered him a plaything. He had never been so rich as at this moment. He had a lot of money in Paris, but he didn't know what to do with it. He didn't need anything. "Send me some cigars for me and my comrades." He was constantly receiving from his mother great baskets full of choice goodies, tobacco and clothing, but he never kept anything. All was passed on to his fellow warriors, sons of poor families or alone in the world. His munificence had spread from his intimates to the company, and from that to the entire battalion. Don Marcelo divined his great popularity in the glances and smiles of the soldiers passing near them. He was the generous son of a millionaire, and this popularity seemed to include even him when the news went around that the father of Sergeant Desnoyers had arrived, a potentate who possessed fabulous wealth on the other side of the sea. "I guessed that you would want cigars," chuckled the old man, and his gaze sought the bags brought from the automobile through the windings of the underground road. All of the son's valorous deeds, extolled and magnified by Argensola, now came trooping into his mind. He had the original hero before his very eyes. "Are you content, satisfied? You do not repent of your decision?" "Yes, I am content, father, very content." Julio spoke without boasting, modestly. His life was very hard, but just like that of millions of other men. In his section of the few dozens of soldiers, there were many superior to him in intelligence, in studiousness, in character, but they were all courageously undergoing the test, experiencing the satisfaction of duty fulfilled. The common danger was helping to develop the noblest virtues of these men. Never in times of peace had he known such comradeship. What magnificent sacrifices he had witnessed! When all this is over, men will be better, more generous. Those who survive will do great things. Yes, of course, he was content. For the first time in his life he was tasting the delights of knowing that he was a useful being, that he was good for something, that his passing through the world would not be fruitless. He recalled with pity that Desnoyers who had not known how to occupy his empty life, and had filled it with every kind of frivolity. Now he had obligations that were taxing all his powers. He was collaborating in the formation of a future. He was a man at last. "I am content," he repeated with conviction. His father believed him, yet he fancied that in a corner of that frank glance he detected something sorrowful, a memory of a past which perhaps often forced its way among his present emotions. There flitted through his mind the lovely figure of Madame Laurier. Her charm was doubtless still haunting his son, and to think that he could not bring her here. The austere father of the preceding year contemplated himself with astonishment as he caught himself formulating this immoral regret. They passed a quarter of an hour without loosening hands, looking into each other's eyes. Julio asked after his mother and Chichi. He frequently received letters from them, but that was not enough for his curiosity. He laughed heartily at hearing of Argensola's amplified and abundant life. These interesting bits of news came from a world not much more than 60 miles distant in a direct line, but so far, so very far away. Suddenly his father noticed that his boy was listening with less attention. His senses, sharpened by a life of alarms and ambushed attacks, appeared to be withdrawing itself from the company attracted by the firing. Those were no longer scattered shots. They had combined into a continual crackling. The senator, who had left father and son together that they might talk more freely, now reappeared. "We are dismissed from here, my friend," he announced. "We have no luck in our visits." Soldiers were no longer passing to and fro. All had hastened to their posts, like the crew of a ship which clears for action. While Julio was taking up the rifle which he had left against the wall, a bit of dust whirled above his father's head, and a little hole appeared in the ground. "Quick, get out of here," he said, pushing Don Marcelo. Then, in the shelter of a covered trench, came the nervous, very brief farewell. "Good bye, father." A kiss, and he was gone. He had to return as quickly as possible to the sides of his men. The firing had become general all along the line. The soldiers were shooting serenely, as though fulfilling an ordinary function. It was a combat that took place every day without anybody's knowing exactly who started it. In consequence of the two armies being installed face to face and such a short distance apart, the chief of the battalion was also obliged to desert his guests, fearing a counter-attack. Again the officer charged with their safe conduct put himself at the head of the file, and they began to retrace their steps through the slippery maze. Desnoyers was tramping sullenly on, angry at the intervention of the enemy which had cut short his happiness. Before his inward gaze fluttered the vision of Julio with his black curly beard, which to him was the greatest novelty of the trip. He heard again his grave voice, that of a man who has taken up life from a new viewpoint. "I am content, father, I am content." The firing, growing constantly more distant, gave the father great uneasiness. Then he felt an instinctive faith, absurd, very firm. He saw his son beautiful and immortal as a god. He had a conviction that he would come out safe and sound from all dangers. That others should die was but natural, but Julio! As they got further and further away from the soldier boy, hope appeared to be singing in his ears. And as an echo of his pleasing musings, the father kept repeating mentally, "No one will kill him. My heart, which never deceives me, tells me so. No one will kill him." End of section 68. Section 69, Part III, Chapter 4 of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. No one will kill him. 4 months later, Don Marcelo's confidence received a rude shock. Julio was wounded. But at the same time that Lacour brought him this news, lamentably delayed, he tranquilized him with the result of his investigations in the War Ministry. Sergeant Desnoyers was now a sub-lieutenant. His wound was almost healed, and thanks to the wire pulling of the senator, he was coming to pass a fortnight with his family while convalescing. "An exceptionally brave fellow," concluded the influential man. "I have read what his chiefs say about him. At the head of his platoon, he attacked a German company. He killed the captain with his own hand. He did I don't know how many more brave things besides. They have presented him with the military medal and have made him an officer, a regular hero." And the rapidly aging father, weeping with emotion but with increasing enthusiasm, shook his head and trembled. He repented now of his momentary lack of faith when the first news of his wounded boy reached him. How absurd! No one would kill Julio. His heart told him so. Soon after, he saw him coming home amid the cries and delighted exclamations of the women. Poor Dona Luisa wept as she embraced him, hanging on his neck with sobs of emotion. Chichi contemplated him with grave reflection, putting half of her mind on the recent arrival, while the rest flew far away in search of the other warrior. The dusky South American maids fought each other for the opening in the curtains, peering through the crack with the gaze of an antelope. The father admired the little scrap of gold on the sleeve of the gray cloak, with the skirts buttoning behind, examining afterwards the dark blue cap with its low brim, adopted by the French for the war in the trenches. The traditional kepi had disappeared. A suitable visor like that of the men in the Spanish infantry now shadowed Julio's face. Don Marcelo noted, too, the short and well cared for beard, very different from the one he had seen in the trenches. The boy was coming home, groomed and polished, from his recent stay in the hospital. "Isn't it true that he looks like me?" queried the old man proudly. Dona Luisa responded with the inconsequence that mothers always show in matters of resemblance. "He has always been the living image of you." Having made sure that he was well and happy, the entire family suddenly felt a certain disquietude. They wished to examine his wound so as to convince themselves that he was completely out of danger. "Oh, it's nothing at all," protested the sub lieutenant. "A bullet wound in the shoulder. The doctor feared at first that I might lose my left arm, but it has healed well, and it isn't worth while to think any more about it." Chichi's appraising glance swept Julio from head to foot, taking in all the details of his military elegance. His cloak was worn thin and dirty, the leggings were spatter-dashed with mud. He smelled of leather, sweaty cloth, and strong tobacco. But on one wrist he was wearing a watch, and on the other his identity medal fastened with a gold chain. She had always admired her brother for his natural good taste, so she stowed away all these little details in her memory in order to pass them on to Rene. Then she surprised her mother with a demand for a loan that she might send a little gift to her artilleryman. Don Marcelo gloated over the 15 days of satisfaction ahead of him. Sub-Lieutenant Desnoyers found it impossible to go out alone, for his father was always pacing up and down the reception hall before the military cap which was shedding modest splendor and glory upon the hat rack. Scarcely had Julio put it on his head before his sire appeared, also with hat and cane, ready to sally forth. "Will you permit me to accompany you? I will not bother you." This would be said so humbly, with such an evident desire to have his request granted, that his son had not the heart to refuse him. In order to take a walk with Argensola, he had to scurry down the back stairs or resort to other schoolboy tricks. Never had the elder Desnoyers promenaded the streets of Paris with such solid satisfaction as by the side of this muscular youth in his gloriously worn cloak, on whose breast were glistening his two decorations, the Cross of War and the military medal. He was a hero, and this hero was his son. He accepted as homage to them both the sympathetic glances of the public in the streetcars and subways. The interest with which the women regarded the fine-looking youth tickled him immensely. All the other military men that they met, no matter how many bands and crosses they displayed, appeared to the doting father mere embusques, unworthy of comparison with his Julio. The wounded men who got out of the coaches by the aid of staffs and crutches inspired him with the greatest pity. Poor fellows! They did not bear the charmed life of his son. Nobody could kill him, and when by chance he received a wound, the scars had immediately disappeared without detriment to his handsome person. Sometimes, especially at night, Desnoyers Sr. would show an unexpected magnanimity, letting Julio fare forth alone. Since before the war, his son had led a life filled with triumphant love affairs. What might he not achieve now with the added prestige of a distinguished officer? Passing through his room on his way to bed, the father imagined the hero in the charming company of some aristocratic lady. None but a feminine celebrity was worthy of him. His paternal pride could accept nothing less, and it never occurred to him that Julio might be with Argensola in a music hall or in a moving picture show, enjoying the simple and monotonous diversions of a Paris sobered by war, with the homely tastes of a sub-lieutenant whose amorous conquests were no more than the renewal of some old friendships. One evening, as Don Marcelo was accompanying his son down the Champs-Elysees, he started at recognizing a lady approaching from the opposite direction. It was Madame Laurier. Would she recognize Julio? He noted that the youth turned pale and began looking at the other people with feigned interest. She continued straight ahead, erect, unseeing. The old gentleman was almost irritated at such coldness. To pass by his son without feeling his presence instinctively. Ah, these women! He turned his head involuntarily to look after her, but had to avert his inquisitive gaze immediately. He had surprised Marguerite motionless behind them, pallid with surprise, and fixing her gaze earnestly on the soldier who was separating himself from her. Don Marcelo read in her eyes admiration, love, all of the past that was suddenly surging up in her memory. Poor woman! He felt for her a paternal affection, as though she were the wife of Julio. His friend Lacour had again spoken to him about the Lauriers. He knew that Marguerite was going to become a mother, and the old man, without taking into account the reconciliation nor the passage of time, felt as much moved at the thought of this approaching maternity as though the child were going to be Julio's. Meanwhile, Julio was marching right on without turning his head, without being conscious of the burning gaze fixed upon him, colorless, but humming a tune to hide his emotion. He always believed that Marguerite had passed near him without recognizing him, since his father did not betray her. One of Don Marcelo's pet occupations was to make his son tell about the encounter in which he had been hurt. No visitor ever came to see the sub lieutenant, but the father always made the same petition: "Tell us how you were wounded. Explain how you killed that German captain." Julio tried to excuse himself with visible annoyance. He was already surfeited with his own history. To please his father, he had to relate the facts to the senator, to Argensola, and to Tchernoff in his studio, and to other family friends. He simply could not do it again. So the father began the narration on his own account, giving the relief and details of the deed as though seen with his own eyes. He had to take possession of the ruins of a sugar refinery in front of the trench. The Germans had been expelled by the French cannon. A reconnoitering survey under the charge of a trusty man was then necessary, and the heads, as usual, had selected Sergeant Desnoyers. At daybreak, the platoon had advanced stealthily without encountering any difficulty. The soldiers scattered among the ruins. Julio then went on alone, examining the positions of the enemy. On turning around a corner of the wall, he had the most unexpected of encounters. A German captain was standing in front of him. They had almost bumped into each other. They looked into each other's eyes with more suspense than hate, yet at the same time they were trying instinctively to kill each other, each one trying to get the advantage by his swiftness. The captain had dropped the map that he was carrying. His right hand sought his revolver, trying to draw it from its case without once taking his eyes off his enemy. Then he had to give this up as useless. It was too late. With his eyes distended by the proximity of death, he kept his gaze fixed upon the Frenchman who had raised his gun to his face. A shot from a barrel almost touching him, and the German fell dead. Not till then did the victor notice the captain's orderly, who was but a few steps behind. He shot Desnoyers, wounding him in the shoulder. The French hurried to the spot, killing the corporal. Then there was a sharp crossfire with the enemy's company, which had halted a little ways off while their commander was exploring the ground. Julio, in spite of his wound, continued at the head of his section, defending the factory against superior forces until supports arrived and the land remained definitely in the power of the French. Wasn't that the way of it? Don Marcelo would always wind up. The son assented, desirous that his annoyance with the persistent story should come to an end as soon as possible. Yes, that was the way of it. But what the father didn't know, what Julio would never tell, was the discovery that he had made after killing the captain. The two men, during the interminable second in which they had confronted each other, had showed in their eyes something more than the surprise of an encounter, the wish to overcome the other. Desnoyers knew that man. The captain knew him, too. He guessed it from his expression. But self-preservation was more insistent than recollection, and prevented them both from coordinating their thoughts. Desnoyers had fired with the certainty that he was killing someone that he knew. Afterwards, while directing the defense of the position and guarding against the approach of reinforcements, he had a suspicion that the enemy whose corpse was lying a few feet away might possibly be a member of the von Hartrott family. No, he looked much older than his cousins, yet younger than his uncle Karl, who at his age would be no mere captain of infantry. When weakened by the loss of blood, they were about to carry him to the trenches. The sergeant expressed a wish to see again the body of his victim. His doubt continued before the face blanched by death. The wide open eyes still seemed to retain their startled expression. The man had undoubtedly recognized him. His face was familiar. Who was he? Suddenly, in his mind's eye, Julio saw the heaving ocean, a great steamer, a tall, blonde woman looking at him with half-closed eyes of invitation, a corpulent, mustached man making speeches in the style of the Kaiser. "Rest in peace, Captain Erckmann." This culminated in a corner of France. The discussions started at table in mid-ocean. He excused himself mentally, as though he were in the presence of the sweet Bertha. He had had to kill in order not to be killed. Such is war. He tried to console himself by thinking that Erckmann perhaps had failed to identify him, without realizing that his slayer was the shipmate of the summer. And he kept carefully hidden in the depths of his memory this encounter arranged by fate. He did not even tell Argensola, who knew of the incidents of the transatlantic passage. When he least expected it, Don Marcelo found himself at the end of that delightful and proud existence which his son's presence had brought him. The fortnight had flown by so swiftly. The sub-lieutenant had returned to his post, and all the family, after this period of reality, had had to fall back on the fond illusions of hope, watching again for the arrival of his letters, making conjectures about the silence of the absent one, sending him packet after packet of everything that the market was offering for the soldiery, for the most part useless and absurd things. The mother became very despondent. Julio's visit home but made her feel his absence with greater intensity. Seeing him, hearing those tales of death that her husband was so fond of repeating, made her realize all the more clearly the dangers constantly surrounding her son. Fatality appeared to be warning her with funereal presentiments. "They are going to kill him," she kept saying to Desnoyers. "That wound was a forewarning from heaven." When passing through the streets, she trembled with emotion at sight of the invalid soldiers. The convalescence of energetic appearance filled her with the greatest pity. They made her think of a certain trip with her husband to San Sebastian, where a bullfight had made her cry out with indignation and compassion, pitying the fate of the poor gored horses. With entrails hanging, they were taken to the corrals and submitted to a hurried adjustment in order that they might return to the arena, stimulated by a false energy. Again and again they were reduced to this makeshift cobbling, until finally a fatal goring finished them. These recently cured men continually brought to her mind those poor beasts. Some had been wounded 3 times since the beginning of the war, and were returning surgically patched together and regalvanized to take another chance in the lottery of fate, always in the expectation of the supreme blow. Ay, her son! Desnoyers waxed very indignant over his wife's low spirits, retorting, "But I tell you that nobody will kill Julio. He is my son. In my youth, I too passed through great dangers. They wounded me too in the wars in the other world, and nevertheless, here I am at a ripe old age." Events seemed to reinforce his blind faith. Calamities were raining around the family and saddening his relatives, yet not one grazed the intrepid sub lieutenant, who was persisting in his daring deeds with the heroic nerve of a musketeer. End of section 69. Section 70, Part 3, Chapter 4 continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Dona Luisa received a letter from Germany. Her sister wrote from Berlin, transmitting her letters through the kindness of a South American in Switzerland. This time the good lady wept for someone besides her son. She wept for Elena and the enemies. In Germany there were mothers too, and she put the sentiment of maternity above all patriotic differences. Poor Frau von Hartrott! Her letter, written a month before, had contained nothing but death notices and words of despair. Captain Otto was dead. Dead, too, was one of his younger brothers. The fact that the latter had fallen in a territory dominated by their nation at least gave the mother the sad comfort of being able to weep near his grave. But the captain was buried on French soil, nobody knew where, and she would never be able to find his remains mingled with hundreds of others. A third son was wounded in Poland. Her two daughters had lost their promised lovers, and the sight of their silent grief was intensifying the mother's suffering. Von Hartrott continued presiding over patriotic societies and making plans of expansion after the near victory, but he had aged greatly in the last few months. The sage was the only one still holding his own. The family afflictions were aggravating the ferocity of Professor Julius von Hartrott. He was calculating, in a book he was writing, the hundreds of thousands of millions that Germany must exact after her triumph, and the various nations that she would have to annex to the fatherland. Dona Luisa imagined that in the Avenue Victor Hugo she could hear the mother's tears falling in her home in Berlin. "You will understand, Luisa, my despair. We were all so happy. May God punish those who have brought such sorrow on the world. The emperor is innocent. His adversaries are to blame for it all." Don Marcelo was silent about the letter in his wife's presence. He pitied Elena for her losses, so he overlooked her political connections. He was touched, too, at Dona Luisa's distress about Otto. She had been his godmother, and Desnoyers his godfather. That was so. Don Marcelo had forgotten all about it, and the fact recalled to his mental vision the placid life of the ranch and the play of the blonde children that he had petted behind their grandfather's back before Julio was born. For many years he had lavished great affection on these youngsters. When dismayed at Julio's delayed arrival, he was really affected at thinking of what must be Karl's despair. But then, as soon as he was alone, a selfish coldness would blot out this compassion. War was war, and the Germans had sought it. France had to defend herself, and the more enemies fell, the better. The only soldier who interested him now was Julio, and his faith in the destiny of his son made him feel a brutal joy, a paternal satisfaction almost amounting to ferocity. "No one will kill him. My heart tells me so." A nearer trouble shook his peace of mind. When he returned to his home one evening, he found Dona Luisa with a terrified aspect, holding her hands to her head. "The daughter, Marcelo, our daughter!" Chichi was stretched out on a sofa in the salon, pale, with an olive tinge, looking fixedly ahead of her as if she could see somebody in the empty air. She was not crying, but a slight palpitation was making her swollen eyes tremble spasmodically. "I want to see him," she was saying hoarsely. "I must see him." The father conjectured that something terrible must have happened to Lacour's son. That was the only thing that could make Chichi show such desperation. His wife was telling him the sad news. Rene was wounded, very seriously wounded. A shell had exploded over his battery, killing many of his comrades. The young officer had been dragged out from a mountain of dead. One hand was gone. He had injuries in the legs, chest and head. "I've got to see him," reiterated Chichi. And Don Marcelo had to concentrate all his efforts in making his daughter give up this dolorous insistence which made her exact an immediate journey to the front, trampling down all obstacles in order to reach her wounded lover. The senator finally convinced her of the uselessness of it all. She would simply have to wait. He, the father, had to be patient. He was negotiating for Rene to be transferred to a hospital in Paris. The great man moved Desnoyers to pity. He was making such heroic efforts to preserve the stoic serenity of ancient days by recalling his glorious ancestors and all the illustrious figures of the Roman Republic. But these oratorical illusions had suddenly fallen flat, and his old friend surprised him weeping more than once. An only child, and he might have to lose him. Chichi's dumb woe made him feel even greater commiseration. Her grief was without tears or faintings. Her sallow face, the feverish brilliancy of her eyes, and the rigidity that made her move like an automaton were the only signs of her emotion. She was living with her thoughts far away, with no knowledge of what was going on around her. When the patient arrived in Paris, his father and fiancee were transfigured. They were going to see him, and that was enough to make them imagine that he was already recuperated. Chichi hastened to the hospital with her mother and the senator. Then she went alone, insisted on remaining there, on living at the wounded man's side, waging war on all regulations and clashing with sisters of charity, trained nurses, and all who roused in her the hatred of rivalry. Soon realizing that her violence accomplished nothing, she humiliated herself and became suddenly very submissive, trying with her wiles to win the women over one by one. Finally, she was permitted to spend the greater part of the day with Rene. When Desnoyers first saw the wounded artilleryman in bed, he had to make a great effort to keep the tears back. Ay, his son too might be brought to this sad pass. The man looked to him like an Egyptian mummy because of his complete envelopment in tight bandage wrappings. The sharp hulls of the shell had fairly riddled him. There could only be seen a pair of sweet eyes and a blonde bit of mustache sticking up between white bands. The poor fellow was trying to smile at Chichi, who was hovering around him with a certain authority as though she were in her own home. 2 months rolled by. Rene was better, almost well. His betrothed had never doubted his recovery from the moment that they permitted her to remain with him. "No one that I love ever dies," she asserted with a ring of her father's self-confidence. "As if I would ever permit the Boches to leave me without a husband!" She had her little sugar soldier back again, but oh, in what a lamentable state! Never had Don Marcelo realized the deep personalizing horrors of war as when he saw entering his home this convalescent whom he had known months before, elegant and slender, with a delicate and somewhat feminine beauty. His face was now furrowed by a network of scars that had transformed it into a purplish arabesque. Within his body were hidden many such. His left hand had disappeared with a part of the forearm, the empty sleeve hanging over the remainder. The other hand was supported on a cane, a necessary aid in order to be able to move a leg that would never recover its elasticity. But Chichi was content. She surveyed her dear little soldier with more enthusiasm than ever. A little deformed, perhaps, but very interesting. With her mother, she accompanied the convalescent in his constitutionals through the Bois de Boulogne. When in crossing a street, automobilists or coachmen failed to stop their vehicles in order to give the invalid the right of way, Her eyes shot lightning shafts as she thundered, "Shameless embusque!" She was now feeling the same fiery resentment as those women of former days who used to insult her Rene when he was well and happy. She trembled with satisfaction and pride when returning the greetings of her friends. Her eloquent eyes seemed to be saying, "Yes, he is my betrothed, a hero." She was constantly arranging the war cross on his blouse of horizon blue, taking pains to place it as conspicuously as possible. She also spent much time in prolonging the life of his shabby uniform, always the same one, the old one which he was wearing when wounded. A new one would give him the officery look of the soldiers who never left Paris. As he grew stronger, Rene vainly tried to emancipate himself from her dominant supervision. It was simply useless to try to walk with more celerity of freedom. "Lean on me!" And he had to take his fiancee's arm. All her plans for the future were based on the devotion with which she was going to protect her husband, on the solicitude that she was going to dedicate to his crippled condition. "My poor dear invalid," she would murmur lovingly, "so ugly and so helpless those blackguards have left you, but luckily you have me, and I adore you. It makes no difference to me that one of your hands is gone. I will care for you. You shall be my little son. You will just see, after we are married, how elegant and stylish I am going to keep you. But don't you dare look at any of the other women. The very first moment that you do, my precious little invalid, I'll leave you alone in your helplessness." Desnoyers and the senator were also concerned about their future, but in a very definite way. They must be married as soon as possible. What was the use of waiting? The war was no longer an obstacle. They would be married as quietly as possible. There was no time for wedding pomp. So Rene Lacour remained permanently in the house on the Avenida Victor Hugo, after the nuptial ceremony witnessed by a dozen people. Don Marcelo had had dreams of other things for his daughter: a grand wedding to which the daily papers would devote much space, a son-in-law with a brilliant future. But this war! Everybody was having his fondest hopes dashed to pieces every few hours. He took what comfort he could out of the situation. What more did they want? Chichi was happy, with a rollicking and selfish happiness which took no interest in anything but her own love affairs. The Desnoyers' business returns could not be improved upon. After the first crisis had passed, the necessities of the belligerents had begun utilizing the output of his ranches, and never before had meat brought such high prices. Money was flowing in with greater volume than formerly, while the expenses were diminishing. Julio was in daily danger of death, but the old ranchman was buoyed up by his conviction that his son led a charmed life. No harm could touch him. His chief preoccupation, therefore, was to keep himself tranquil, avoiding all emotional storms. He had been reading with considerable alarm of the frequency with which well-known persons, politicians, artists and writers, were dying in Paris. War was not doing all its killing at the front. Its shocks were falling like arrows over the land, causing the fall of the weak, the crushed and the exhausted, who in normal times would probably have lived to a far greater age. "Attention, Marcelo," he said to himself with grim humor. "Keep cool now. You must avoid friend Tchernoff's 4 horsemen, you know." He spent an afternoon in the studio, going over the war news in the papers. The French had begun an offensive in Champagne with great advances and many prisoners. Desnoyers could not but think of the loss of life that this must represent. Julio's fate, however, gave him no uneasiness, for his son was not in that part of the front. But yesterday he had received a letter from him, dated the week before. They all took about that length of time to reach him. Sub-Lieutenant Desnoyers was as blithe and reckless as ever. They were going to promote him again. He was among those proposed for the Légion d'honneur. These facts intensified Don Marcelo's vision of himself as the father of a general as young as those of the Revolution, and as he contemplated the daubs and sketches around him, he marveled at the extraordinary way in which the war had twisted his son's career. On his way home, he passed Marguerite Laurier dressed in mourning. The senator had told him a few days before that her brother, the artilleryman, had just been killed at Verdun. "How many are falling," he said mournfully to himself. "How hard it will be for his poor mother." But he smiled immediately after at the thought of those to be born. Never before had the people been so occupied in accelerating their reproduction. Even Madame Laurier now showed with pride the very visible curves of her approaching maternity, and Desnoyers noted sympathetically the vital volume apparent beneath her long mourning veil. Again he thought of Julio, without taking into account the flight of time. He felt as interested in the little newcomer as though he were in some way related to it, and he promised himself to aid generously the Laurier baby if he ever had the opportunity. On entering his house, he was met in the hall by Dona Luisa, who told him that Lacour was waiting for him. "Very good," he responded gaily. "Let us see what our illustrious father in law has to say." His good wife was uneasy. She had felt alarmed, without knowing exactly why, at the senator's solemn appearance. With that feminine instinct which perforates all masculine precautions, she surmised some hidden mission. She had noticed, too, that Rene and his father were talking together in a low tone, with repressed emotion. Moved by an irresistible impulse, she hovered near the closed door, hoping to hear something definite. Her wait was not long. Suddenly a cry, a groan, the groan that can come only from a body from which all vitality is escaping, and Dona Luisa rushed in just in time to support her husband as he was falling to the floor. The senator was excusing himself confusedly to the walls, the furniture, and turning his back in his agitation on the dismayed Rene, the only one who could have listened to him. "He did not let me finish," he guessed from the very first word. Hearing the outcry, Chichi hastened in time to see her father, slipping from his wife's arms to the sofa, and from there to the floor, with glassy, staring eyes and foaming at the mouth. From the luxurious rooms came forth the world-old cry, always the same, from the humblest home to the highest and loneliest: "Oh, Julio! Oh, my son! My son!" End of section 70. Section 71, Part III, Chapter 5 of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, The Burial Fields. The automobile was going slowly forward under the colorless sky of a winter morning. In the distance, the earth's surface seemed trembling with white. Fluttering things resembling a band of butterflies poised on the furrows. On one of the fields the swarm was of great size, on others it was broken into small groups. As the machine approached these white butterflies, they seemed to be taking on other colors. One wing was turning blue, another flesh colored. They were little flags, by the hundreds, by the thousands, which palpitated night and day in the mild, sunny morning breeze, in the damp drip of the dull mornings, in the biting cold of the interminable nights. The rain had washed and re-washed them, stealing away the most of their color. Some of the borders of the restless little strips were mildewed by the dampness, while others were scorched by the sun, like insects which have just grazed the flames. In the midst of the fluttering flags could be seen the black crosses of wood. On these were hanging dark kepis, red caps, and helmets topped with tufts of horsehair, slowly disintegrating and weeping atmospheric tears at every point. "How many are dead?" sighed Don Marcelo's voice from the automobile, and Rene, who was seated in front of him, sadly nodded his head. Dona Luisa was looking at the mournful plain while her lips trembled slightly in constant prayer. Chichi turned her great eyes in astonishment from one side to the other. She appeared larger, more capable in spite of the pallor which blanched her olive skin. The two ladies were dressed in deepest mourning. The father, too, was in mourning, huddled down in the seat in a crushed attitude, his legs carefully covered with the great fur rugs. Rene was wearing his campaign uniform under his storm coat. In spite of his injuries, he had not wished to retire from the army. He had been transferred to a technical office till the termination of the war. The Desnoyers family were on the way to carry out their long cherished hope. Upon recovering consciousness after the fatal news, the father had concentrated all his willpower in one petition: "I must see him. Oh, my son, my son!" Vain were the senator's efforts to show him the impossibility of such a journey. The fighting was still going on in the zone where Julio had fallen. Later on, perhaps, it might be possible to visit it. "I want to see it," persisted the broken-hearted old man. It was necessary for him to see his son's grave before dying himself, and Lacour had to requisition all his powers, for 4 long months formulating requests and overcoming much opposition in order that Don Marcelo might be permitted to take the trip. Finally, a military automobile came one morning for the entire Desnoyers family. The senator could not accompany them. Rumors of an approaching change in the cabinet were floating about, and he felt obliged to show himself in the Senate in case the Republic should again wish to avail itself of his unappreciated services. They passed the night in a provincial city where there was a military post, and Rene collected considerable information from officers who had witnessed the great combat. With his map before him, he followed the explanations until he thought he could recognize the very plot of ground which Julio's regiment had occupied. The following morning they renewed their expedition. A soldier who had taken part in the battle acted as their guide, seated beside the chauffeur. From time to time, Rene consulted the map spread out on his knees, and asked questions of the soldier whose regiment had fought very close to that of Desnoyers. But he could not remember exactly the ground which they had gone over so many months before. The landscape had undergone many transformations and had presented a very different appearance when covered with men. Its deserted aspect bewildered him, and the motor had to go very slowly, veering to the north of the line of graves, following the central highway, level and white, entering crossroads and winding through ditches muddied with deep pools through which they splashed with great bounds and jar on the springs. At times they drove across fields from one plot of crosses to another, their pneumatic tires crushing flat from the furrows opened by the plowmen. Tombs, tombs on all sides. The white locusts of death were swarming over the entire countryside. There was no corner free from their quivering wings. The recently plowed earth, the yellowing roads, the dark woodland, everything was pulsating in weariless undulation. The soil seemed to be clamoring, and its words were the vibrations of the restless little flags. And the thousands of cries endlessly repeated across the days and nights were intoning in rhythmic chant the terrible onslaught which this earth had witnessed and from which it still felt tragic shudderings. "Dead, dead," murmured Chichi, following the rows of crosses incessantly slipping past the sides of the automobile. "Oh Lord, for them, for their mothers," moaned Dona Luisa, renewing her prayers. Here had taken place the fiercest part of the battle, the fight in the old way. man to man, outside of the trenches, with bayonets, with guns, with fists, with teeth. The guide, who was beginning to get his bearings, was pointing out the various points on the desolate horizon. There were the African sharpshooters, further on the chasseurs. The very large groups of graves were where the light infantry had charged with their bayonets on the sides of the road. The automobile came to a stop. Rene climbed out after the soldier in order to examine the inscriptions on a few of the crosses. Perhaps these might have belonged to the regiment they were seeking. Chichi also alighted mechanically, with the irresistible desire of aiding her husband. Each grave contained several men. The number of bodies within could be told by the moldering kepis or rusting helmets hanging on the arms of the cross. The number of the regiments could still be deciphered between the rows of ants crawling over the caps. The wreaths with which affection had adorned some of the sepulchres were blackened and stripped of their leaves. On some of the crucifixes the names of the dead were still clear, but others were beginning to fade out and soon would be entirely illegible. What a horrible death! What glory! thought Chichi sadly. Not even the names of the greater part of these vigorous men, cut down in the strength of their youth, were going to survive. Nothing would remain but the memory which would from time to time overwhelm some old countrywoman driving her cow along the French highway, murmuring between her sobs, "My little one! I wonder where they buried my little one." Or perhaps it would live in the heart of the village woman clad in mourning who did not know how to solve the problem of existence, or in the minds of the children going to school in black blouses and saying with ferocious energy, "When I grow up, I am going to kill the Boche to avenge my father's death." And Dona Luisa, motionless in her seat, followed with her eyes Chichi's course among the graves, while returning to her interrupted prayer, "Lord, for the mothers without sons, for the little ones without fathers, may thy wrath not be turned against us, and may thy smile shine upon us once more." Her husband, shrunken in his seat, was also looking over the funereal fields, but his eyes were fixed most tenaciously on some mounds without wreaths or flags, simple crosses with a little board bearing the briefest inscription. These were the German bodies which seemed to have a page to themselves in the book of death. On one side, the innumerable French tombs with the inscriptions as small as possible, simple numbers, 1, 2, 3 dead. On the other, in each of the spacious unadorned sepulchres, great quantities of soldiers with a number of terrifying terseness. Fences of wooden strips, narrow and wide, surrounded these latter ditches, filled to the top with bodies. The earth was as bleached as though covered with snow or saltpeter. This was the lime returning to mix with the land. The crosses raised above these huge mounds bore each an inscription stating that it contained Germans, and then a number, 200, 300, 400. Such appalling figures obliged Desnoyers to exert his imagination. It was not easy to evoke with exactitude the vision of 300 carcasses in helmets, boots and cloaks, in all the revolting aspects of death, piled in rows as though they were bricks, locked forever in depths of a great trench. And this funereal alignment was repeated at intervals all over the great immensity of the plain. The mere sight of them filled Don Marcelo with a kind of savage joy, as his mourning fatherhood tasted the fleeting consolation of vengeance. Julio had died, and he was going to die too, not having strength to survive his bitter woe. But how many hundreds of the enemy, wasting in these awful trenches, were also leaving in the world loved beings who would remember them as he was remembering his son. He imagined them as they must have been before the death call sounded, as he had seen them in the advance around his castle. Some of them, the most prominent and terrifying, probably still showed on their faces the theatrical cicatrix of their university duels. They were the soldiers who carried books in their knapsacks, and after the fusillade of a lot of country folk, or the sacking and burning of a hamlet, devoted themselves to reading the poets and philosophers by the glare of the blaze which they had kindled. They were bloated with science as with the puffiness of a toad, proud of their pedantic and all-sufficient intellectuality. Sons of sophistry and grandsons of cant, they had considered themselves capable of proving the greatest absurdities by the mental capers to which they had accustomed their acrobatic intellects. They had employed the favorite method of the thesis, antithesis and synthesis in order to demonstrate that Germany ought to be the mistress of the world, that Belgium was guilty of her own ruin because she had defended herself, that true happiness consisted in having all humanity dominated by Prussia, that the supreme idea of existence consisted in a clean stable and a full manger, that liberty and justice were nothing more than illusions of the romanticism of the French, that every deed accomplished became virtuous from the moment it triumphed, and that right was simply a derivative of might. These metaphysical athletes with guns and sabres were accustomed to consider themselves the paladins of a crusade of civilization. They wished the blonde type to triumph definitely over the brunette. They wished to enslave the worthless man of the South, consigning him forever to a world regulated by the salt of the earth, the aristocracy of humanity. Everything on the page of history that had amounted to anything was German. The ancient Greeks had been of Germanic origin, German too the great artists of the Italian Renaissance. The men of the Mediterranean countries, with the inherent badness of their extraction, had falsified history. "That's the best place for you. You are better where you are buried, you pitiless pedants," thought Desnoyers, recalling his conversations with his friend the Russian. What a shame that there were not here too all the Herr Professors of the German universities, those wise men so unquestionably skillful in altering the trademarks of intellectual products and changing the terminology of things. Those men with flowing beards and gold-rimmed spectacles, pacific rabbits of the laboratory and the professor's chair, that had been preparing the ground for the present war with their sophistries and their unblushing effrontery. Their guilt was far greater than that of the Herr Lieutenant of the tight corset and the gleaming monocle, who in his thirst for strife and slaughter was simply and logically working out the professional charts. While the German soldier of the lower classes was plundering what he could and drunkenly shooting whatever crossed his path, the warrior student was reading by the camp glow Hegel and Nietzsche. He was too enlightened to execute with his own hands these acts of historical justice. But he, with the professors, was rousing all the bad instincts of the Teutonic beast and giving them a varnish of scientific justification. "Lie there in your sepulchre, you intellectual scourge," continued Desnoyers mentally. The fierce Moors, the Negroes of infantile intelligence, the sullen Hindus appeared to him more deserving of respect than all the ermine-bordered togas parading haughtily and aggressively through the cloisters of the German universities. What peacefulness for the world if their wearers should disappear forever! He preferred the simple and primitive barbarity of the savage to the refined, deliberate and merciless barbarity of the greedy sage. It did less harm and was not so hypocritical. For this reason, the only ones in the enemy's ranks who awakened his commiseration were the lowly and unlettered dead interred beneath the sod. They had been peasants, factory hands, business clerks, German gluttons of measureless intestinal capacity, who had seen in the war an opportunity for satisfying their appetites, for beating somebody and ordering them about, after having passed their lives in their country obeying and receiving kicks. The history of their country was nothing more than a series of raids, like the Indian forays, in order to plunder the properties of those who lived in the mild Mediterranean climes. The Herr Professors had proved to their countrymen that such sacking incursions were indispensable to the highest civilization, and that the German was marching onward with the enthusiasm of a good father sacrificing himself in order to secure bread for his family. Hundreds of thousands of letters written by their relatives with tremulous hands were following the great Germanic horde across the invaded countries. Desnoyers had overheard the reading of some of these at nightfall before his ruined castle. These were some of the messages found in the pockets of the imprisoned or dead. Don't show any pity for the red pantaloons. Kill whomever you can, and show no mercy even to the little ones. We would thank you for the shoes, but the girl cannot get them on. Those French have such ridiculously small feet. Try to get hold of a piano. I would very much like a good watch. Our neighbor, the captain, has sent his wife a necklace of pearls, and you send only such insignificant things." The virtuous German had been advancing heroically with the double desire of enlarging his country and of making valuable gifts to his offspring. Deutschland über alles! But their most cherished illusions had fallen into the burial ditch in company with thousands of comrades at arms, fed on the same dreams. Desnoyers could imagine the impatience on the other side of the Rhine, the pitiful women who were waiting and waiting. The lists of the dead had perhaps overlooked the missing ones, and the letters kept coming and coming to the German lines, many of them never reaching their destination. "Why don't you answer? Perhaps you are not writing so as to give us a great surprise. Don't forget the necklace. Send us a piano. A carved china cabinet for the dining room would please us greatly. The French have so many beautiful things." The bare cross rose stark and motionless above the lime-blanched land. Near it the little flags were fluttering their wings, moving from side to side, like a head shaking out a smiling, ironical protest. No, no. The automobile continued on its painful way. The guide was now pointing to a distant group of graves. That was undoubtedly the place where the regiment had been fighting. So the vehicle left the main road, sinking its wheels in the soft earth, having to make wide detours in order to avoid the mounds scattered about so capriciously by the casualties of the combat. Almost all of the fields were plowed. The work of the farmer extended from tomb to tomb, making them more prominent as the morning sun forced its way through the enshrouding mists. End of section 71. Section 72, Part III, Chapter 5, concluding The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Nature, blind, unfeeling, and silent, ignoring individual existence and taking to her bosom with equal indifference a poor little animal or a million corpses, was beginning to smile under the late winter suns. The fountains were still crusted with their beards of ice. The earth snapped as the feet weighed down its hidden crystals. The trees, black and sleeping, were still retaining the coat of metallic green in which the winter had clothed them. From the depths of the earth still issued an acute, deadly chill like that of burned out planets. But spring had already girded herself with flowers in her palace in the tropics, and was saddling with green her trusty steed, neighing with impatience. Soon they would race through the fields, driving before them in disordered flight the black goblins of winter, and leaving in their wake green growing things and tender, subtle perfumes. The wayside greenery, robing itself in tiny buds, was already heralding their arrival. The birds were venturing forth from their retreats in order to wing their way among the crows croaking wrathfully above the closed tombs. The landscape was beginning to smile in the sunlight with the artless, deceptive smile of a child who looks candidly around while his pockets are stuffed with stolen goodies. The husbandmen had plowed the fields and filled the furrows with seed. Men might go on killing each other as much as they liked. The soil had no concerns with their hatreds, and on that account did not propose to alter its course. As every year, the metal cutter had opened its usual lines, obliterating with its ridges the traces of man and beast, undismayed, and with stubborn diligence filling up the tunnels which the bombs had made. Sometimes the plowshare had struck against an obstacle underground, an unknown, unburied man, but the cultivator had continued on its way without pity. Every now and then it was stopped by less yielding obstructions, projectiles which had sunk into the ground intact. The rustic had dug up these instruments of death, which occasionally had exploded their delayed charge in his hands. But the man of the soil knows no fear when in search of sustenance, and so was doggedly continuing his rectilinear advance, swerving only before the visible tombs. There the furrows had curved mercifully, making little islands of the mounds surmounted by crosses and flags. The seeds of future bread were preparing to extend their tentacles like devilfish among those who but a short time before were animated by such monstrous ambition. Life was about to renew itself once more. The automobile came to a standstill. The guide was running about among the crosses, stooping over in order to examine their weather-stained inscriptions. "Here we are." He had found above one grave the number of the regiment. Chichi and her husband promptly dismounted again. Then Dona Luisa, with sad resolution, biting her lips to keep the tears back. Then the three devoted themselves to assisting the father, who had thrown off his fur lap-robe. Poor Desnoyers! On touching the ground, he swayed back and forth, moving forward with the greatest effort, lifting his feet with difficulty and sinking his staff in the hollows. "Lean on me, my poor dear," said the old wife, offering her arm. The masterful head of the family could no longer take a single step without their aid. Then began their slow, painful pilgrimage among the graves. The guide was still exploring the spot bristling with crosses, spelling out the names and hesitating before the faded lettering. Rene was doing the same on the other side of the road. Chichi went on alone, the wind whirling her black veil around her and making little curls escape from under her mourning hat every time she leaned over to decipher a name. Her daintily shod feet sunk deep into the ruts, and she had to gather her skirts about her in order to move more comfortably, revealing thus at every step evidences of the joy of living, of hidden beauty, of consummated love following her course through this land of death and desolation. In the distance sounded feebly her father's voice. "Not yet?" The two elders were growing impatient, anxious to find their son's resting place as soon as possible. A half hour thus dragged by without any result. Always unfamiliar names, anonymous crosses, or the numbers of other regiments. Don Marcelo was no longer able to stand. Their passage across the irregularities of the soft earth had been torment for him. He was beginning to despair. Ay, they would never find Julio's remains. The parents, too, had been scrutinizing the plots nearest them, bending sadly before cross after cross. They stopped before a long, narrow hillock and read the name. No, he was not there either. And they continued desperately along the painful path of alternate hopes and disappointments. It was Chichi who notified them with a cry: "Here, here it is!" The old folks tried to run, almost falling at every step. All the family were soon grouped around a heap of earth in the vague outline of a bier, and beginning to be covered with herbage. At the head was a cross with letters cut in deep with the point of a knife, the kind deed of some of his comrades at arms, Desnoyers. Then, in military abbreviations, the rank, regiment and company. A long silence. Dona Luisa had knelt instantly with her eyes fixed on the cross, those great bloodshot eyes that could no longer weep. Till then, tears had been constantly in her eyes, but now they deserted her, as though overcome by the immensity of a grief incapable of expressing itself in the usual ways. The father was staring at the rustic grave in dumb amazement. His son was there forever, and he would never see him again. He imagined him sleeping unshrouded below, in direct contact with the earth, just as death had surprised him in his miserable and heroic old uniform. He recalled the exquisite care which the lad had always given his body, the long bath, the massage, the invigorating exercise of boxing and fencing, the cold shower, the elegant and subtle perfume, all that he might come to this, that he might be interred just where he had fallen in his tracks like a worn-out beast of burden. The bereaved father wished to transfer his son immediately from the official burial fields, but he could not do it yet. As soon as possible it should be done, and he would erect for him a mausoleum fit for a king. And what good would that do? He would merely be changing the location of a mass of bones, but his body, his physical semblance, all that had contributed to the charm of his personality would be mixed with the earth. The son of the rich Desnoyers would have become an inseparable part of a poor field in Champagne. Ah, the pity of it all! And for this had he worked so hard and so long to accumulate his millions? He could never know how Julio's death had happened. Nobody could tell him his last words. He was ignorant as to whether his end had been instantaneous, overwhelming, his idol going out of the world with his usual gay smile on his lips, or whether he had endured long hours of agony, abandoned in the fields, writhing like a reptile, or passing through phases of hellish torment before collapsing in merciful oblivion. He was also ignorant of just how much was beneath this mound, whether an entire body discreetly touched by the hand of death, or an assemblage of shapeless remnants from the devastating hurricane of steel. And he would never see him again. And that Julio who had been filling his thoughts would become simply a memory, a name that would live while his parents lived, fading away little by little after they had disappeared. He was startled to hear a moan, a sob. Then he recognized dully that they were his own, and that he had been accompanying his reflections with groans of grief. His wife was still at his feet, kneeling, alone with her heartbreak, fixing her dry eyes on the cross with a gaze of hypnotic tenacity. There was her son near her knees, lying stretched out as she had so often watched him when sleeping in his cradle. The father's sobs were wringing her heart too, but with an unbearable depression, without his wrathful exasperation. And she would never see him again. Could it be possible? Chichi's presence interrupted the despairing thoughts of her parents. She had run to the automobile and was returning with an armful of flowers. She hung a wreath on the cross and placed a great spray of blossoms at the foot. Then she scattered a shower of petals over the entire surface of the grave, sadly, intensely, as though performing a religious rite, accompanying the offering with her outspoken thoughts. For you who so loved life for its beauties and pleasures, for you who knew so well how to make yourself beloved. And as her tears fell, her affectionate memories were as full of admiration as of grief. Had she not been his sister, she would have liked to have been his beloved. And having exhausted the rain of flower petals, she wandered away so as not to disturb the lamentations of her parents. Before the uselessness of his bitter plaints, Don Marcelo's former dominant character had come to life, raging against destiny. He looked at the horizon where so often he had imagined the adversary to be, and clenched his fists in a paroxysm of fury. His disordered mind believed that it saw the beast, the nemesis of humanity. And how much longer would the evil be allowed to go unpunished? There was no justice. The world was ruled by blind chance. All lies, mere words of consolation in order that mankind might exist unterrified by the hopeless abandon in which it lived. It appeared to him that from afar was echoing the gallop of the four apocalyptic horsemen, riding roughshod over all his fellow creatures. He saw the strong and brutal giant of the sword of war, the archer with his repulsive smile, shooting his pestilential arrows, the bald-headed miser with the scales of famine, the hard-riding spectre with the scythe of death. He recognized them as only divinities, familiar and terrible, which had made their presence felt by mankind. All the rest was a dream. The four horsemen were the reality. Suddenly, by the mysterious process of telepathy, he seemed to read the thoughts of the one grieving at his feet. The mother, impelled by her own sorrow, was thinking of that of others. She, too, was looking toward the distant horizon. There she seemed to see a procession of the enemy, grieving in the same way as were her family. She saw Elena with her daughters going in and out among the burial grounds, seeking a loved one, falling on their knees before a cross. Ay, this mournful satisfaction she could never know completely. It would be forever impossible for her to pass to the opposite side in search of the other grave, for even after some time had passed by, she could never find it. The beloved body of Otto would have disappeared forever in one of the nameless pits which they had just passed. "Oh Lord, why did we ever come to these lands? Why did we not continue living in the land where we were born?" Desnoyers, too, uniting his thoughts with hers, was seeing again the pampas, the immense green plains of the ranch where he had become acquainted with his wife. Again he could hear the tread of the herds. He recalled Madariaga on tranquil nights, proclaiming under the splendor of the stars the joys of peace, the sacred brotherhood of these people of most diverse extraction, united by labor, abundance, and the lack of political ambition. And as his thoughts swung back to the lost son, he too exclaimed with his wife, "Oh, why did we ever come?" He too, with the solidarity of grief, began to sympathize with those on the other side of the battle front. They were suffering just as he was. They had lost their sons. Human grief is the same everywhere. But then he revolted against his commiseration. Karl had been an advocate of this war. He was among those who had looked upon war as the perfect state for mankind, who had prepared it with their provocations. It was just that war should devour his sons. He ought not to bewail their loss. But he who had always loved peace, he who had only one son, only one, and now he was losing him forever. He was going to die, and he was sure that he was going to die. Only a few months of life were left in him, and his pitiful, devoted companion kneeling at his feet, she too would soon pass away. She could not long survive the blow which they had just received. There was nothing further for them to do. Nobody needed them any longer. Their daughter was thinking only of herself, of founding a separate home interest, with the hard instinct of independence which separates children from their parents in order that humanity may continue its work of renovation. Julio was the only one who would have prolonged the family, passing on the name. The Desnoyers had died. His daughter's children would be Lacour. All was ended. Don Marcelo even felt a certain satisfaction in thinking of his approaching death. More than anything else, he wished to pass out of the world. He no longer had any curiosity as to the end of this war in which he had been so interested. Whatever the end might be, it would be sure to turn out badly. Although the beast might be mutilated, it would again come forth years afterward as the eternal curse of mankind. For him, the only important thing now was that the war had robbed him of his son. All was gloomy, all was black. The world was going to its ruin. He was going to rest. Chichi had clambered up on the hillock, which contained perhaps more than their dead. With furrowed brow she was contemplating the plains. Graves, graves everywhere. The recollection of Julio had already passed to second place in her mind. She could not bring him back, no matter how much she might weep. This vision of the fields of death made her think all the more of the living. As her eyes roved from side to side, she tried with her hands to keep down the whirling of her wind-tossed skirts. Rene was standing at the foot of the knoll, and several times after a sweeping glance at the numberless mounds around them, she looked thoughtfully at him, as though trying to establish a relationship between her husband and those below. And he had exposed his life in combats just as these men had done. "And you, my poor darling," she continued aloud, "at this very moment you too might be lying here under a heap of earth, with a wooden cross at your head, just like these poor unfortunates." The sub lieutenant smiled sadly. Yes, it was so. "Come here, climb up here," said Chichi impetuously. "I want to give you something." As soon as he approached her, she flung her arms around his neck, pressed him against the warm softness of her breath, exhaling a perfume of life and love, and kissed him passionately, without a thought of her brother, without seeing her aged parents grieving below them and longing to die. And her skirts, freed by the breeze, molded her figure in the superb sweep of the curves of a Grecian vase. End of section 72. Recorded by Tony Oliva. End of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibanez. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan.